Bom dia. Bom doaia. Pronto, atualizei o título. Eu tinha esquecido de botar um negocinho. Tá falando igual o Jota, puta que pariu. Vai tá o Overwatch 2 essa porra. Vamos ver. Não, tá Eurotruck mesmo. Que viagem. Só que ele identificou o jogo que eu tô aberto. Provavelmente. Aoba, Sudi Ghost. Saiu do. Saiu do Discord, mas continua na Twitch. Tá. Eu quero ir consertar essa bodega aqui. Olha que antes eu vou ter que baixar um pouquinho o volume desse jogo, que tá estourando. Passei no amarelo, foda-se. Era pra ter uma rua ali, não era? Cara, onde é que tá essa oficina do Jânio? Onde é que tá essa oficina? Aqui. Tá. Aí sim, velho. Abriu. Na hora que eu ia passar. Ó o escaneazão aí, brabo. Passar na oficina e depois eu vou pegar uma carguinha. Obrigado, Streamholics. Não, não é reparar, é aqui. Jurei que ia crashar o jogo. Aqui, rapaz. Esse pneu, velho. Qual que é esse aqui? Ah, eu quero pneu novo, pô. Esse pneu, velho. Aqui a minha Scania é reformada. Qual que é esse aqui? Arraiada. É, tá certo. Agora sim. 11 mil pra fazer isso. Trocar os pneus e o aro. Até que deu barato. 11 mil. Já que tem empresa lá pra me carregar. Lá na outra ponta, lá de onde eu vim, só. Cara, eu vou ver se eu vou nessa aqui. Tem aqui perto. Nem sei o nome dessa porra aqui. WGCC. Osório, Caxias, São José do Norte. Não, eu quero ir pra Porto Alegre, porra. Tá, deixa eu ver o bagulho. Eu vou ter que. Eu vou ter que dar uma olhada aqui, ó. Mercado de trabalho, mercado de fretes. Aqui, eu quero de Pelotas pra Porto Alegre, Joinville, Floripa, Osório, Floripa. Não tem nenhum que vai pra. Se vai pra cima, eu quero. Tá, esse aqui eu vou passar por. Caxias do Sul. Vanderleia vazia. Só pra levar. Ah, esse aqui tem ó, pros ônibus. Que da hora, velho. Eu vou até instalar um modzinho de busão depois então. Tem os passageiros. Esse mod aqui é brabo, velho. Dá pra pegar os passageiros. Agora que eu me liguei que tinha ficado o bagulho. Nem vi qual empresa que é o bagulho que eu peguei. Pelotas pra definir como destino do GPS. Oxi. É aqui onde eu tô? Olha, eu acho que é. Uhum. Nossa, mas Caxias, nunca que Caxias é lá na divisa com Santa Catarina, tá meio errado isso aí. Mas a gente releva, né? Parar e pegar o brabo. Deixa eu tomar a primeira pessoa. Não é real mesmo, né? Arregado. Não, arregado não, engatado. Bora seguir pra Caxias então. 2 horas e 50 de viagem, 181 quilômetros. Não é tão perto assim também não. Abriu. Gostei que aqui tem amarelo pra abrir também. Isso eu gostei. Diesel tá ok. O radar. Esses dias eu fui jogar com os moleques aqui e acabou meu diesel a 20 metros da bomba, velho. O caminhão parado lá. Ah, beleza. Ih, deu merda que caiu o caça de cima do caminhão do avião. Do avião, do avião. Caiu o caça de cima do caminhão. tá bom aqui. Paga o pedágio. Partiu. Ó o busão ali atrás, ó. Cuidando daqueles. km ainda. Tem estrada pela frente, hein? Uma PRF aí. Não. Caçambão, cara, que bonito, velho. Eu odeio esses malucos que ficam se amarrando na esquerda, velho. Limite é 80, rapaziada. Vocês podem pisar, ultrapassa e sai da esquerda. Esse aqui não tem buzina. Não tem as duas buzinas, só tem uma. É só a ar, pelo visto. Tem uns caminhões que tem buzina a ar e a elétrica. O H é elétrica e o N é ar. Ai, filho, sai da frente, rapaz. Tá se morgando. Meu Deus, cara, olha esse maluco. Olha esse maluco, cara. Sai da frente, imundícia. Meu Deus, mano. Aquele caminhão lá na frente que não cai pra direita e esse bosta aqui também não. Meu Deus, cara. Vou ter que abrir uma terceira faixa pra poder passar esse imundício. Em vez de abrir, vai diminuir aqui agora. Agora o caminhão vai entrar pra direita, é isso, tá na direita. Quero ver se eles vão cair pra direita. Esses bosta aí, pra poder passar. Anda, velho, meu Deus, o cara tá andando a 60 por hora. Aí saiu um, saiu. Vamos ver se o outro sai agora. Agora resolveu andar esse desgraçado. Ele não tava andando por causa daqueles carros, daquele caminhão na frente, fala sério. Os NPCs desse jogo são muito doentes, velho. Agora já caiu. Os caminhões são bonitos também. Agora eu posso estourar. Passei chutado ao guincho. Da hora, velho. Outro caçambeiro. Entregar rapidinho. Ó, bonitão aquele Ford ali, hein, velho. Fazia tempo que eu não vi um daqueles. Volks. O Emerson que é fã do Volks. O mosquitinho veio para cima de mim, já desci o caminho dele. Nossa. Ligeiro. Tá fechada a pista aqui. Eu dizia. Vou ter que passar bem devagar pelo cantinho. Meu Deus do céu. 30% de dano. Cara, eu vou aproveitar já pra testar um bagulho. Deixa eu ver se vai funcionar o controle. Ah, não funcionou. Tenho que configurar aqui, será? Desconhecido foi encontrado. Deixa eu ver, vou ter que configurar se pá. Controles. Somente teclado. Aí. Vamos ver agora. Onde é que acelera nessa bodega? Nossa, era analógico. Não, calma aí, vamos mudar isso aí. Caralho. Assistente de configuração. Controladores. Não, pô, eu quero mexer nessa merda. Caralho, mano, eu quero personalizar as teclas, demônio. Eu... Cara, por que tocam bombinha, velho, hoje? Sou muito mongolão. Teclas e botões, vamos ver. Ah, beleza, eu não posso. Os gatilhos não funcionam. Nem fudendo. Não serve pros gatilhos, sério. Meu Deus, volta pro padrão essa porra. Não, cara, é aqui, ó. Ah, não, meu Deus, cara, por que não dá pra botar o gatilho, velho? Tá de sacanagem. O gatilho não funciona. Volta pro padrão essa porra, vai se fuder. Não sei nem como é que eu em volta. Helicóptero aí, socorrendo as vítimas do acidente. Eu tô vendo que eu vou tombar essa jabiraca, velho. Os botões não fazem nada, olha isso. Os botões não fazem nada até eu atribuir. Beleza. Vamos ver se eu consigo configurar essa porra de novo. Vai ter que ser aqui, mano. Porque não funciona a porra do botão nos bagulho aqui. Aumentar a marcha, isso aqui eu tô cagando. Por enquanto, ligar a barra desligar o motor. Freio de mão. Freio motor, aumentar freio motor, reduzir freio motor. Freio do reboque, aumentar retardo. Meu Deus, cara, nem sabia que tinha tanta coisa assim. Seta. Então tá. Pisca alerta, aí me fode. Pra cima, as luzes é pra baixo. Farol de luz alta. Buzina. Buzina ar. Sinal de luz, eu vou botar aqui que se foda. Limpadores. Aí fudeu, não tem mais. Não tem mais coisa. Controle de cruzeiro. Abrir janela direita. Caralho. Só que eu nem sabia que. É só mexer aqui pra ver. Eu quero ver a câmera. Próxima câmera. Girar a câmera com o mouse. Que pariu. Vou subir tudo lá de novo. Nem lembro qual que era o. Nem lembro o que o B fazia. O freio não vai ter que ser aqui, tá certo. Que aqui acelera o freio. Mas vai dar certo aqui. Ah, mano, que se foda, não tem como jogar essa porra no controle não. Sem condições, né? Vou botar aqui os teclas e botões e vou configurar os bagulho aqui. Fechar a janela. Odômetro do painel, modo GPS, reduzir marcha, controle de cruzeiro. Abrir a janela direita. Não, cancela. Puta que pariu agora. Então contrário essa porra. Tá falhando teu motor. Esse caminhão não abre. Ah, abriu. Ó. Tá desligando, velho. Vai. Vamos baixar o outro agora. Baixou. Cara, ele muda o som, isso é muito louco. Que foda. Deixa eu botar uma pausa, deixa eu ver o que estão mandando. Da hora, meu. Vamos da Itapemirim. Mau funcionamento. Amo desgraça. O cara vai me trancar aqui na esquerda. Mas que busão lindo, velho, na moral. Soninho. Parou de funfar o motor aí. Quase matei. Agora eu matei. Não venci fazer a curva. ...54 km pra chegar em Caxias. Eu até já passei por Porto Alegre, na real. Passei aqui, ó, Porto Alegre, Canoas. Passei do ladinho de Porto Alegre. Vou ter que ir descarregado mesmo lá. Ou pegar um busão. Na próxima ali pegar um busão. Se for, tô com pressa de chegar agora. Ah, Caxias é na serra, pelo menos isso eles fizeram certinho. E começou a chover. Levantei o cara. Caralho, mas é caco de serra que é pra chegar em Caxias, né? Olha o GPS aí. Faleceu o motor. Os caras pararam o caminhão aí. Raspei o reboque ali. Bosta. Eu vim pra descer de Caxias depois. Fui pra Porto Alegre. Chovendo legal, hein? Ai, rapaziada, abriu pista da direita, cai pra direita. Muito bem, falta só o caminhão sair pra direita agora. Meu motor dando pane. Vai sair da esquerda ou sai? Nossa, a neblina é desgraçada aqui. Mais um VW. Deu uma raladinha no carro aí. É um Hyundai. O tiozinho se mandou. Foda-se. Só vazou. Cheguei a ficar tonto. Caxias do Sul descoberto. O jogo baixou. É isso aí. Tá feito. Ah, eu quero ver se eu boto baixar agora um joguinho novo. Cara, eu tô falando dos bagulho nada a ver, velho. Minha mente fica cheia. Não penso certinho o que eu vou falar. Nem é jogo, o que eu quis dizer é baixar um modzinho de busão.
Tenta a reação, o passe na área, era pro Gabigol, corta a defesa do
Oi.
Botafogo no meio do caminho e
Já
pode...
vou deixar rodando aqui o intervalo então. E vou almoçar. Ainda mais a lei, tô de volta.
Essa vai ser a minha melhor vigarice.
Nossa, velho. Os caras tranquilão, velho, matando todo mundo, que loucura.
Ah, né? Esse C4 aí, ô desgraçado! Filha da puta! Fugiu de novo! Ah, mano, vai tomar no cu.
Meu Deus do céu! Tá louco? Chega batendo aí.
Ah, minha assim, filha.
Ah, minhas costas. Meu Deus do céu, cara. Caiu, filho da puta.
Nossa!
Maluco.
É duas.
Ah, não, cara. Mano, vai tomar no cu, cara. Alguém quita esse moleque do Discord, por favor. Antes que eu meta a porrada nele. Ô, Dudu, vou... Ah, não posso escutar essa música. Eu comecei a dançar na live do nada, cara. Nem queria. Vai. Boa, macaco. Nem fudendo. Nem fudendo. Eu vou fogo no meu carro.
Você parece burro! Ei, mas é burro!
Vai, esse pelotão vem. Estão aqui, estão em cima. Abriram, entraram. Aí veio um. Chama, fi! Tu me matou, seu doente mental!
Meu Deus, eu tava tirando sacanagem, tu apareceu, mano.
Me dá um drop aí agora também, corno. Tu me matou?
Eu achava bravo, os caras é muito louco, né?
Última volta, vambora.
Ih, alguém escapou.
Só pra dar emoção, só pra dar emoção.
Ah, não, filho. Você é louco. Ah, tu me fechou, mano. Aí é sacanagem, cara.
Mano, eu tô com 12 conto, viado. Eu compro um Corsa ou uma Alfa?
Bora. Pode rushar, eu vou fazer uma banho lá pra você.
Ah, não, meu.
Ah, não, eu vou ter que levar. Ele é maundara, ele é maluco.
Cara, viu que na hora que fala direito, fez esse som, saiu exatamente sincronizado.
Clipa. Clipa na live, clipa na live.
Porra, velho.
Full course caution.
Ah, não é uma punição de 5 segundos, velho. Foi meio sujo agora. Olha, manito. Ah, mentira. Tu pegou mesmo o carro. Mano, não. Que timing foi esse, cara? Meu Deus, que timing foi esse, mano? Com essa.
Que isso?
Valeu.
Calma aí, não acabou não, irmão, calma aí.
Como que não acabou, parça?
Ah, agora acabou.
Aprenda com a perda. Fracasso é o melhor professor.
Pá, foda-se. Pá. Acabou.
Até eu vou clipar, moleque.
Eu virei um tubarão martelo também.
Eu virei um peixe, mano.
Cadê qual foi?
Eu virei um peixe também, o Leandro virou uma orca.
Porra.
Eu encontro, galera, bora organizar. Ah, mano, manda tomar no cu, na real, que eu já tô puto com essa porra.
É, o Ali, ele não consegue colocar o nick dele no coisa, ele conseguiu dessa vez?
Que da hora, velho.
Qual que é o lugar aí, mano?
Ó, o cara virou uma orca.
Caralho, mano, não é pra mandar os caras tomar no cu.
Caralho, literalmente, tá ligado?
A Demi mandou tomar no cu.
Cadê? Aqui embaixo o bagulho, velho?
Exatamente, valeu, Couch.
Eu lembro.
Muito obrigado, Couch.
Onde tá o coiote, velho?
Caralho, cara.
Aqui, Fal, aqui,
Mano.
Fal, aqui, ó.
Eu ia... Cara, eu ia... Ah, polícia, zero.
Vai passando todo mundo. Ah! O que ele falou? Cara.
Quer ver entrar dentro da viatura?
Certo. Mataram um policial. Os bandidos mataram um policial.
Vamos por cima pegar essa HS. Os meus caras aqui estão aqui?
Vamos por baixo, velho. Então. Ou pode ser um fake. Pode ser um fakezão. Foi mal!
Porra, não! Caco de cor, hein, Adro? Tá?
Puta que pariu!
Tá aí? Eu passo.
Não ouvi nada.
Vi mão coisinha.
Agora eu ouvi.
Nossa, travei, mano.
Eu quase acertei um HS de novo.
Eu vi, eu me agachei.
Passou na orelha.
Tem um pneu.
Eu tô de um já, velho. Ah, não. Não, mentira. Gente, Hamilton.
Ô, Adra, você não acha que você tá distanciando um pouco, não, cara?
Eu tô tentando buscar os outros moleques ali, velho. Cadê os outros moleques?
Mano, eu tô aqui atrás ainda, velho. Eu capotei.
Caralho, eu caí numa vala.
Esse cara comigo eu tenho que cair na vala.
Mano, tava conversando do nada, eu caí na vala, velho. Eu fazia curva.
Caraca.
Era onde caiu.
Tem um cara lá no painel solar do John Wick lá. Caralho.
Porra, foi essa?
Vai acabar de colocar. Eu te garanto que a gente vai chegar vivo lá de carro. Foi eu dirigindo lá.
Quer trocar? Não, puta que pariu. Não, cara.
Não me vai sair do carro, não, cara.
O carro caiu em cima de mim, velho. Eu vou ter que... Nossa, mano, que azar. Você mata de uma vez?
Devia ter avisado.
Mano, ninguém viu que tinha armadilha ali, velho. Aqui eu vi, eu destruí. O cara... O cara tomou o bagulho e não deu um segundo. Olha. Eu botei meta na Twitch de 1000, velho. Ah, sim. Vamos uma véia rica, velho.
Tem uns 30 aí contigo, tá?
Tá, merda, peguei impulso e voei. Mata esse cara no ar, mata esse cara no ar, mata esse cara no ar.
Nossa, não, mano. Não, meu Deus!
28 de vida!
Caralho, que negada é essa toda, velho? Eu chamei só 3 pessoas.
A situação tá preta com esse coronavírus.
Saco, cara! Porra, mano! Vai tomar no cu também. Ah, mano, tomar no cu, perdemos no começo de novo, cara. E foi os pu... Ah, mano, vai se fuder, cara. Foi os caras do nosso time que mataram a gente, velho. Vai tomar no... Não, cara, vai tomar no cu. Eu vou mandar no grupo. Eu vou mandar no grupo. Ah, vai se fuder, mano. É os caras do nosso time, é a line 1. É a line 2 na real, eu acho. Eu tenho quase certeza.
Deixei um caminhando. Matei.
Derrubei um. Levei um. Era line 2, era line 2, eu matei o Nerfados. Não creio que carregou, meu Deus do céu. Ai, cara, fiquei grudado na cadeira.
Mano, eu vi um cara de... Aí o Feliz. Mano, eu esqueci, velho. Mano, o bagulho da...
Mano, tá muito rápido. Como é que tu
É o Adro?
acertar essa?
Eu morro, mas tu morre também, filho da puta.
Tu vai junto, tá?
Eu morro, mas tu morre também, ô pau.
Ele roubou. O outro robô fugiu pra lá. Deitei um robô. Deu um miado e matei. Deitou dois.
Meu Deus. O cara deitado no chão e eu errando os tiros. O cara deitado no chão e eu errando os tiros. Deixa louco. Aê, caralho, foi um... Porra! Eu sou muito mito, matei o cara na trap! Vem, porra!
Meu Deus, para de fazer inútil.
Pô, me deu vontade de cagar no meio da partida, cara.
Vai se fuder, mano. Falou isso.
Ah, gurizada, vou ficar um tempinho aqui. Valeu. Daqui uns 20 minutos eu tô de volta aí. Pô, deu uma largada aqui no jogo. Não, que porra é essa?
Que?
Tu não viu isso, Wellington? Meu Deus! Clipa isso, Eduardo. Clipa isso, Eduardo. Puta merda. Não acredito que isso aconteceu, cara. Eu dei uma machadada assim, ó. Só se liga.
Não, ruim, né?
Eu dei uma machadada assim e meu bicho saiu voando pra cima, cara. Ai, filho da puta. Pula. Ai, já morri.
Pedro, não desiste.
Consegui correr, dei uma de Usain Bolt aqui. Bom, fiz um triatlo aqui, mano. Pulei, corri na.
Tô com um 8x que sobrando, se quiser, Adro.
Não tem nem arma, cara.
Também não, mãe, tem sobrando.
Eu correndo pela vida ali, eu tenho uma 8x. Ah, foda-se que eu vou morrer, eu tenho uma 8x.
Tem uma 8x sobrando ainda, tem duas, Adro, tem duas. Uma tá no chão aqui, não tem como pegar.
Uma bala de 12 na bunda ali, tava pulando o telhado da casa ali.
Eu fui pro hub. Não.
Vai tocar de carro de novo. Explodiu o carro! Bom demais.
Como assim, cara? Que falei o resto nada disso daí. Não bote nada na minha boca, cara.
Chega aí, Wellington. Bora virar macaco. Nada a ver. Eu esqueci a palavra, eu falei qualquer coisa, tá ligado?
Bora virar um macaco.
Ainda bem que eu tô gravando isso, cara. Ainda bem que eu tô gravando. Vou botar no videozinho de coisa lá de.
Várias relíquias no vídeo só.
Olha. Vral.
Olha, se ele tá fazendo já parado.
Achei um fuzil de assalto.
Calma aí que eu já pego.
Esse cara aqui, ó.
Achei um fuzil de assalto.
Um cara aqui em cima, o Wellington de camper na torre.
Cadê tu?
Eu tô bem em cima aqui na torre. Nossa, subiu, o cara nem me viu, velho. Não, o cara tem de campo. Vamos virar a noite.
Realmente.
Vai virar também, Wellington?
Eu, mano, viro todo dia. Depende de quem tá falando também, né?
Virar a noite, tô falando.
Pô, calma aí, eu baixei o Modern Warfare.
É esse aí?
É esse?
Sim. Meu Deus, Modern Warface. É o COD com Warface. Principalmente ela daqui de cima.
Ó o pau quebrando, pai! Eita porra! Briga na baixa, pai! Eita porra! Pega! Pega! Pega, porra! Pega! Pega! Pega!
Velho. Os caras tranquilão, velho, matando todo mundo, que loucura.
Ah, né? Esse C4 aí, ô desgraçado! Filha da puta!
Explodiu de novo! Ah, mano, vai tomar no cu.
Meu Deus do céu. Tá louco. Chega batendo aí.
Ah, minha aranha suja.
Ah, minhas costas. Meu Deus do céu, cara. Caiu, filho da puta.
Nossa.
Maluco.
É duas.
Ah, não, cara. Mano, vai tomar no cu, cara. Alguém quita esse moleque do Discord, por favor. Antes que eu meta a porrada nele. Ô, Dudu, vou... Ah, não posso escutar essa música. Eu comecei a dançar na live do nada, cara. Nem queria. Vai. Boa, macaco. Nem fudendo. Nem fudendo. Eu vou fogo no meu carro.
Você parece burro! Ei, mas é burro!
Aí, esse brota alguém. Estão aqui, estão em cima. Abriram, entraram. Aí veio um. Chama, fi! Tu me matou, seu doente mental!
Meu Deus, eu tava tirando sacanagem, tu apareceu, mano.
Me dá um drop aí agora também, corno. Tu me matou?
Eu achava bravo, os caras é muito louco, né?
Última volta, vambora.
Ih, alguém escapou.
Só pra dar emoção, só pra dar emoção.
Ah, não, filho. Você é louco. Ah, tu me fechou, mano. Aí é sacanagem, cara.
Mano, eu tô com 12 conto, viado. Eu compro um Corsa ou uma Alfa?
Pode rushar, eu vou fazer uma banha pra você.
Ah, não, mano.
Ah, não, eu vou ter que clipar.
Caramba, pior que na hora que ela direito fez esse som, saiu exatamente sincronizado.
Clipa. Clipa na live, clipa na live.
Corre, velho.
Ah, tu é a punição de 5 segundos, velho. Foi meio sujo agora. Olha, manito.
NA.
Ah, mentira. Tu pegou mesmo o carro. Mano, não. Que timing foi esse, cara? Meu Deus, que timing foi esse, mano? Com essa.
Que isso?
Valeu.
Calma aí, não acabou não, irmão, calma aí.
Como que não acabou, parceiro?
Ah, agora acabou.
Aprenda com a perda. Fracasso é o melhor professor.
Clipar, foda-se. Se eu vou clipar. Acabou.
Até eu vou clipar, moleque.
Eu virei um tubarão martelo também.
Eu virei um peixe, mano.
Cadê qual foi?
Eu virei um peixe também, o Leandro virou uma orca.
Porra.
Eu encontro, galera, bora organizar. Ah, mano, manda tomar no cu na real que eu já tô puto com essa porra.
É, o Ali, ele não consegue colocar o nick dele no coisa, ele conseguiu dessa vez?
Que da hora, velho.
Qual que é o lugar aí, velho?
Ó, o cara virou uma orca.
Caralho, mano, não é pra mandar os caras tomar no cu.
Caralho,
Se fuder, mano.
tá ligado?
A Demi mandou tomar no cu.
Cadê? Aqui embaixo o bagulho, velho?
Exatamente, valeu, Couch.
Muito
Muito obrigado, Couch.
Onde tá o coiote, velho?
Caralho, cara.
Aqui, Fal, aqui,
Mano.
Fal, aqui, ó.
Eu ia. Cara, eu ia. Ah, polícia, Zé.
Vai, passa todo mundo.
Ah!
O que ele falou? Pô, cara.
vai entrar dentro da viatura?
Certo. Mataram um policial. Os bandidos mataram um policial.
Vamos por cima pegar só HS. Smocar aqui, estão aqui?
Vamos por baixo, velho. Então. Ou pode ser um fake. Pode ser um fakezão. Foi mal!
Porra, não! Caco de cor, hein, Adro? Tá?
Puta que pariu!
Tá aí? Eu passo.
Não ouvi nada.
Ouvi mão com esse.
Agora eu ouvi.
Nossa, travei, mano.
Eu quase acertei um HS de novo.
Eu vi, eu me agachei.
Passou na orelha.
Tem um ali, ó.
Eu tô de um já, velho. Ah, não. Não, mentira. Hamilton.
Ô, Adra, você não acha que você tá distanciando um pouco, não, cara?
Eu tô tentando buscar os outros moleques ali, velho. Cadê os outros moleques?
Mano, eu tô aqui atrás ainda, velho. Eu capotei.
Caralho, eu caí numa vala.
Esse cara comigo até caiu na vala.
Mano, tava conversando, do nada eu caí na vala, velho. Eu fazia a curva.
Caraca. Onde caiu?
Tem um cara lá no painel solar do John Wick lá.
Porra, foi essa?
Vai acabar de colocar.
Eu te garanto que a gente vai chegar vivo lá de carro. Foi eu dirigindo lá.
Quer trocar? Não! Puta que pariu! Não, cara!
Não, não vai sair do carro, não, cara!
O carro caiu em cima de mim, velho. Eu vou ter que. Nossa, mano, que azar. Você mata de uma vez?
Devia ter avisado.
Mano, ninguém viu que tinha armadilha ali, velho. Aqui eu vi, eu destruí. O cara. O cara tomou o bagulho e não deu um segundo. Eu botei meta na Twitch de 1000, velho. Ah, sim. Vamos uma véia rica, velho.
Tem uns 30 aí contigo, tá? Tá, merda, peguei impulso e voei. Mata esse cara no ar, mata esse cara no ar, mata esse cara no ar.
Nossa, não, mano. Não, ai, meu Deus!
28 de vida!
Caralho, que negada é essa toda, velho? Eu chamei só 3 pessoas. É os vingadores.
A situação tá preta com esse coronavírus.
Saco, cara! Porra, mano! Vai tomar no cu também. Ah, mano, tomar no cu, perdemos no começo de novo, cara. E foi os pu... Ah, mano, vai se fuder, cara. Foi os caras do nosso time que mataram a gente, velho. Vai tomar no... Não, cara, vai tomar no cu. Eu vou mandar no grupo. Eu vou mandar no grupo. Ah, vai se fuder, mano. É os caras do nosso time. É a line 1. É a line 2, na real. Eu acho. Eu tenho quase certeza.
Deixei um caminhado. Matei.
Derrubei um. Levei um. Era a line 2, era a line 2, eu matei o Nerfados. Não creio que carregou. Meu Deus do céu. Ai, cara. Fiquei grudado na cadeira.
Mano, eu vi um cara aqui. Aí o Feliz. Mano, eu esqueci, velho. Mano, o bagulho da
Mano, tá muito rápido. Como é que tu
é o Adrian?
acertar essa?
Muito gado.
Eu morro, mas tu morre também, filho da puta.
Tu vai junto, tá?
Eu morro, mas tu morre também, ô pau.
Ele roubou. O outro robô fugiu pra lá. Deitei um robô. Tem um miado que matei. Deitou dois.
Meu Deus. O cara deitado no chão e eu errando os tiros. O cara deitado no chão e eu errando os tiros. Aê, caralho, foi um... Porra! Eu sou muito mito, matei o cara na trap! Vem, porra!
Meu Deus, para de fazer inútil.
Pô, me deu vontade de cagar no meio da partida, cara.
Vai se fuder, mano. Falou isso.
Ah, gurizada, eu vou ficar um tempinho aqui. Valeu. Daqui uns 20 minutos eu tô de volta aí. Pô, deu uma lagada aqui no jogo. Não, que porra é essa?
Que?
Tu não viu isso, Wellington? Meu Deus! Clipa isso, Eduardo. Clipa isso, Eduardo. Puta merda. Não acredito que isso aconteceu, cara. Eu dei uma machadada assim, ó. Só se liga.
Não, né?
Eu dei uma machadada assim e meu bicho saiu voando pra cima, cara. Ai, filho da puta. Pula. Ah, já morri.
Pedra, não desiste.
Consegui correr, dei uma de Usain Bolt aqui. Bom, fiz um triatlo aqui, mano. Pulei, corri na.
Tô com um 8x que sobrando, se quiser, Adro.
Não tem nem arma, cara.
Também não, mãe, tem sobrando.
Eu correndo pela vida e eu tenho uma 8x. Ah, foda-se que eu vou morrer, eu tenho uma 8x.
Tem uma 8x sobrando ainda, tem duas, Adro, tem duas. Uma tá no chão aqui, não tem como pegar.
Uma bala de 12 na bunda ali, tava pulando o telhado da casa ali.
Eu fui pro hub. Não.
Vai tocar de carro de novo. Explodiu o carro! Bom demais.
Mano, como assim, cara? Que... Falei o resto nada disso daí. Não bote nada na minha boca, cara.
Chega aí, Wellington. Bora virar macaco. Nada a ver. Eu esqueci a palavra, eu falei qualquer coisa, tá ligado?
Para virar um macaco.
Ainda bem que eu tô gravando isso, cara.
Viagem,
Ainda bem que eu tô gravando, vou botar no videozinho de coisa lá de...
Várias relíquias no vídeo só.
Olha, ó. Vral.
Olha, se ele tá fazendo já parado.
Achei um fuzil de assalto.
Calma aí que eu já pego.
Esse cara aqui, ó.
Achei um fuzil de assalto.
Um cara aqui em cima, o Elton de camper na torre.
Cadê tu?
Eu tô bem em cima aqui na torre. Nossa, subiu, o cara nem me viu, velho. Ó, o cara tem de camper. Vamos virar a noite.
Realmente.
Vai virar também, Elton?
Deixa eu ver.
Eu, mano, viro todo dia.
É.
Depende do que ele tá falando também, né?
Virar a noite, tô falando.
Pô, calma aí, eu baixei o
Conhecer.
Modern Warfare.
É esse aí?
É esse?
Sim. Meu Deus, Modern Warface. É o COD com Warface. Somente a daqui de cima.
Ó o pau quebrando, pá, eita porra! Liga na baixa, pai! Eita porra! Pega! Pega! Pega, porra! Pega! 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 Pega!
Essa vai ser a minha melhor vigarice.
Nossa, velho. Os caras tranquilão, velho, matando todo mundo, que loucura.
Ah, né? Esse C4 aí, ô desgraçado! Filha da puta!
Fugiu de novo.
Ah, mano, vai tomar no cu.
Meu Deus do céu. Tá louco. Chega batendo aí.
Ah, minha assim, filha.
Ah, minhas costas. Meu Deus do céu, cara. Caiu, filho da puta.
Nossa.
Maluco.
É duas.
Ah, não, cara. Mano, vai tomar no cu, cara. Alguém quita esse moleque do Discord, por favor. Antes que eu meta a porrada nele. Ô, Dudu, vou...
Ei, mortei. Puxar diretaço já. Another label for better. Já achou a partida. Que novidade. Ó, Toronto. Esse trem de Toronto aí.
Ah, tá buscando partida. Não tem esse bagulho? Achou. I can't hold it.
Prepare-se para se defender. Selecione o seu herói.
Estamos nessa juntos, todos nós.
Estamos, com certeza.
Os adversários atacarão em 30 segundos.
Ah, me tirou cair dali, velho. Não, agora eu quero subir nessa porra aí. Desgraça, meu. Aí, subi. Agora tem um Bastion todo fodido aqui. Ah, não tem como subir aqui.
5, 4,
Que eu caio.
2, 1. Os adversários estão atacando.
Cadê esses malucos? Não vi ninguém. Aí, agora eu vi. É o de um fist ali?
Need a moment to recharge. A taste of poison.
Caralho, minha vida, moleque. 5 de vida. Muito obrigado. Cara, os malucos vão me seguir até o inferno, velho, agora. Mataram. Tâmica de graça. Olha quem apareceu pra festinha. Morre, praga. Meu Deus. Derrubaram aqui, ó. Tô me macetando. Na carga eles não ficam. Todo mundo ali. Muito bem, obrigado por lutar em mim.
Você está na minha mira. Vou precisar de outra pintura depois disso.
Caralho, como é que sai dessa bodega, velho? O meu também. Só tô tentando sair dessa porra aqui, pra usar.
Isso acaba agora. Canhão elétrico pronto para disparar. Ia pra algum lugar?
Acho que eu peguei a jogada da partida ali, hein, quando eu lutei. Quase que eu caio por fora do mapa. Ah, costinha não, fera, isso é feio, hein. Desgraça.
Vamos lá, Vivian. Recomponha-se.
Ah, não é possível, cara. Ah, não, tu veio nas minhas costas. Fala sério, cara. Como que esse maluco passou ali, velho? Onde que esse desgraçado apareceu, velho? Meu Deus, cara, ultou de novo esse soldado, cara. De novo ele ultou em mim, velho. Olha que maluco chato. Tá, se eu morrer mais uma vez sem matar ninguém, eu vou puxar... Vou puxar a diva. Diva. Tua vez, diva. É diva, caralho. Joga pra ganhar. É no E que ela solta? É no E. Deu. Esse mapa aqui é muito fechado, velho. Tem pouco lugar pro cara passar, tipo, um atalho, né? Nossa, tem um sniper lá na casa do cara. Tá lá em cima esse arrombado, ó. Não tem atalho por aqui. Voltou ali. Ah, sério? Desgraçados. GG. Já era, boa. Nossa, boa. Quero ver se a jogada da partida vai ser minha. Vamos ver. Até deixar nessa telinha aqui. Ah, vai tomar no cu, Idolmaker é meu peru. Ah, se fuder com o Idolmaker, rapaz. Cara, ela me acertou. Cara, eu tava com a jogada da partida até essa hora aí. Fala sério, mano. Tá puxando outra partida. Just love hate scans. Beleza.
Bem-vindos a mais evento.
Continuar de diva. Ah, aqui é pra puxar a partida. Eu vou de... Nem lembro o nome desse maluco aqui. Reaper. Eu ia chamar ele de Androxus. O pessoal da fanbase ia ficar puto comigo. Achou a partida.
Viajando para ilhas.
Eu jogo pra ganhar. Partiu, rapaziada.
Reinhardt's Tokyo Drift is insane.
Pô, da hora, valeu, hein? Entendi tudo.
His turn is just...
É nóis, rapaziada. Uba. Eu falando português com os caras.
You're good.
Deixa o objetivo comigo, guys. Fudeu de vez. Morre, praga. Ó, quem tá lá em cima lá.
Widow half up there. If you can get up there.
Valeu.
Com amor, diva. Ok. E aí?
I'm just gonna see if I can shoulder anyone, get a cheeky shoulder.
Alright. Bastion's coming.
Loser.
Nice. Zen half. Ah, I ran out of ammo. Zen's so one. Nice. Sniper up there.
Deixar os caras falando inglês aí. Até entendo algumas coisas, tipo, entendo a maioria dos bagulho que eles falam. Só que eu não sei falar as gírias do jogo em inglês, velho. Tipo, eu não sei como eles falam. Daí não vale a pena ficar
Alright, I got my ult, by the
falando
way.
pros caras.
Nice.
O cara tá com ult aí, pelo que
Got
ele fala.
mine as well.
Morre, praga. GG.
Oh, they didn't even try to contest.
Easy
They have like
peasy.
a million levers.
That's true.
Cinco, quatro, três, dois, rodada 2, capture o objetivo.
Nossa, esse objetivo aqui é todo aberto. Aquela Widowmaker vai chamar a gente, né? Porrada.
Got body blocked by that freaking Orisa.
Morreu. O cara já derrubaram ele no meio ali.
Which is fine. Just killing the kill from me, it's cool.
Yeah. No, it's cool, it's cool. Bastion up top.
Dá ali no porcão. Cuidado pra ele não me puxar só, senão ele me derruba nesse meio. Acho que eu nem preciso ficar no ponto, na real. Ah, puxaram. Aí foi. Puxou, mas não derrubou. A tia voando aí, cara. Mata a tia voando. Fudeu, o Widowmaker me miou pra caralho. Deixa eu ninguém atrás de gente.
Oh, you already played hard.
GG, pegaram. Me fudi. Me fodi. Deu. Desgraçada veio bem pra cima de mim, hein.
Just get back here, bud.
Soldier. Meu Deus. Tá o time inteiro dos caras aí. Nem fudendo. Nossa senhora, nem fudendo! Que ult merda! Ultei mal demais, velho. Fala sério. Tá, então. Um Bastion, cara, não é Ouriça, eu acho. Tá socando a gente na base. Caralho, vamos ficar aqui então, que se foda, rapaz. Oi. Ah, mano, tem que pegar aquela mina que tá voando, velho. A ult não!
Fucking A, dude. This fair is really annoying, man.
Não.
Estamos nessa juntos, todos nós.
You get a second
Olhou.
healer?
Os melhores planos têm um plano B.
Cinco, quatro, três, dois, rodada 3. Capture o objetivo.
Join me.
Junkrat's weak up
Junk
there.
low. He's going to his mega. At one. On point.
Meu Deus. Se fudemos.
Might need another tank.
Se fudemos aquele jogo.
Now that I don't have fair, I'm happy to switch off soldier.
Ah, vai tomar no cu esse porco do caralho. Os caras vão falar mal de mim, só.
Talvez eu precise mudar de estratégia.
Yeah, stay behind.
Nice.
Going
Right.
around. You go
Roadhog
first.
behind. That was a mistake. Axe by herself.
Vai fora, porco. Mata esse porco, cara. Meu Deus, o maluco se heala sozinho. Caralho.
Nada que um concerto não resolva.
Puta, vão voltar em mim. Meu Deus, mas é um verme. Fala
Swing on,
sério.
bud.
And a half.
Oh, come on.
GG.
That's alright. That was probably my last game.
Have a good one, bud.
You too.
Viajando para Dourado.
O Junkrat, mano.
Contem comigo, eu conto com vocês.
Olá.
O ataque começa em 30 segundos.
E aí?
Beleza.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Começando o ataque.
Você vai ficar sério.
Volte a carga.
Ah, beleza. O bicho caiu nas minhas costas. Vou pegar uma curinha que eu vou tentar subir ali. Cara, não tem uma cura nessa porra. Me fudi. Filha das putas. Foder. Não se estacionou em local proibido. Isso é roubado, essa skill. Eu passei por cima do mapa, né? Vou chegar mais rápido ao ponto. Tame. Nem vi de onde eu tomei.
Sistema operacional restaurado. Pode
Achei os dois pra cima de mim se fuderam. Mas dessa vez eu usei bem a ult. Maceta o macaco. Mas dropou um pouquinho de FPS agora. Esse jogo quer cair fora do mecha agora. Deixa eu vir. Da puta, 11 de vida, maluco. Meu Deus. Acho que eu tô morto. 86 de vida. Tá difícil. Olha que interessante. Obrigado pela cura, amigo. Deixa a porta aberta aí, pô. Não consigo subir, que merda. Caralho, dificuldade de subir ali, velho. Ganhamos. Ah, não veio pra mim de novo. continuar de dia. Caralho, o maluco fez um Bugatti de argila. Tá maluco, velho. E ficou bem parecido mesmo, velho.
Mente concentrada, olhos focados.
Inclinada no próprio eixo por conta de uma colisão planetária há 5 milhões de anos.
There's something off about your vibe.
Que brisa.
5, 4, 3, 2,
Olha o cara dançando.
começando o ataque.
Não sabia dar para dar porrada. Tô meio nas porradinhas aqui, mas... de leves. Boa, matei o Junkratson. Caralho, tô matando todo mundo nessa porra. Morre, praga. Você é louco, bicho. Ela mandou uma cenadinha aí. Das costas aí, rapaziada. Meu Deus, cara, tão amassando. É bot ou o que, velho? Não é possível. Bora escoltar aí o bombeiro. Fica buzinando ainda. Ah, carona aqui com o bombeiro. Não deu. Tá bem aí, caralho. Aí eu consegui. É muito dano, fera. Muito dano. $715 de dano, 9 eliminações. Nossa, eu roubei muita kill. Ah, ele largou ali. Que merda. Pensei que ele ia jogar pra frente, tá? Acho que é só se eu apertar pra dar o speed. Escape e tal. Acho que eu tenho que dar o escape. Pra ela meter o... correr e soltar. Onde é que ele vai passar? Ah, vai passar pelo canto aqui. Beleza. Desistiu. Ah, o Junkrat quer me jogar pra cima. Fiquei falecido. Ah, o cara veio atrás de mim, né? Tá certo. Mas eu vou continuar de diva. 12/1. E aí?
Minha habilidade suprema está pronta. Vamos para cima.
E aí? E aí? Minha Suprema está carregando. Eles estão me atirando. Cara, se essa jogada da partida não for minha, meu Deus. Muito rápido essa partida, velho. Não deu nem pra voltar de novo. Deitadinho, velho. Ah, mano, fala sério, que eu não vou ganhar nunca uma jogada da partida.
Bem-vindos ao Oasis. Eu jogo pra ganhar. Don't be afraid to ask for help out there. Cinco, 4, 3, 2, 1. Rodada 1. Capture o objetivo.
Essa aqui é pra capturar, acho que é a Soldier, acho que é o nome dela, é melhor. Fala sério, cara! Só tem eu no time. Cara, os malucos mataram todo mundo, velho. Meu Deus. Todo mundo aqui agora. GG. Nossa, eu me joguei pra fora do mapa aí. Feliz. Soldados já pegaram. Ó, tiazinha, eles já pegaram. Vou pegar mais um cotoco então, deixa eu ver. A real que eu vou de Tracer. Ah, que mata. Puta que pariu, cara. Você é louco. Olha da onde esse filho da puta me acertou, mano. Meu Deus. A distância. Os caras estão prendendo a gente aqui, velho. Fala sério. Ah, vai tomar no cu esse porco do caralho. Porco desgraçado, cara. GG. Você é louco, mano.
Planeje a vitória ou espere a derrota.
Uau. Tchum, tchururum, tchururum.
Rodada 2. Conclua o objetivo.
Ah, vai tomar no cu, cara! Eu matei um só, não. Matei dois, morri 5. Ah, sério. Eu vou continuar, cara, um pouco. Tá trocando de personagem toda hora.
Eu também não vi.
Um robô escaneando os livros. Ah, eu percebi. Ah, mano, toda hora caindo no mapa, por que faz os mapas tão abertos? Faz os mapas tão abertos e fazem personagem com o escape que não dá pra controlar. Sentido nenhum isso. É, vai mesmo. Tem sniper nessa porra, fala sério. Porco. Ah, mano, não, sem condições, cara. Puta que pariu, mano. Vamos jogar esse porquinho daí, vamos levar, cara.
Conexão de controle estabelecida.
Estão cercando o objetivo.
Hora de acertar as contas.
Meu Deus, cara. Ninguém dura ali, velho. Ninguém dura. Nenhum personagem dura naquela porra.
Sistemas inicializados.
Tá de sacanagem, velho. Entrega essa porra de uma vez, mano. 200% a 0 e era isso. Não tem o que fazer. É. Morre o diabo do caralho. Que bicho do capeta que não morre, cara. Nunca. Meu Deus. De tiro que eu dei nesse arrombado, ele não morre. Ah, tá de sacanagem. Tem que ter paciência com esses timezinhos.
Viajando para a rota 66. Prepare-se para atacar. Selecione o seu herói.
Não sei. Olha que essa tiazinha já.
Operational protocols complete. Time to apply what I've learned. Systems calibrated for maximum cooperative behavior.
O ataque começa em 30 segundos.
Vamos ver.
Olá. Lá vem eles. E aí? I will guard this position. Simon.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
tem condições. Não, esse personagem que não dá. Você é louco. Tá doido. Eu não. Tô suave. Do macaco.
Legal, cura particular.
Cura particular. Vou entregar essa bodega aí, rapaz. Eu não quisesse pra destruir esse posto.
Estou curada.
Os bichos rushando que nem maluco. Tá de sacanagem com a minha cara, velho, que não pegou ninguém. Ah, ele jogou pra longe a minha ult. Por que ele consegue fazer isso, cara? Derrota. Ai, meu saco.
Jogada da partida.
Esse porco maldito aí. tempo que eu não jogo com ele. Deixa eu ver se tem alguma skinzinha pra ele. Não, não tem. Esse aqui tá original.
Tools in hand, brain in key.
Os adversários atacarão em 30 segundos.
They're going to love this. Tô ficando sobrecarregado.
Esse maluco cantando, velho.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Os adversários estão atacando.
A Torbjorn ele é dano, né? Foi.
Tô ficando sobrecarregado.
Ele correu um pouquinho mais rápido, né? O F destrói a torreta, velho. Vai fora, maluco. Vai fora, esse problema é meu. Ah, que inferno! Pancara 3 pra aqui no meio.
Hora de aliviar a pressão.
Puta que pariu. Jogo com personagens que eu não jogo normalmente.
Someone needs to fill this saddle.
Franco atirador, cabeças abaixadas.
A justiça vem de cima.
Justiça vem de cima. Morreu. Nossa, mas tem que ser brabo na pistola assim. Não sou bom com essa bosta. O cara joga de baixo, mano. Eu não tenho pra jogar de baixo. Tomando snipada. Por baixo, passa. Ele não se cura mais. Não, não se cura mais. Ah, mas é um pau no cu mesmo. Meu Deus, cara. Ele se curou nessa porra de merda, se fuder. Mas filho da puta, de novo, esse cara só vem em mim, velho. Tá de sacanagem, mano. Tem outras pessoas no jogo aí, viu, Genji? Não tem só eu jogando não, viu? Filho da puta. Meu Deus, mano. GG é deles. Sem condições. Sem condições. Tá que pariu, viu? Olha esse game, cara. Ah, o bicho só vem em mim. Tem outros caras no jogo aí, demônio. Você é louco.
Com amor, diva.
Não vamos perder essa porra, vai se fuder. Aqui não passa essa bosta. Aqui não passa. Daqui não passa. Tava quase desistindo já dessa partida, não vai rolar. Matar essa tiazinha arrombada tá voando aí. Morre, praga. Ela fica se curando, parece. Ah, fala sério. Não, olha, o Genji é sempre, cara. É sempre, é só em mim que esse arrombado vem. Mas fodeu, eles mataram o time inteiro. Me fudi. Essa filha da puta ultou. Cara, eu só peguei a meca, filha da puta ultou e... Desgraçada, mano. Ultou e já tirou.
Jogada da partida.
Ah, agora fala sério, cara. O maluco tudo vendo, ninguém nem aí. Bando de pau no orelho do caralho.
Prepare-se para atacar. Selecione seu
Tá, vamos fazer aquele esquema de jogar com personagens que eu não joguei. Que eu não jogo muito. Deserto. O clássico já é brabo demais. Tem esse aqui que é ele com a cara dele mesmo. Esse que é rarinha. Oi. Olá.
O ataque começa
I tend to avoid places this crowded. Você se engana. Você se engana.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Começando. Capture o objetivo.
Cê é louco. Nossa, já me macetaram. Ele teleporta, beleza. GG. O desgraçado pegou cura. Filho da puta mesmo. Vamos continuar. Tá, sei lá. Onde sombra vai? Faz tempo que eu não jogo. Você podia lançar um personagem que faz parkour, né? Meu Deus! Eu fui espancado.
Vamos tentar de novo.
Interessante, tá.
A carga chegou ao ponto de controle. Me estranhaste.
Aqui é nosso. É uma bombinha? Acho que é uma bombinha. Ah não, um bagulho pra teleportar, beleza. Tá. Tá, não sobe. Desgraça, não consegui. Não consegui vazar. Deu pra sair a tempo. Estão devolvendo. Tá que bem rápido. Ah, por que não funciona essa desgraça? Eu apertei pra ele voltar pro ponto lá. Taro. Ah, vai tomar no cu esse maluco, velho.
precisava disso.
GG.
Strike from above.
Beleza, os caras pegaram Hanzo pra me counterar. Derrota. Sério que ninguém foi no marcarinho, meu Deus. Yeah. GG. Eu vou dar uma saidinha rapidinho, rapaziada. Beleza, o OBS resolveu travar de novo. Toda vez que eu fecho o Overwatch, essa porra resolve travar. Agora. Tá de sacanagem, cara. Eu nem ia encerrar a live. Ai, resolveu responder. Desgraçado. Nossa, é louco, o PC morreu.
Só virar aí. Caraca, eu acho que eu nunca vi aqui, cara. Vai. Isso, vai.
Fortnite tá fazendo live. Tá no campeonato hoje? Pelo visto tá. FNCS.
Eu me matei? Pô, mas mandei longeão, mas tô aqui, tá tranquilo.
Eu, mano. O cara vai matar ele no foco ali, né? Ah, esse cara vai morrer daqui a pouco. Comprou o pet, né? Cheio de build na frente.
Desacostuma do sufoco. PicPay parcela o Pix no cartão.
Esse penumbra aqui, ó, que o cara falou. O drafter é aquele lá, porque só tem aquele lá de drafter mesmo. Mas daí são os carros iniciais, mano. Eram os carros mais ali até 300 mil, se eu não me engano.
Só os carros do jogo. Tá de sacanagem.
Não, de boa.
the time to fight out like this, right? They have the time to have these sort of back and forths. What happens when we get a couple south zones, as we know can always happen, right? They ain't gonna have that time, that luxury, and so it's way more awkward and way more debilitating to how your game plays out.
See, I've talked to my people. I've expended all my resources today to keep this north zone strong, in a sense. By zone, I mean the vibe that we're in, you know? I'm liking what I'm seeing so far in terms of how teams have to move around the map, and I feel like Qual 1 was enough south, I think, for the rest of the FNCS. Wouldn't you agree?
All the regions across all of Fortnite, probably. It felt that way, at least. Maybe that is just an overreaction, but I'll tell you what, Queasy and Hen definitely won't be feeling it was an overreaction. They very much struggled with that.
The eye drop jerky as well are going to be benefiting from the mountainside having a little bit of a surplus of action. Many other teams, especially at Command Cavern, will have more time to kind of just stay inside. And Rifty right now getting a nice free haircut that he didn't really ask for. Flodax is going to return the favor and expend services towards the other side. They have a little bit of free extra loot here as well. But all these middle of the map teams, specifically, we just flew by Sunny and Cammy for a second. I just feel like no matter where the zone goes, their spot, their split is just so effective. They'll have complete control over the whole map.
Yeah, I definitely think there's an element of that coming through today. I think the biggest theme we'll have to look out for in terms of just who we can expect to do well is just the teams who have IO vehicles, right?
Yeah.
If you have a vehicle in this meta right now, you're just such an advantage compared to the rest of the lobby. Thomas and Trippin will have that luxury in this game the same way Tayson and Chapix did. Of course, in Qualifier 1, we saw how well Krusty and Relvis did, right? Obviously, it wasn't a team that people expected to come through and roll up in Qualifier, but they did, and they had a vehicle as well. So if there's a team that has a vehicle, there's always a good chance they'll qualify. That's why Resub and myself are so confident in Cammy Setik, paired with how just dominant they've been in previous metas as well. And we'll see who else can join them in that top 5. We gotta get there, of course. Let's not speak too soon.
I don't know, Teak was playing today, Alvin. Thank you for...
Oh, you got me there. You got me there. I'm on the autopilot, man. You know, just Cammy and say. My bad.
It's so, you know, sometimes like companies roll in and they do some really cool things and get like free marketing all the time. I feel like Teak is a genius just being in that trio. No matter what happens now, the man will always be mentioned, right? And same for Steady Cammy.
Yep, 100%. You will always just be on the mind. You can't separate them, you know? It might be duos, but you'll never be able to separate those three. Cammy Setik, legendary trio. And now trying to become a legendary duo, right? But without Teak this season.
One good thing about today, specifically for Steady and Cammy, is the fact that I think in previous seasons where we've seen them fall is when there's a team that's really targeting their drop spot or has it as a game plan in between their rotations, right? The gas station, the way it's set up, so central on the map this time, and how there's kind of more loot on the outskirts of certain POIs. Kiro and Jerdy land right beside them. It's better for them to kind of rotate over, maybe even deeper into Sanctuary, or go south side to Rocky, or just go around the map. No one really needs to cut through the middle anymore, and I feel like that gives Steady and Cammy a bit more of a pocket to operate in. No one kind of interrupting them. Their weakness, like their kryptonite, basically is just not there this season.
Yeah, they always take up these really strong positions, right? I think the biggest thing before the changes we saw to Tilted was that they'd be able to sort of get up on that hill when there's always a fight going on at Tilted. There probably is still going to be a fight going on at Tilted throughout all of today, right? We'll see how they sort of deal with that anyway, even with the changes to that POI. But yeah, right, they're going to... in theory, everything is set up for them to do really well, right? But theory and practice can sometimes differ.
Absolutely. Well, right now, what's in practice for Jerky and iDrop is something that they were expecting, and once again, something that only happens when a zone is this close towards the lumberyard. Unfortunately, that means you don't have to super rotate. Both teams don't have to have a game plan for a long distance type of relationship with the game. They can stay here and fight and bully each other for a long time.
Yeah, no, I think this fight's actually having quite an effect on how they actually want to play their game, right? You look at how they played in Qualifier 1, they were really quick to get out of logjam and move towards, you know, certain power positions on the map where they could get surge, right? It's why they were so consistent throughout their games, even though some of the zones would go towards south, they could just get out of logjam quite quickly and get about their business. I know they like that shifty hill quite a lot. Everybody seems to in that, you know, sort of northwest area of the map, and they would get to it as quick as possible on most games. This time, obviously, not being able to do that. We'll see whether or not that affects them deeper into their game when they're trying to deal with Storm Surge, trying to plan out for height. Could definitely be a theme to watch out for in these games.
That's, I think, one of the most things, or one of the things I'm the most excited for, specifically for this qualifier, just the variety of teams we have and where they're landing, who actually gets to play these end games, right? Having a Aqua on high ground towards the end versus Thomas is so different. And we get that decided in the first minute of the game.
Yeah, it's almost like blink and you'll miss it, and it's just a completely different lobby almost.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'll be interested. Of course, I was quite harsh on my guy Boot there, right? You know, can't go too easy on him, you know what I mean? But
Listen,
you know, you definitely would expect Vino and Aqua to sort of do better right off spawn. So like, just instantly, just the dynamic of the game is just so different there in terms of how endgame plays out, right?
Yeah, I feel like just specifically for off spawn as well, like Thomas HD has been through absolute, you know, treacherous situations from former teammates as well. This man was shaped and molded into a different beast after that one fight. You know what I mean? Like 2 taps to the head with a revolver. It changes a man. Makes you a little bit more angry and active off spawn.
Yeah, look, I don't know, man. I don't know if I blame him. You know, if you're fighting up against your teammate, you know, in a solo cash cup, the solo cash cup can get you angry anyway, right? If we're just being quite frank, you know, the emotions are always quite high. But then when it's your teammate taking you down, yeah, man, that's a whole different situation. I'm sure you would have seen Tayson and Chapitz qualifying through and would have thought, yeah, you man think you're getting in without me? Yeah, I'll see you in them finals, trust me. Right?
He's basically like post-breakup Thomas HD at the gym right now, you know, hitting PRs at Command Cavern. You do not want to mess with this man off spawn.
Honestly, you don't. He is hitting all the personal best right now. And Trippin is obviously someone who he's very, very comfortable with. They've played together before. Both great Danish players.
Great fights on screen right now as well. Coney Crossroads, usually a little bit more of a passive situation overall. It's kind of a literal crossroad as to where people can jump in, land, and roll out. Shooter 97, unfortunately, though, is kind of stuck with the back against the wall, jumping right in and trying to do a little bit more damage. Though, had some nice shield cracks, but it's not going to be enough. He will go down. Victor HD is here as well. Peach on the same box, same side. Everyone's kind of traffic jammed up into this little river. It doesn't look like the best spot to be in. It has to just be this awkward rotation for a lot of people. There's, you know, when we stress about the south zones, there are a lot of them. There's a lot of north to south type gameplay. As soon as you start to pull up and reverse things on EU, a lot of people aren't used to it, might not have the biggest set game plan that they're really comfortable with practicing. You end up with these traffic jams.
Yeah, and of course, this is a team that came from, I believe, Rocky Reels. I thought it was contested, right? So we'll actually have to sort of see how that develops. They don't have any eliminations, and so I don't know if a fight did break out there or not, but you can see the effects of that, right? Just sort of cammering around the edge of that zone line. Just trying to get any sort of inch in if they can. You'll see players just sort of scrappily running in when they can find a window and opening, and they'll look for theirs soon. But of course, with a team near them, it just makes it just a bit more complicated. You can't just sort of tack sprint out willy-nilly.
It gets a little tough. Satan and Darkiz are here as well. A team from that first qualifier, always in a crazy spot in the 3rd and 4th zone level, but somehow they end up disappearing as the end game starts.
Yeah, I'm sure they would have felt like they very much sort of had a chance, right? They finished in the top 10, they came 9th, and they were sort of surprising teams, I'd say, right? Early on, they were really, really strong, and in this game, they're set up in a really nice position. They're probably gonna, they will pull zone right there, like dead center, so they're gonna pull zone. But yeah, man, I don't know, like I was actually quite surprised. It was a pleasant surprise, though, I'll say.
Absolutely, I feel like they have an expert level of participation They just lack control. That's all it is. They need to maybe learn how to dictate the lobby, change their spot from one that's, you know, high up top to one that can actually end up winning games. They pass by every surge spot as well. They're consistent in the ways they make some of these end games, but then they disappear to the likes of, you know, Tayson and Chapix retaking high ground, Juriki trying to bully forward as well. Might just be, you know, jittery feet on that first qual, but they're here once more for 6 more games in this round 4. I'm expecting some cool things from that duo.
Yeah, most definitely. One of the potential dark horse teams of this lobby for sure.
A lot of these teams that end up waiting as well. One thing that we've kind of seen start in the middle of the last chapter, chapter 2, are these long form bases on the ground rather than the 2-box things we're going for on hills. Why is that an option for teams like X-Squeeze and Andalex and Sunny and Cam 11?
It's weird. I think for the most part, like that has been something we've seen for quite a while. So I don't think it's necessarily a new adjustment. I just think that's just the nature of how far they have to travel across the map, right? Like they're never going to get into the power positions, you know, when they're landing, you know, full bottom right, you know, especially if it's pulling up as high as it is here. So we'll see. These guys, for the most part, they only really had decent games when they were getting a bit of luck pulling zones, right? Pulling 50-50 zones here and there. And if you're going to rely on that to qualify, could be hard, right? You got to make sure Shio and his guys are on your side that day. You can never guarantee that. So we'll see how they fare. But again, just another example of a fan favorite team that has that potential to qualify.
There was one team that kind of did it with just 3 games, which was Mustache and Malibuca. They not only qualified, but they got first overall. So sometimes if you are making it all the way there, it's huge.
Yeah, that's why I think so. I don't know who was on the desk, apologies, but someone on the desk was like, you know, you don't want to miss out on games. Like, say that to Malibuca and Mustache, man. They qualify in 3 games. Not just qualify, they win in 3 games, basically, right? So,
listen, you know, we have noticed that it was either Boop or Reese, so we're investigating as to who it was. And then
one of the two. We'll find out and we'll get an answer to you shortly. But look, you just need to make sure you use your games wisely, right? The big thing for Malibuca and Mustache is they weren't one of the hype teams. They weren't contesting for that, but they absolutely rolled through everybody in the mid to low layers. Always on point during zone transitions, catching teams out that were just falling asleep, and it just took them so far.
That was their style overall, and it's something I think we've used to seeing with Mustache and Malibuca. You can never really forget it. When it comes to Thomas HD, I feel like he's a little bit more prominent in how he looks like when he's playing in trios. When it comes to duos, especially with Tripper now, right? It's not like the same flavor that we had last season with Tayson. What are we looking forward to here, Levin? It might be a while since, you know, some people have seen Thomas HD. What makes him so special specifically, and this duo in duos?
Well, the big thing with Thomas HD always, in any mode it seems, and he mentioned actually one of the content pieces at the top of the show, is his clutch ability, right? If you give this guy an opportunity in an endgame to just make some sort of magic happen, it will always happen with him. You know, he has some of the best aim. I know on Twitter today there was a debate about who has the best aim in Fortnite and compared to Fortnite. The whole Danish community coming together to say, how dare you say anybody else other than Thomas, and rightfully so, right? He hits big shots. So that's always going to be the difference maker with Thomas HD in the lobby.
Yeah, add Tripper into that, the consistency, the reliance. That's just so good to watch. We're talking about Magic, a little bit of a curse put down on Noah Riley and Vidil. Not sure how they're below Surge. You never really hear that and their names side by side. Taken down what seems like by the Lightning and a few other third-party circumstances. Stena just gets completely bopped on Noah Riley with a full 175 and conversion after the fact. Vidil is also here to play. They wrap it all up, and it might just seem like destiny that here's the true Magic. A launch pad is given to them as well, plus a full refresh. They were low on mats before, too. This just seems planned.
Yeah, I don't know what Red was up to, man. Someone needs to give that guy a map. I don't know where he was going.
That was on high ground, like that extended straight to the skies, and no one else even participated.
Yeah, that's rough there. Henning Queasy, though, also looking quite strong. A launch pad. Oh, a launch pad I saw. You will not believe how much Queasy's been going on about how he didn't get a launch pad at all in all 6 games. And so I'm sure game 1, he finally gets a launch pad. He'll be happy about that. That's going to be very, very key to who finishes in the top 3 in this game, right? The fact that those guys have a launch. And you can see now the journey for Peach and Blade into 50-50 zone. it is so difficult for them. You can see on such low HP, barely above surge. Things are shambles right now. Oh dearie me.
Oh my goodness, like the upper echelon, they get to fly high. They have these pads, Levin, but down here in the streets, it is tough for some of these duos next to the water.
Yeah, and you can see just how rough it is to navigate some of these water zones. You have to spend so much materials. That's why all these teams that have launch pads in this zone will just be so much better off. They'll be able to save a bit of mats. Even a team around them, right, being able to recycle that pad will be huge.
Fully aquatic right now too, just a little bit of a strip of land on the left side. The worst thing possible is the zone going east, and we're going towards the northwest. It's gonna be fine, no issues. In a ravine though, it's kind of uphill. This should be a tough rotation for a lot of the lobby, and there are a bunch of them just still clamoring that south side.
Yeah, you can see Cammy and Seti. Cammy just making sure to scout around, figure out how it is they are gonna get to zone. Can they maybe potentially get a recycled pad that will go a long way, work wonders for them? Plenty of floppers, so they'll have the time to actually lurk around in zone and look for one. No, Riley has some splashes, and so they'll have time to lurk as well. They spot one out.
That's a scary jump.
It is a scary jump. You've got to be careful. He waits out a couple other teams going through. Some damage dealt there as well. That was key. So now they can make their journey into the zone, and you can see a perfect position to land on. They'll have time to look back and heal up, and the journey will continue.
Everyone moving side by side. You can't really have any type of leeway, any type of insurance when you drop towards the ground. Podesai and Snazy inside this box. So good when they level up and get to just stay alive till that 8th, 7th zone. Unfortunately, Snazy down. It's up to Podesai, the man who was just raining in elims yesterday, to try to do it again. It is Snazy that picks up some of the earlier teams. It's up to Podesai to carry on the torch now. The first pad kind of comes in, and Queasy had hype before. Sitting in Darkest go down. Unfortunately, the zone is a bit too rough to handle. And Queasy, after a little bit of turbulence, are still the reigns, the kings of the sky.
And you can see Hen, right, dropping down, making sure that team that was second height really knew who's dealing with them. You guys better not get any funny ideas, but this is more than just a funny idea. This is Thomas HD landing on height. He's trying to hit a big shot. A big shot goes towards him, though. 56 HP. Is this a fight worth taking, Thomas? You might have to drop down. You're so low, but he's not letting up. He is so relentless, and eventually maybe Trippin was able to talk some sense into him. He needs to get his HP back up, Shayo.
The conversation, though, between these guys is starting to get a little bit too loud to hear. Shield cracks on all sides. Thomas HD was looking nice and fly, but now he's down to the same amount of HP as elims that he has, just one. He's so low. Hen and Queasy barely even scratched. What a perfect hold from them. Meanwhile, Bat Sniper, DKS, trouble from spawn all the way here towards the end game as well. They're going to be looking for their next chance to do something. DKS doesn't even have a pixel of HP. He's finally down. It's all up to Bat Sniper.
Yeah, Hen and Queasy up on height is maybe a foregone conclusion. It's just about what you can do if you're down below. And Bad Sniper not working with much whatsoever, using that brick to try to get his material up because he has a distance to climb. He needs to mantle his way through all these builds. It's not going to be easy. There's players around him. Can he hit some big shots? He needs to connect. He can't. He will go down. And you can see just how difficult it's been for everybody else in the lobby to make their way up. Cammy and Seti, though, they think proactively. They think ahead of the curve, and so they've made their way up there. They will now have the chance to really close everyone out from this. But we talked about Thomas's solo clutch potential, and he's actually on their wall. Will he look to take that fight? No. He wants to get away. He wants to stay in this game as long as he can, and he wants to put himself in a position where he needs to hit a big shot because with no materials left, things are really awkward.
Hen and Queasy know exactly where he is. Stretching, straining, sweating. Thomas is trying to get in and has no build now. He's exhausted. Looking for the next shot. A little bit of a breath. Going around all sides as a duo, and he has the angle. Thomas HD is just too much for this world. Gets 3 different people down, up to 4 eliminations, and he's surviving now. A few more builds in the tank. He will live for a few seconds longer.
How does he do it every time? I just don't seem to understand it. It shouldn't even be possible. You can see down below how much is going on. Seti is now reduced to just using a med miss in the zone. He is lucky that he has some left. The charges may be enough to just sort of get him in towards the zone, and you can see with no materials left, things will now be awkward for Seti. He needs to just stay in this game as long as he can.
a sprint and a jump, but at the same time he tumbles. The high ground is just a washing machine for the rest of this lobby. They're getting rinsed. Hen and Queasy, too much to handle, but look at Thomas taking out Marion. He's picking up so many eliminations down below, finally taken out by Hen, and now it's just the playground for them. Another beam, and that's just what, 10 eliminations for this duo? One more player left. It's T-Chips with about 50 HP. He's gonna try his best, but look at the reserve from Hen. Just look at the aura around this man. He's looking for the next shot, finds the man hiding, and with a shot, they claim the first game of Qualifier 2.
What a performance from our reigning FNCS champions, showing everybody why, oh why, they've won it before and they're looking to win it again. We know they like to win games early on in these competitions, and starting off the first game, they have put everybody in the lobby in check.
One zone, that's all they need, just one zone. Give them one more and expect another win. I mean, Queasy and Hen, they make it look easy.
Look, give Queasy and Hen one launch pad, and look what happened. They deliver, right? That's all they were asking for. They didn't get one in 6 games in Qualifier 1. You give them one in the first game, they go out and win the game. If the luck can continue, then I'm sure the results will follow. Guys, hit us up with everything that went on in between. We know what happened on high ground.
I mean, Levin, what a ridiculous game to start off qualifier number 2. There's so much to unpack there. Let's just start with Hen and Queasy. All right, let's make this easy. 11 eliminations. They have hit the ground running, Reese.
Yeah, and they started that at the start of the game as well, right? You can see at this point, obviously, this was 4th zone, but even way earlier than that, when they were in Sleepy, they were contested, right? The south side of Sleepy was contested, 2 teams fighting there, and they never push into that side. They almost never do it. We didn't really see it that much last week into the end game. This time, first game, they capitalized on that, get their surge early. They get a nice little north zone as well, and look, this is the result of that. 11 eliminations in a victory royale.
Yeah, you're right there, Reese. Obviously, that north side of zone, they don't get that many opportunities for surge anymore, especially for this type of zone. So having Andretta being contested on that south side is basically a blessing. They tried it last week. It didn't really work out for them, but now they're trying to play a little bit more aggressively. And there you go. Once surge is solved, Hen and Queasy on heights, it's just too easy for them.
Yeah, and this is obviously the classic playstyle that you see from these guys. Queasy has always been a high ground player. It doesn't matter. Like, all the way back to the FNCS that he won himself. Like, they were just a high ground team at that point. They're game winners. This will not be the last time we see these guys on height. I can guarantee you that, unless they go down before moving zones. But I don't want to curse them because I want
don't curse them. Stop it, Reese. Next up, let's talk about Thomas HD and that solo clutch. I would just like to say, there's no I told you so's, Boop. I just said this is my prediction. They could go all the way today. Yeah. And this is crazy, man. For him just I don't know how Thomas does this stuff, Boop. I just don't get it.
Well, first of all, I want to say I wasn't technically wrong. We were talking about the slurp truck side. The bus came from the other side, so technically they still haven't lost from the slurp truck side. But yeah, Thomas HD is a ridiculous solo player, right? Won one of the solo cash cups this season already, and that's basically just the name of game of duos. You're basically playing solo duos the majority of the time. If you're a good solo player, you're going to excel in duos, and Thomas HD is the goodest of the solo players, if that even makes sense. Top tier aim, like we mentioned. Levin mentioned it as well. You know, he's one of the best aimers. The entirety of the competitive scene knows that, and he just showed it off.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen him aim in person. I've stood behind him, watched him aim, and it's incredible to watch. I'm not gonna lie. But when we saw the pad onto height, right, we saw Thomas HD pad up in what I think it was like the end of the second moving zone there onto Queasy and his team, and I thought, this is raps. If you got Thomas HD, he lands behind you. He's hitting that max every time. He misses. He missed. I've never seen it happen before. I've never seen him miss a shot like that. And I thought, you know what? Just after the discussion of them all having such good aim, seeing exactly what happens, then he goes and misses. I thought, he's having an off day. Come back to him a second later. He's on low ground, getting up a little 3-piece, cleaning up, hitting nothing but maxes. I'm like, okay, like he's human. He's human, you know?
You know, it's okay. Sometimes it happens, Roos. It's fine. You know, gods can bleed occasionally. I would like to kind of give a little nod there to Cammy and Seti there, making it up into that top 3. They only did get the eliminations, but kind of being a more placement-heavy format, that's still really good, right, Reese?
Oh, absolutely, right? Because, like I said at the top of the show, these guys are teams that are all about the consistent placements, right? You know, they're capable of getting a double-digit elimination game, getting a 10 bomb. They're capable of doing it, but most of their placements are just like seconds to 6th with, you know, 5 or 6 eliminations apiece, stacked, game after game after game after game. And what I'm seeing so far is their plan to almost perfection. Sure, they didn't manage to make it into a top 3 where the big placements are, but a top 5 so far is already massive for them in terms of the points and sets them up nicely for the next 5 games.
Yeah, and you don't need to be an aggressive duo to get those eliminations, right? As long as you're playing consistently, you're making it to those final moving zones, you're always going to be able to catch stragglers, you're always going to be able to find duos that are basically scuffed in the backside of zone, and those eliminations come to you for free. All you have to do is just look for them, and they're there.
Yeah. I love it. He's like, yes, I like that as well.
I was just gonna.
He got it. I know, right? It's just like I'm just like, oh my gosh, you're so good at this, Boop. Really quickly, let's touch on Vidil and see kind of what was going on with them in this last game. Talk me through it, Reese.
I mean, yeah, we saw the fight, right? It's 4th high ground. They'd struggled so much with Storm Surge, and if you know anything about Noah and Vidil, like, they're fighters, right? These guys are going to take engagements. They're going to just take... It depends which point of the game, really. It could be anything, but you know these guys are going to fight at some point. They're not a team who, you know, if you watch, have, like, a crisp strategy. You know, like the guys you're talking about, like the Hens of the world with Queasy. They're not the guys, you know, like Cammy and Seti at the same time. All these guys, you know, you watch them, you see these guys have such a good plan. They're executing. Noah, Rayleigh, and Vidil are a team that I just love to watch because of that lack of plan. Like, they're just a wild card that you're just going to take a fight and dominate someone. And then, okay, they've got the surge sorted out. That works half of the games, and those games, they usually add, you know, the opposite, like we said, of kind of the Cammy and Setis, where they're only getting a couple of limbs. You know, they're getting the double digits. They're going up high. But other games, they lose that fight at the same time. So they're just kind of like a mixed bag all over the place. But it's exciting to watch.
Yeah, they're the classic team of just see what happens and see what, you know, life gives you. In that game, Sten and Raid, this was a team that got the covert vault, right? And they, you know, that was the elimination. Those were the 2 refreshes that they needed. And this game, a 6th place with 2 eliminations, the only eliminations they got that game, and it was necessary.
Oh, wrong.
Easy.
There we go. Maybe next game they'll get 10. You'll take it back.
You can't always be right.
Yeah, well,
you can't always. I mean, he's pretty right all the time. Anyway, guys, that's it from us, at least for right now. I know what you want to see, and that is more games. So we're going back over the casters for game number 2 of qualifier number 2.
Thanks so much, boys. On the desk, I mean, Levin, right now, it just seems like these end games will change game after game. The early game gauntlet is the one thing to focus on right as we dive in.
Yeah, look, there's a butterfly effect of possibilities, right? So much can go wrong for so many of these teams. So many can go right, right? Of course, Veno and Aqua, for example, literally dead last right now. They came 50th. Yeah. If things go differently on spawn, they could end up being first, right? So, like, it's just the pendulum of Fortnite. Of course, you can say that about anybody, but, right, these are some of the elite players, some of the ones with the highest of expectations in the lobby right now.
Absolutely. I think the big thing, too, is just the momentum from that last game. Said he Cammy playing so consistently. Thomas HD off of that solo clutch. Imagine how he looks off spawn in this next one.
Yeah, you know, he wasn't missing at a certain point. Like, I was just hearing shots. Like, how does he keep hitting these shots? Can he keep hitting these shots? He'll have to at command cabin. We're heading into game 2 right now.
Who's going to rise to the rank of commander here inside this POI? Let's see exactly what this game has in store. Thomas HD on the bottom right, Aqua and Vino towards the top. No matter who wins in this one, the rest of the lobby is still going to be in trouble. Two super powerful teams.
Yeah, again, Boop is absolutely mudded here because we're not landing at the slurp truck. We'll see how it plays out this time, though.
Look at Trippin already. Vino down. Aqua now in a little bit of trouble. What is he doing? A big jump, and Trippin gets him. One man, one mag, and it's done.
Look, if it's not the slurp truck, Vino and Aqua look a bit lost. I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on over here. Trippin and Thomas picking up another victory off spawn. And that's going to do wonders for their confidence. We'll see how it plays out. Coney on the right of your screen. We're seeing a similar theme to last game where Mappy seems to be down and Flo is having to put in the hard yards. We'll get the res off. I was going to say, if you do not protect your back there, I will be very, very furious. I think things are looking more in their favor though this time round. Mirza trying to give eyedrop and Jerky problems at Logjam. And we'll see if Jerky can win this one out.
This is not the slow type of pace that we saw before. Skyzo now down as well towards the top side. So that fight kind of going exactly how it was previously as well. But yes, Flowers did kind of clutch up there. 2 big elims with Podesai and Snazy not in this game, and Mappy actually being active. I'm actually scared for some of these mid-map teams. I feel like Mappy is like that assassin that rolls around, picks apart people, tries to force fights, and has a lot more damage potential in terms of tags compared to Snazy and Podesai. They're more so isolated box fighters completely. These guys try to force stuff all around. It's going to be tough for them. Meanwhile, in this fight specifically, it was such a slow burn. Now it's a 1v1 in the lumberyard. This could go on for ages.
Yeah, I don't think Lysen wants that to be the case, though. He's sort of rushing his way in, obviously getting the sound cues. He'll know that Jerky's below him. Has the HP advantage. And he'll be securing this loadout, the combat, the striker, paired with that Stinger SMG as well. It's not a bad combination to have, but again, just slowing things down, getting the materials up. This works out for Jerky. The big pot comes through. Actually,
the reboots.
The reboot. Jerky, can't let that happen. Okay, it was a bit of a bait, but at the same time, he didn't seem ready for Jerky to pop out there. You would have thought he would be. That's a bit odd, but
I think the idea is just to find out exactly where he is. So he sees that, and then that fight will go on for a bit between him with Victor and Tropex. They were ahead of the pack first at one point in round 3 towards the back half and the end, and kind of near that top 15 spot, and looking for a little bit more damage here up against Voxy.
Greasy looking very, very different to what we saw in Qualifier 1, but very similar as well. Right?
Yeah.
Different teams here, but still the same off-spawn fights taking place.
Clean. Tropex keeping it safe, doesn't fully commit, and Victor wasn't even down, so they get to be able to play this game.
Yeah, we'll see how that plays out. Of course, in Qualifier 1, we saw Greasy very strongly go in the way of Aiden and Hardfine, but it wasn't able to translate into any sort of qualification. We'll see if that happens towards Greasy again today with those teams. Oof. Point blank. Some nice shots.
Oh man, he said calm down. We just started the game. He's hitting shots like this. It's gonna too much. Meanwhile, Trippin and Thomas, they're ready to go. And once again, the two things I'm wondering is the total game time for Aqua and Vino so far. I'm not sure if it even hits towards triple digits just yet. And then at the same time, kind of damage dealt from Hen and Queasy last game. I felt like for them, because of this early jump that Thomas HD and Tripper took, that also kind of changed the entire site of high ground. They went so early for it, dropped so early. After the fact, Hen and Queasy just knew there were no other issues to be had. They could just rain and spray as much as possible. They kind of influenced the entire lobby in that first game.
Yeah, I think the thing with Trippin and Thomas is that they wouldn't have been able to hold it in terms of they just had to go so early, right? They went early because they were forced to, you know, the nature of where their pad was located. They just couldn't sort of stay high. Whereas Queasy, you saw they were like the last in the sky, and that ultimately is the goal for a team that wants to play in height, right? You want to be the last team, the highest in the sky. And Thomas and Trippin couldn't secure that. To be honest, I don't really expect to see them playing height too much today. Maybe I'm really wrong on that, but I don't necessarily know if it'll be viable. I don't think they need to, for one.
Yeah. We'll see. I think specifically too for this left side POV of Hen and Queasy, if that first game was kind of a cookbook, it was the rarest recipe that we saw, the ingredients needed for these guys to have that type of performance. Once again, North Zone, something completely out of their control, and a launch pad, which apparently Levin, we've cursed them with never getting. So they had those two. They got to make the rare recipe, but I'm not sure if they have that potential right now.
Yeah, I think it will be just a matter of how many times can they get some sort of element that goes in their favor, right? It maybe doesn't have to be the two of those things where they get a pad and they get a good zone. Maybe it is just a pad, or maybe it is just the zone. I think at least one of them will always be enough for them to have some sort of a decent game that keeps them high up in them standings.
See, Liza and Merz also going kind of high up in the sky for this one. Can they make the end game where they eventually are able to contest the likes of Thomas and Hen for some of those top 5 spots? High Drop is done playing games, done playing chess. He wants to just flip the board. Double drum action right there, and he comes out on top. Now it's a 2v1. I don't think Lions is going to be too happy about that one.
Yeah, and there's actually another team sort of in this general area. We'll see how that plays out, if they're aware of that, and if Sanjeet decides he wants a bit of the action. Wouldn't blame him. Some free damage can be a hard commodity to come by.
One thing I'm liking the most about Jerky and iDrop as well is that they're starting to understand a little bit that it might not be the best thing to be the main character inside endgame, right? I feel like Jerky, when he first rolled in, the expectations around him as a player, just the way he was performing as well on that season debut, alongside Queasy, was just so good. But as he's tried to replicate that type of style, tried to be in the spotlight of a lot of these end games, he's kind of fallen short, right? Kind of like Icarus trying to fly too close to the sun. Now knowing that it's a little bit more about consistency, playing that second high ground, giving it up, kind of evolving a little bit on that side. At the same time, Andolex like Squeeze, I feel like they need to not just evolve, but maybe reinvent the way they attack the game. It might not just be the days of old anymore. Get a few good angles, and hopefully this time qualify and end up in the finals.
Yeah, I completely disagree, Shire.
Really?
Yeah, I've heard from iDrop's mouth.
Yeah.
We are not good enough to consistently play mid and low ground in these lobbies.
Then what happened at Qual 2 or Qual 1?
They tried to play high every game, and
but they were lagging along, like, you know, second height a lot of the time. They gave it up a bunch of times to Tazen and Jappix.
They gave it up due to necessity, not due to choice.
No, what I'm saying is Jerky in the past, like, dude, the ego would never even give it up. The man would just go down.
Nah, they are not a team that believes they can consistently play mid ground and low ground. They're always going to go high. Everything that they do in these games will be orientated around trying to reclaim high ground. And understandably, that is where they are the strongest, right? And so we saw in qualifier 1, there were games where they couldn't get it. There were games where they were forced down. And when they're forced down, of course, right? You know, you sort of go about your business, but when you look back at those games, they would always have some sort of issue where they're not on the same page, they don't engage in the same team, they don't secure a box in the zone. You know, things that are fundamental to good mid and low ground teams, they very much lacked. And so if they're going to be successful, you know, ultimately they will have to win out on height in these games for the most part. So we'll see how it plays out.
Should be easier the lower we are on the map, away from Sleepy Sound. Talking about the competition getting easier as well, just saw a fight from DKS and Bat Sniper. Having to deal with the aggression, I guess, of Benji and Savage, or even the presence of them today, is making them have an easier time. A little bit more so calculated off of spawn, and last endgame already saw Bat Sniper kind of popping off in terms of being able to survive for a long time. Get a few trades in with his teammate. This time though, let's see what happens. Jerky, iDrop, we're talking about the chance for them to play height. They're going to be feeling kind of low right now after that one.
Yeah, they got to get there first. That's super unfortunate. It was good to see them sort of get back in the game after iDrop went down early, but not able to sustain that. And so we'll be on to the next 4 of them. I'm sure if Queasy and Hen saw that in the feed, they'll be happy. One less team to worry about up above.
Meanwhile, Thomas and Tripper taking their sweet old time over at the cavern. It was a little bit closer to being in zone on that first one popping through. Now the entire map will be pulled towards that south side. They've got the IO car, and you talk about it a lot.
I just want to ask you, are they the goats right now?
Ah, yes. This question. For this game, I might give it to them. The way it's going right now, right? I mean, they are literally dunking on Aqua and Vino for the most part. And after the fact, they seem unstoppable. It's just these sudden urges of trying to go for height and keep it. I think that might hold them back from being the overall GOATs. But right now, they could be the GOATs, yeah.
Yeah, I'm hesitant on labeling them the GOATs right now, just because it's like, we saw yesterday, or 2 days ago now in qualifier 1, it felt like Pink and Nas were dunking on Manabuke and Mesashov Sport. And then the day finishes and, you know, the leaderboard doesn't reflect that whatsoever, right?
Yeah.
So you need to sort of maybe hold off on that one just for a bit.
I forget, like sometimes these games, like 3, 4, or like maybe just 4, 5, and 6, the last 3, it feels like there's double points off spawn and end game. Like the first 3 sometimes don't even matter. They're kind of the tiebreaker ones, but those are the ones where people are getting crazy amount of points. Nice little taco mask out there as well, Evan. I know you like tacos.
What makes you think I like tacos?
I don't know. You just seem like a taco kind of guy. But Arsenal and T-Chips, they're not one for snacks. I feel like these guys are always here for the full meal, always landing towards that north side. I think this is the first time they're kind of switching up their drop. Let me just triple check and see if that is the case. Yeah, sometimes landing towards where Bove and Sanji are this game. We just saw them take out iDrop, but they switched a little bit over towards the left. I feel like this is one of the teams that is just always here, Levin. It's that one chair that's just in the room. You know, sometimes people sit on it. I'm not sure where I'm going with this analogy, but you know, what can they do to be a little bit more of a centerpiece of the living space?
Wow, what a setup there. That is just excellent. These guys, honestly, I think the big thing for them is just like being more alert when it comes to endgame and like not getting caught out in silly ways, because they know how to get to endgame. Like, they're pretty strong in that regard, I'd say, but you know, lacking in some of the fundamentals needed at times. The big thing is, obviously, they have a vehicle. You can see here the IO vehicle will mean that they will just consistently get to end games throughout these games, but it's about how you play those layers, how adaptive and reactive you are. We saw last game, right? Zone pulled up a hill. Cami, Seti, they were the first ones up, right? In terms of the mid and low players, they were positioned well. Other teams were getting sort of stuck underneath the hill and getting caught out. And it didn't quite work out. And again, the caster curse coming through because, as I mentioned, they have a vehicle. The team completely sprays them out, and so now they'll be forced to play the rest of this one without that. So, nice.
Yeah, I mean, you were spot on the awareness, though, right? Like, I feel like there's a bunch of teams that might see that coming, have pressure ready to deal on a team close by, but with all these trees in tow as well. Have Fireflies has gone down in numbers as well in terms of spawns? Because it seems like a lot of the times now, especially in mid-game, there are so many more trees active. Or just alive.
I'd have to get a little analytics check on that number, right?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe we can get a stat roll through, but I definitely feel that way as well. I think the big thing now is we see these 3 teams on our screen. It's just sort of how different things are looking for each of these teams, right? Cami and Seti in the bottom right were looking comfy playing edge. No Riley Vidil sort of struggling their way in, forcing their way in. And it's going to be hard up against Queasy and Hen. You can see they're just going to break their way through and use some of their brick here to just get themselves positioned.
But no, Vidil, I'm wondering how active they've just been in this game, even just from being in this nice position overall. Will they have to do that big box fight once more?
Yeah, obviously they just talked about it, right? Where, you know, we saw them fighting at a very awkward stage of last game where you probably don't want to be fighting as a duo, but is there any position for these guys that is awkward? I feel like they've sort of been through as much rough situations you can as a duo.
Hey, you're summoning these situations, Levin. You say rough situations, and you know, we were gonna switch to Thomas. It was gonna be fine. I saw as soon as you said rough, 4 people focused them on my side screen here. So you gotta be careful with these words.
It's just not been my weekend, has it?
Fine, now that's a lot of armored walls put down, though. Something very crucial for late game, right? Especially that 9th zone in terms of saving yourself from a little bit of pressure when you're solo clutching as well. I don't think Thomas used any in that first game, but having to lock it down now, I guess they are central, right? They're smack dab in the middle of the zone. There's no way that this doesn't go well for them.
Yeah, they were able to alleviate a bit of pressure with the armored walls, so it was probably just sort of worth it in that sense, right? Just because there's always that fear that people just decide to just absolutely lobby spray you into oblivion. Of course, being central this zone means that they won't pull the next one. They'll have to make their way there. And I think the trees will provide some decent cover, depending on which side it pulls towards. So, yeah, they're setting up to be pretty all right. Artsco and T-Chips sort of actually to the right of that team. And they're in a somewhat similar position. However, their chances of pulling zone are actually more likely.
Webs on the ground for this zone as well should make things pretty interesting if we end up staying here for a little bit, especially if this half and half kind of locks in towards the bottom right side. Meanwhile, I mean, other than that, there's not much else left inside, you know, a greasy zone. It's a lot of flat land. There's not many mountains to really overcome unless we really end up going far away. It should be up to players' skill. We should be paying attention right now to everyone's inventory, seeing exactly who has launch pads, what the potential is kind of looking like as well. Camiseti, I believe for them, just gonna be able to walk around. You'll see Surge kind of pop in, wait a few seconds and see exactly what Cami's situation is. It should switch. There we go. 239 above. I was getting kind of scared. And like the Swiss though, they're right on that line. 26 below, now 38 below. It is switching sides. They really need to start to get in here, deal a little bit of damage. Not sure what these players are doing. Maybe having a little bit of a conversation. A little mini coffee break. It's time to end it now, though. Back to the lobby for Uflix. The Endelex has arrived, and another team again jumping straight into their box. What kind of treasure have they found? This is just huge. A pad as well. Floppers, mats. This is the best you could ask for a team that was down on Surge looking shambles moments ago.
Is that 4 launch pads they have now?
4?
Max materials as well at this stage in the game. We'll see where the zone pulls in 10 seconds or so, but this is setting up to be a phenomenal game for these guys.
They know that the end is up top as well. One more player left, a solo with nothing to really live for anymore but the clutch. They will have a max rotation, but it does not matter.
Yeah, they'll be fine. They'll be perfectly fine. They've got max materials, plenty of loot, the launch pads as well. They might even get greedy, look to recycle them. There's a couple teams around them.
There's no way.
I don't think they should, to be honest. I don't think they should, but it's something you do see. But that's really, really nice for the Frenchies.
Still sense of desperation for a few teams all around the map. 5 more players need to go down before this lightning stops. The reason it is striking is because much of these players have been too passive, not done enough damage. Those are servers like, hey, I can only really handle 50 people in this little situation. 5 more if you need to go down. That or just do more damage and force 5 others into the situation, but we'll see exactly what Jordy and Kiro can do. They have one of these launch pads. It might just be lost way back in the sauce of this zone. Jordy's looking for any type of opportunity, but no one's gonna come unless they hear that pad actually drop down. He doesn't even get to place it, and now it's just Kiro running away, 18 HP, and yeah, he looks around, one final little glance before he's down.
Yeah, that was really rough to watch. I don't really see what they wanted to do there. Of course, the ideal play probably would have just been to pad into zone and see if they can land on someone's box, catch somebody out. They go down. Climberry, potentially in a similar situation as backside of the zone, doesn't have a pad, down on Surge as well. Trying to do his best to get in, but it's just going to be so hard. Climberry and Marco will be taken out. And those are the struggles of Storm Surge sometimes, especially when you don't pull zones. Things can be so difficult. But now the lobby will finally be satisfied. Less than 50 players in the game. But one of the most intense parts of the game will begin as we head towards the moving zones. Zone pulls towards that southeast, back towards Greasy-ish.
Back towards a lot of people's bases as well. I feel like that's where we just kind of started off. And now we're going straight back. So much of recycling might be possible. Trippin and Thomas now looking for a way to set up as well. They have such a close side of the zone, and you look right beside them a little bit. First place team down below. It's first, second, and third side by side in the same spot. One of the best to be in to take control of this zone. This time though, Hen and Queasy, they're playing on that low ground.
Yeah, you saw that. They went for a pre-edit play. It didn't quite come off. And so clearly not feeling comfortable in a position to play for high ground. You can see the materials on Hen aren't looking too great.
This is scary.
Yeah, you can see they're just going to keep on pushing their way through these old builds to try to get into zone. They'll be able to save some materials, but they've got to be careful, right? They don't know whose builds these are.
Any second, and then it could just come through from either side. They're trying to focus down on Vove. A lot of mats to be able to get. And the best part about this is they do it unscathed, not even taking too much damage from the zone. Queasy now, max out on that brick, will move, and suddenly you can see a little bit of vigor in their step. They're moving over, moving frontwards, and have escalated in height as well, matching Seti and Cammy in terms of just height position overall. He's getting bullied back a little bit. They're also looking for that control, but a loss of it a little too. 85 below. Need to find some damage find one of the bodies left behind in the zone, but that's not going to be enough to kind of put them way back up. 24 below, they have a little bit more work to do, and Seti's already down. This is so tough for the team on the top right. Darkest is the one all the way up top, finally graduating from just being a mid-beast or mid-game beast. He's going to have actual height control. Cammy will fly into and try to do whatever he can, but Surge is still his enemy. This is so tough to kind of just walk away from.
Yeah, this is going to be so difficult. I don't even know if he can really out-heal this, right? He needs to do some damage and do it fast. It's so awkward for him at this stage. No teammate to help him out. And I don't know if he has the solo clutch power over Thomas HD, but he will need to harness it right now as the time is slowly ticking. Thomas on your right, he's low on HP, but he does have tripping this time round. They have found themselves on some loot, but they need to find themselves in a bit of a better position.
Far away from paradise though. Right now they're kind of trapped in a horror movie. Every single new lair change, every single new box is a complete surprise. They have no idea what could really happen. Tripper has to be the one, you're correct, Levin, to take kind of control, to lead him into a spot where he can find maybe a few heals, get back into fighting power. Meanwhile though, Queasy and Hen, for them it's been peaceful and quiet so far. They still have a little bit of control. They still get to have the first word in the conversation, bullying people's boxes down below.
Yeah, you can see those guys on such low materials. A refresh is imminent for them. But where can they find it? You can see Cammy, even as a solo, looking to apply pressure down to low ground. But as the zone transitions, teams are going to start running in his direction, and he gets absolutely rolled over, mowed out of the way. And Hen and Queasy now finally dropping down to low ground. The complete opposite from the layer they were on last game, but still able to find a bit of success. They need to be uber aware though. There's so many teams on this layer, and you can see Hen activates that mode where he just goes on and on, trying to hit shots. Queasy leading the way, but there's players down on low, and these are players they're gonna have to deal with fast.
Sixth Sense active, duo sliding, teams start colliding. This is gonna be tough all the way down on the grass. Hen and Queasy, one last moment, one more build, and now it's all about the shots. They're gonna start to rein him in. Queasy though, singled out by Tripper on the backside, has to jump into the zone and try to go for the refresh, but it's not gonna be possible. He goes down. Hen also is gonna be split apart atom by atom, and Alex is the one to take him down, and he is active, magnetic, electrified right now inside this box. X squeezed beside him, landing every single shot. That striker pump is active, and they look so good. Look at the amount of builds, the control they have. They're a barrier for two different worlds inside this endgame. Rifla is here too. He's talking, getting harpooned from up top as well. There's desperation on all sides. It's mad chaos in this endgame.
You can never count these guys out. They put in the hard yards earlier on in the game, and they're reaping the benefits of that right now. And the next continuing to hit big shots. We know he can do it. Rifler will go down, finally dropping down, and he has his eyes set on that play on the low. Julian Com, he doesn't even stand a chance at this stage. It's only a matter of time until they get a clear path towards him. If they can hit that shot, things get really interesting going into that final 2v2. They need to be careful though. The high ground team is putting some damage down towards them. Darkies and Satan. And Julian Com actually maybe having a bit more of a say than I thought he could know. And Alex will finally correct him. And so in a 2v2, what can they do? And Alex caught in the zone. X squeeze now. I've seen him do crazy clutches in the past, FNTSs. But this might be too much of a mountain to climb. It's going to be so difficult. Satan, Darkies, they are looking so strong. And he's cowering in the zone, and so they will take him out. A victory royale. I told you that these guys could be a pleasant surprise, and they showed that here in game 2. A really nice high win, one that came from almost out of nowhere it seemed, but nonetheless, they take home what is a brilliant, brilliant win and a final push to put them in contention to qualify.
Took it basically almost, what, 8 games? The Friday subset, and then now. But yeah, they have a very loud voice. That was just nice control against a lot of teams, all really low-key as well. Very interesting game. Lots of top teams taken out a little bit earlier inside that top 10 as well, Levin. That really does have to shake up the boards.
Yeah, that was weird. It felt like we saw a lot of height teams playing on the mid and low that game. I'm sure the analysts will have a great time breaking that down. Guys, check it out. What went down there?
Levin, that was a crazy game, okay? I like this kind of shakeup. We don't normally see it happen this early. Normally, it's like right around game 3 or game 4. People start to make these like micro mistakes, you could call them, and then teams are like, wait, they made this big mistake. Get him quick. That was just like all over the place this game, Reese. I mean, it really like let all of these other teams like really shine.
Yeah, the biggest team I want to talk about is Andalex and X Squeeze. You know, we talked
dude.
at the top of the show. They're contested off spawn right now in Condo, but having no real worries with it, right? That's 2 games in a row they've won it, and now they're carrying that momentum through the mid game as well. You know, I said at the top of the show, like, I want to see these guys on top form. I want to see these guys playing and dominating the low and the mid ground like I've used to back when I would consider them in their prime back in like Chapter 2 Season 4 and 5, this kind of era right here. And right now, it's like this game, we're seeing this 10 eliminations in a second. This was a pop-off and a half.
Yeah, so Alex and S3, sometimes they struggle a little bit with success, right? They're a team that everyone sort of fears of spawn, and when they're uncon, they seem to struggle because there's just so much to loot over at the con canyon side. But today, contested, winning those spawn fights very, very quickly, and all of a sudden, they're set up for this late game, and look at them just absolutely dominate this late game now. They have no worries, and they're just jumping in.
Yeah, it does kind of remind me back to like Chapter 2 Season 7, 6-ish, where, you know, they were the catty corner team. They're the ones that were landing there. But came to finals, it was like, you know, we're seeing a change in drop spot in day number 2 because that early game's not working. They're pushing, they're fighting other teams. So it's like, this is a team who historically has had a lot of weird stuff going on in the early game, being it them dominating off spawn or them just not doing so well, changing up and then dominating from an uncon spot. There's always a kind of different story regarding where they're dropping.
So wild. We got to talk about, of course, Thomas HG and Tripper in there. They had a little bit of a run, and once again, they do make it in that top. But it just seems like they're still going, man, right? It's almost like they're fine. Like, they're not making any noise right now. No, they're always making noise. They're always finding eliminations.
They are, and as well. And one of the things is, like, they won off spawn this time, right? Obviously, a lot of people will have looked at the team change up from Thomas HD, getting rid of Tayson and now playing with Tripper instead. And a lot of people, you know, including myself, are thinking, man, that's a bold move. Well, Tayson's probably the best player in the region full up. Yeah. But right here, like, we're seeing Tripper put in the work. He, in that early game engagement, was the one who picked up both eliminations on Vina and Aqua. He was the one that wiped them off spawn, caused them to beef a little bit on Twitter. Here we go, we're seeing it, the high drop up, the fantastic catch, and he grabbed that shotgun. So he was able ahead to pick up both of these eliminations off spawn, like I said, onto Vino and Aqua, who are now beefing on Twitter, and the, you know, the mentality of that team seems gone. So Tripper definitely playing his part in this duo.
Wouldn't that just be 2 birds with 1 stone, right? Winning off spawn today, qualifying to the finals, and you make another Command Cavern team split? Oh my goodness, you've just done your job. But yeah, interesting you note that the Trippin has been playing these endgames really well, but it's sort of the Thomas HG show, which is kind of weird. Not really weird, because obviously Thomas HG is one of the best players in the game, but you do see sometimes a little bit of hesitation. You see Trippin sort of following behind, and you very clearly see Thomas HG leading this duo, which could maybe mess them up in some of these endgames.
Yeah, and I think the perfect example of that is when we saw him on 21 HP and he was tarping in. Yeah. Just when Tripper had full HP and full cap mats. It's like, you know, trust in your duo, trust in your duo. But anyway, here is the leaderboard. Here's the standings after game number 2 so far. Hen and Queasy still up on top. Still in the first place after that massive victory royale they had in game number 1. Game number 2 was good. Completely different play style for them on the low ground, but equally, I was going to say equally as successful. Both successful, but one a little bit more than the other. And Blake's next squeeze also after that massive second game there, flying up 7 places into second with 89 points.
Yeah, and I want to focus on number 8 here, 16 places up, Mr. Satan and Darkest. And obviously these players, they have the wrong names as they always do for the horrible marketing. Mr. Satan is Zara. He's an Italian player who used to play trios with Darko as well. One of those players that is just very high gun centric. Love the high gun, love the 50-50. I think I even coached them at some point in their careers. So, you know, definitely one of those players that are aggressive, and they're showing it. You know, they did a really good performance on Friday as well. I believe they got 9th. Yeah, there you go, Reese. Thank you. They got 9th place.
7th. Yeah, I heard the S at the start.
Yeah, the S
I had to cut you off to make sure. But no, even, you know, you're talking about the names, right? They're obviously changing the names from Zara and Darker with their actual names, but they used to be called the High Ground Kings 1, 2, and 3 when it was back in trios, and they're showing it there why they are quote-unquote the High Ground Kings, taking height and picking up the game number 2 victory royale. We also see in 10th place Cammy and Say as well. We saw, man, that's kind of heartbreaking game for them actually, because Cammy at the back of the zone, obviously looking super good, fully stacked, and then Seti just disappears into the thin of nowhere because the team comes in the back of the tarp.
You can do everything right? And then just getting to that late game, just one small thing can just mess up your entire game. So hoping to see a little bit more consistency now.
Yeah, man, absolutely. Well, friends, that's it for right now. We're going back into the game. This is game number 3 from Qualifier 2. Shy Wager 11 2K. Over to you.
Thanks so much, Zeke, Boop, and Reese. I think right now, 11 in specific, we watched the pop-offs kind of go down. They mentioned it. It's all about consistency from here on out.
Yeah, and we have a lot to watch out for off spawn, right? The big question everybody will be wondering as we head into the next game over at Command Cavern, who is the milker? Who is it? Is it Aqua? Is it Vino? We have to find out. I want to know. I have my suspicions, but I guess we'll just have to wait and find out.
We'll have to see. I feel like Tripper is agent number 0, though. This guy's just the one making all the moves behind the scenes, just a menace to society.
Yeah, honestly, I don't think it's been a day that they would have expected. They would have been confident going into today, but it seems to have just been a bit too easy. And when you have the team you're literally playing against each other, right, in their own Discord call or whatever it is, it just can be so hectic for them, right? So honestly, I think they'll be happy. But again, the consistently, can you do it again or spawn 3 games in a row would be an absolute statement.
That's where you kind of have to make moves then, right? You can still have an entire competition legged up like we saw from Mustache in 3 games, but we'll stick with that rule of 3. It's game 3 happening right now.
Let's go. We have game 3 right here, right now. Plenty of off-spawn battles we've seen go one way in the first couple games, but so game 3 always seems to be the one where things do change a little bit. There seems to be a bit of extra fire, passion, and desire.
Yeah.
As we head into these games, and this time round, maybe we'll be seeing the drop that Boot was so optimistic about. Do Vino and Aqua have better drops for
They're all here.
Slurp Truck? It seems
this
like
time,
it.
Yeah, it's Thomas got out. Now he has one of the weapons. Vino full shields. He got the just benefit of that slurp too, and Tripper is down. That is the mad switch up.
Okay, so I don't think we'll be finding out who the milker is this game. But look, big up to Coach Boot. He was right when it comes to the slurp drop. Aqua and Vino are the top dogs.
It's all about the busting, I guess, right? Add another element of how these games go. We have what, pads, the zone, and then the bus as well in terms of where it's coming from.
Yeah, man. But it is a big deal. Like, people do underrate the effect of the bus in terms of how games can go sometimes, right? Of course, sidetracking a bit, we saw it, in last qualifiers with Greasy, right?
Yeah.
The bus path was literally determining whether or not a team could third-party the fight as a whole. And when the right buses did roll through, it had a huge say in how the standings played out. Over here, though, some more off-spawn action for you. I say action, things have really started to slow down. Right, here, look, the production crew saving me. Right back into the action now.
Snorksky, or Norksy, apologies. They don't really have to apologize for much, though. They're winning this fight so fast. All the way on the right side here. Sanctuary, things look good for them overall. They shall be moving out in just a bit. Meanwhile, Foxy, I'm not sure if he's... Where is he hiding? Is that a bush right under this? What? Invisibility potion? Is there a patch I didn't see? No, it is a bush. And Tobex can find him. He has to turn around. Doesn't see him at all.
This is unreal. This is unreal.
There's just no way. Stand so still that you basically are invisible. I've heard that line somewhere before, and Foxy's gonna just personify it completely. That bush will be farmed at some point. DKS has to see him, right?
DKS
Surely, right?
definitely
And first of all, why is DKS here? Why? What's that? What is going on?
DKS, I don't know what's going on in Tilted. We've not seen much of the Tilted action, but I'm sure it's been going on. DKS, I'm guessing, just dipped. Just took an IO vehicle, dipped straight out of Tilted, found himself all the way down here, and yeah, interesting to say the least. he didn't reveal Moxie's positioning though, so he's just gonna sit here.
Foxy sees him coming. DKS looks into his eyes. He turns around and just says, shh.
Don't.
And then my man goes down. This is very different. Skyzo Jocks. They kind of flipped the map on its head. 2 games not going well off spawn near Sleepy. Let's take a little bit of a desert vacation down to Chonkers. They're looking for a completely different fight, and they come out on top.
Yeah, and this is potentially the power of switching up your drop spot. They win out at Chonkers after things didn't quite work out towards Sleepy, and Rabid and Fanayan, who would have been chuffed to have this spot, seemingly unconned. Not looking too great for them. They go down. I don't know if Voltex's team's landing here or not. I believe they weren't anymore, so Yeah, Sky 2 and Jox. They might have just found their new POI for the rest of the day, but let's not speak too soon. No Riley and Vidil. We saw them sort of lurk towards Command Cavern in previous games. They never actually quite took the fight against Thomas and Trippin, but this time round, maybe they just saw the names. They saw Aqua and Venom were the ones that run it out, and they thought, oh, these guys, they've got a milker on their hands. We gotta sort them out swiftly.
For some people that aren't familiar with the term, because I'm not either, what does milker even mean in this context?
You just don't want to be the milker on your team. You just that's all you need to know. You don't want to be the one who is called the milker on your team. You don't, you know?
Respectfully.
Respectfully.
Yeah.
Respectfully, of course.
All right, now the more time that Mino and Aqua buy, the worse it kind of gets for Noah Riley, but he can find Vidil. Here's that Ked pop down, so he's gonna walk in and go for that 10-second revive. Okay, very low-key with this one. They want to just go far away. Armored wall double time. That's just so smart too, near the vault. So they should have a lot of time to buy. This is just brilliant.
Yeah, the vault's not open, is it? Is the vault open? Do they have the vault?
I'm not sure.
They won't have the vault key. I don't
How are they
think.
gonna get out from here?
I guess they're just gonna have to break their armored wall or something like that. I don't really know. Like I get it, you know, protection and all, but
is that roof open to anything?
No.
Surely.
Well, I guess their philosophy is, look, if we can't have the vault, nobody can. You know? I actually think I kind of like it. Don't let anyone else have the vault.
Oh my god.
Drum shotgun. That's what it can do. Saw how quickly Jerky just took him out. Julian Com didn't stand a chance. And this is what I was talking about, right? Idrop and Jerky, they love to come towards the shifty hill as quick as possible. They haven't been able to the past couple games because of some off-spawn troubles, but this time round, they make their way there, and there was a team waiting for them, Waze and Julian Com, but I don't know if they'll want to stand in their way in the next couple games. They got mowed down. And so 4 eliminations now for Idrop and Jerky already in this game.
Sometimes you forget when you don't see this team play one game on their frequency overall. It's tough to remember how powerful they really actually are inside these fights, how quickly Jerky can box up people as well. Boxing Agram going down as well. Finally, Foxy gets found. Sean also up in the business today, but not going to be swimming freely in this game.
They're freaking out of their armored wall. Oh, dearie me.
You know what this reminds me of? Like chapter 1 way back when Weeping Woods had the rift.
Yeah.
And some people will get really nasty with their position. You know, you're down bad, but you have a lot of builds. You go down there, you build everything up. Even the agency had a little bit of that vibe sometimes.
Yeah.
Full bullied, and yeah, Flois here with Mappy breaking down his spawn. 2 pads in this one. This is a heist situation. This is like the last act of one of those movies. They need to get out of here with the money and hopefully live good lives.
Yeah, Flois and Mappy, definitely a team that when it comes to getting to endgame, put them in the right situations and they can definitely make something work. Flois and Mappy, definitely a team that has a lot of fans. Flois taking the IGL mantle for one of the first times in his career. I spoke to him about it and he said he was very nervous about being an IGL, but he was ready to take the challenge on and doing a decent job so far, but I'm sure he'll only feel he's done a really good job once they've qualified, and he's still got a ways to go before they can get there.
Luca and Felix are here too with another fight in Arcsean Eclipse. Hot off the press from one of these early game fights before. They went straight towards the skies and looked really good while doing it too. It's gonna be a sleepy sound disengage. I'm wondering exactly where headed Queasy are, our first place leaders so far. Had to have a nice spawn, off drop. Looks like everyone moved fast and are looking for good spots to be at so far this game.
Nico and Jackson, finally we're getting to see a peek of what's going on at Tilted. We saw these guys a bunch in Qualifier 1. And so far in qualifier 2, we're not in the best of starts, just the 30th place position for them in the meantime. Vico, Shayo, is someone who has been making waves in the EU, and it's because he can hit shots like that. Peach will quickly fall. Jackson doing a brilliant job now, applying some pressure, trying to mantle his way up. The wall will stand in his way. But he will not let up that aggression, even with another team and another player taking some shots at him.
Man, look at that third-party effect, though. Just 2 seconds out in the sun in the sky. 2 shots of that burst. They are 4 bullets in total, and Jackson has to completely stop his push. Vico now trying to rock in. I mean, they're doing a lot of damage to Blade as they try to find him, but they have to be careful not to be too open. In these fights, big clash, and it is Vico, the mad lad, who comes out on top.
Yeah, really nice stuff there from them. They've been holding it down at Tilted relatively well. Whenever we seem to watch them, maybe we just gotta watch them more, give them some good luck. Candelix and its Squeeze did phenomenally last game. Really high up in them standings, you can see second place at the moment. We'll see if that can sort of hold throughout the day.
Hopefully for them, it's just that consistency issue that they have to fix, nothing else. Their game plan so far looks really good. Meanwhile, we look at that first place team all the way up top. And then Queasy, they are well on their way. Finally have a little bit of hill control. I haven't really seen this early inside these games. And Hen's aim, is that even allowed? Like, should a player be able to be that accurate? There's just no way on the bottom left there. That POV, 228 above now.
He is a Surge cheat code, right? It's an absolute Surge cheat code. And the thing is, right, like, so I mentioned earlier when talking about Noah and Thomas HD, how there's been a debate about, like, who are the best aimers in EU. And Hen's name was thrown in there, and I thought there was someone who made a great point. I'm sorry, I won't be able to credit him because I just can't remember. But the point he was basically making was that, like, Hen doesn't necessarily have, like, the best aim, but he just always is looking at the right times, right? Very aware, always finds the right pockets, the right windows to just go absolutely crazy with that burst assault rifle. And that was
The
an
Sixth
example
Sense.
of it there. Yeah, the Sixth
That's what
Sense.
we're talking about, right? Yeah, we're saying an end game, and that's how it looks in the early version as well. We're talking about, you know, the win conditions for that team, what they need to have good games. What was the order? It was zone, right? Which they have. And I looked at Queez's inventory. I don't know what's going on today. Maybe we're compensating for what happened for them in Qual 1. But another launch pad in Queez's inventory with that mountain, with this zone. I don't know, 11. I'm getting kind of excited.
Yeah, quick spoiler alert for everyone watching. Queez and Hen win this game. But, of course, we want to know who else gets some points. And so we'll keep on commentating this game for you. But no, it's very much setting up to be a really nice game for them. They obviously weren't able to play height last game. But I'm sure this time round, they will certainly be looking for it.
I mean, a thing with that, though, this is a little bit more of a different height beast they have to try to overcome and tame. Aqua and Vino are going to be inside this game, and this man, I mean, you know about it 100%. He'll never get up height easy at all. Aqua would rather go down in like 30th place than go second height, giving it up to someone and get second with 40 elims. I feel like that's the type of situation that's happening right now.
Yeah, I think the silver lining for Hen and Queasy in that regard is that Aqua and Vino are very much not on the same page right now, right? And so can you sort of catch them out in that moment as they are trying to find their feet? Definitely a potential option for them.
40 and Prey as well, looking at the way they kind of just, I just saw like an instance of this fight possibly starting. Whenever you see two duos at the bottom of a mountain, it can get really messy. And I just have to feel bad for Jackson in this specific circumstance, and Vico as well. I mean, day after day, game after game, it just feels like they have the toughest line towards these zones, towards these end games. They have to win against Benji Savage, Zika is bad sniper off spawn. They have to jump over to Greasy then to do some other type of fight that lasts 5 minutes, and then you're stuck at the bottom of a mountain with a jump gun in your face. I mean, or a jump shotgun in your face. It's equivalent, Levin, in terms of the worriness is there, right? Like, that's my PTSD activating, my bad.
Yeah, no, honestly.
I understand you a bit now, too, yeah.
Honestly, I had mine in Core 1. Core 2, it came out for you, but just understandable because of how strong it can be, especially close range. It's a sort of DPS there. can feel just unreal sometimes. So hard to deal with if you are that player caught on the other side of it.
This is I don't know. Not sure what to say about this situation from Vortex is on the left side, but he's getting in. He's getting in there just a little bit. It's just, it's so rough. I feel like I'm just seeing, like, I don't know, two completely different pictures for a lot of these teams. Some of them are up so good in certain spots, others just in complete trouble. But maybe trouble is the way the scales are leaning for this time, because even Queasy and Hen, who look like they had a completely free game now, trapped underground in their own builds zone, moving as they have to even fight. What is this team doing above them? It might just be an act for Surge. It might just be them pushing for a fight when they know something's not really working out from their spot already. It's desperation. I heard a launch pad be placed. I'm wondering if Queasy's forced to use it now before he gets to really lock it in for the end game.
Yeah, knowing the deal, you see how they're struggling. They've really just been lacking on some of the fundamentals. They've got great mechanics, great aim. They have, in theory, all the tools you need, but certain just key elements to the game that you'd expect top players to have mastered, they just haven't quite been able to get there yet. Hen and Queasy, though, this is not looking good. Shai, why would you say they were going to win this game, bro? Like, why did you say that?
I'm wondering who the team is that's actually, like, targeting them from the back all the way up to this point. What were the motivations behind this one? Is it one of those aggressive teams? Maybe someone that was just left over all the way on the north side and really hadn't seen anyone so far, really wanted to just put down the surge. Hen is gone. 95 points is where they stop for now. One of the biggest things and patterns that we've seen in EU is some of these earlier teams, Levin, get a win, get a little bit of momentum going, but then by game 3-4, they disappear. And it looks like that is the character trait for Hen and Queasy so far right now.
Yeah, that's really rough. That just shows to anybody watching just how quickly things can go from looking incredibly comfortable and good to just being wraps, full wraps. Noah, Vidil trying to wrap around the side of this hill as they make their journey to zone. Nobody around them, which may seem good for now, but the moment people sort of get their eyes on them, it could be a tough situation. Attack sprint will move them closer to that point as quickly as possible, and I do think they'll actually be fine here, but caught on the edge of this hill. Yeah, I guess facing up against the rock, refarming is probably going to be their best bet. That's what they'll go for.
That's just unbelievable. Imagine at the start of this game doing like Fortnite trivia and being like, which one of these leads to a better outcome, right? Someone who has to break 2 of their own armored walls while starting the game in a vault they can't open, or a team that is in first place in this tournament, has a pad, has zone, and has everything going for them. I mean, that is just insane. Right now, I drop in Jerky, looking so good so far. 10+ points every single game while they're locking in. I mean, this is just, that's the scene. Right now, even from long range, the SMGs, or excuse me, just one of the ARs right there is doing a lot of the damage too. It's nuts from Jerky and iDrop.
Yeah, these guys have been really effective in almost every lobby they've been in. And I think this will be another game. Look, they'll be looking at Queasy and Henger and, yeah, launch pad, smaunch pad, we don't need all that. We'll get a height regardless. But a launch pad in the hands of Seti and Cammy would be really nice. We saw they had one a couple games ago, but it didn't quite go their way. Seti got caught out on the zone transition. He fell asleep for a moment, which is something rare. Resub talks about how he doesn't really make mistakes, and that is true. Maybe it was just a blimp in the code.
2 blips all around from multiple teams right now. It seems like what once was a very easy game to rotate into just becomes more and more difficult for every single team. Even now, moving straight up to one of the highest points that's available right now, where the least amount of teams are, all the way towards the left. You can see the congestion at the bottom side of that mini-map on the bottom right that will pop up in just a second. You have to deal with this rotation that is so claustrophobic, and Storm Surge as well for, I guess, just one of these teams. It's Luca and Felix right now waiting for one player to go down. I mean, they talk about it sometimes, Levin. Is it just worth for one of your teammates to take the blow? Just go down to Surge completely. You save the match, you save the shields, you're able to just move.
Yeah, sometimes it is like you genuinely do get to a stage where you go, look, we are not both surviving. Just do everything you can to do a bit of damage. But I think we're far past that point for that duo. Juriki and iDrop will do well to get the loot out of that one.
Is the pad working?
I think they deactivated the pad in the meantime, so that might be awkward for a team that we really expected to do well. We'll follow up on that later, but in the meantime, Anilets and Squeeze find themselves in zone.
I'm just paying attention to that feed. I think they were trying to mine it out and use a pad of their own. Nope. Jerky going down. I'm wondering if iDrop has the same fate. Maybe they did something to maybe get in. I know he was the one actively using the splashes. He had the white heals. He finally gets taken out to the zone. Maybe iDrop can make the best out of this game. Meanwhile, Seti and Cammy are all the way up top. They have one less threat to deal with in the lobby now. Once again, 2 launch pads to use as well from this location. I mean, I know Aqua's looming somewhere. He's ready to go, but I feel like this is enough of an arsenal to stop the beast.
Yeah, this could be very, very fun. I don't expect to see them playing high ground. I wouldn't get too excited, but definitely going to be key to their ability to just absolutely control those mid and low ground layers. And you can see iDrop now as a solo. What can he do?
Bovino here, they're ready to actually strike, looking for a little bit of a controlling high ground spot early. They're about to just ramp onto it, but side otherwise. 2 pads for Aqua as well. Huge tools to use. A weapon of destruction when it's in this man's hands. Analysts like Squeeze. Looks like they see an Elim, or at least had one of their own knocks and go straight forward to pick it up. It might just be very good court vision, basically, from both these players to know exactly where to be, have that refresh, pick up a keg as well, get towards this spot, front side of the zone. It is a powerful game from Analytics. Squeeze right now. Meanwhile, Aqua's all the way up top bullying Wafflard. He easily has high ground. Just have to use one of these pads, and now he's bullying every team he can sense and see down below.
Yeah, with iDrop and Juriki out of the picture, Queasy and Hen not looking too strong either. This is really the only team who can have a dominant say on the height. They love it up there, and we'll see whether they can get more eliminations. I'm sure he'll be looking up thinking, oh, wow, I wish I could be there. I wish I could join them. But in the meantime, he just needs to stay alive. He needs to hit some big shots on the way as well. No, he goes down. Seti and Cammy using some of them launch pads now, and they get to the front of the zone. But can they clear out this layer and keep themselves in this one? A bit low on HP, but they have the means to get themselves back up. Aqua and Vino will stay on height. Not many teams contesting them there. But once we switch over to Noah Riley and Badil, they may be having some very, very exciting thoughts about what they can do to win this game.
Look at the zone 2 just being clamped down on low ground. Meld it dirty down below. Have to make this insane climb up a very, very steep hill. This is going to be so tough for these low ground teams. Analytics and Squeeze have kind of made that high jump already. They're way past the point. They're looking good for now. DVM down inside that feed too. Lots of stretching distance from Aqua up top. He's really making sure that he has every single angle so far, but is getting chopped down by many teams from that bottom side. Meldy has made it over that hill, and so is Journey from the bottom. And soon the ground just might fall in a little bit of a second. They still have one more pad to use, and yes, now we're all the way down back onto the road, but it pulls back through old Bills as well. This is just chaos for some of these low ground teams, and as a result, everyone's just still lost inside mid ground. They don't want to peek over just set onto any other box. It's 25 players alive as we enter that 8th zone.
Yeah, and you can see Anilets and Squeeze, they don't even want any sort of part in that. Marino and Rifler, they want a piece of height. Vino gets a chunk taken out of him, bit up, chewed out, spat, and he needs to fight for his life. Otherwise, it might be time to drop all the way down. You can see Aqua just relentlessly trying to keep it, and he'll hit a big shot. In the pursuit of doing so, Marine gets taken out, and so these guys will hold on to it even when things were looking so tough for Vino. Aqua stepping up when it mattered the most.
How much fuel do they have left in the tank, though? That's so many builds to be able to hold on to that spot up top to relieve all the pressure. Seti Cammy as well, overheating. Maximum overdrive for Seti, though, with that big 180 shot straight to the face. He buys a little bit of time, but the med mist is gone. Vidil is also down with floppers in hand. He's not able to heal from a safe that he can't open all the way up to the top 10, close to it at least. What a run from that duo as well. Seti's ready to do his own thing. A launch pad up top. What a catch, too. He was looking trapped, but he releases himself and is free. Gets a huge refresh and is still ready to go. Other side of the zone, looking to see what he can do next. 2 eliminations so far. Up inside the top 6 right now. The solo performance is so clutch. so monumental from Seti. He can really just fly up these rankings.
He's got so many shots left in that striker pump, but he only has to hit a few. Can he hit some more max damage shots? It's going to be difficult. You can see there's teams up and above him, and even ones below who seem to just have much more control, much more say in how things play out. But you can see he won't stop. That doesn't phase him. He continues to push through, gets a bit of an upgrade as well. And his journey into keeping himself in this game continues. Flodax trying to emulate some of that as well. They might actually run into each other. But Vino and Aqua might have a say before that time comes. Seti will hit max after max! How does he keep doing it? Your name's not Thomas. You can't hit shots like this. But he keeps it going. And with only 3 teams left in this one, Aqua and Vino, they know everything they need to do. Seti finally will be taken out. Flodax coming right back at him. And Vino just stalking his prey, waiting for him to try and make his way up the hill. But like a slithering snake, Flodax will get past him right into the path of Aqua. And they will win this game. 2 games down off spawn. And the one they get to play out, they win it all. What a performance, Shy Ranger.
Too many things happening in that one. It might just be really good control from Aqua and Vino. That's a really nice win. I'm gonna let you finish. But Seti, oh my goodness, those shots. Barely even milliseconds of distance in between them in terms of time. That was just nuts to see on all sides, elims and the placement feed. I just think that was one of the most phenomenal games from EU.
That was insane. To think Aqua and Vino have literally been arguing all day just to go on and win that game. Really, really beautiful Fortnite being played for them. We're going to send it back to the desk to break all that down for you.
Okay, Boop, I'd like to apologize. You know, I know Thomas HD won the first 2 games, and your exact words were what again? So make sure that you repeat them about the bus path specifically.
Yeah, so if the bus path is on the slurp track side, Veno and Aka will win that spawn fight. And I mean, the footage shows itself, right? I am never wrong. Unless I'm wrong sometimes.
Well, you're setting yourself up for failure in the next 3 games, I'm telling you that, unless Aqua and Vino manage to wipe them out every single game. You know, at the top of the show, I kind of tried to set this up perfectly in a way that we saw Mustache and Malabuka in Qualifier 1 only win 3 games off spawn, but win all 3 of those games. If Aqua and Vino are to hit a top 5 and qualify, they're going to need to do massive things on the games that they do manage to get off spawn. The one they've done off spawn so far, looking good. It's a victory royale. I do wonder, did they have them each other muted the whole time? Because, I mean, that's what Vino said. He said, I'm going to mute Aqua. We're going to play muted this entire game. And given they're on height and picked up a win, I'm thinking maybe at some point they probably unmuted in Discord and actually started speaking to each other. Regardless, seems to have worked out pretty well.
I mean, honestly, Veno and Aqua, they could probably play these games muted and still have the sort of synergy that they would have. You know, so much experience coming out from both of them. Always on the high ground. You know, Aqua used to be called always on height. And, you know, staying true to that name, still on top of it. 6 eliminations from Aqua. Not someone you would usually expect to be fragging out in this duo. Usually it's Veno that's dropping down. But Aqua is playing out of his mind. And, you know, like you said, all you need is a few games like Malabuka and Mursta showed. And you could just be making yourself to the finals.
I feel like every player, every pro player at some point has been called always on height. You know, it's just like the amount of times I've seen that across the FNCS.
They're just trying to manifest it, you know? They're trying to manifest being able to control high ground and secure victory royales. My goodness. Cammy and Seti, I don't... Seti, can we just talk about you for just one moment, man?
Yeah, we can.
Just ridiculous.
You know, one of the things that I found very interesting is that in the previous game, we saw Cammy solo clutch up a bunch. Now we're seeing Seti's solo clutch up a bunch. And this is actually rather atypical, what I would say, from this duo. And, you know, looking back to them in trios, they're usually a team that does really well in not letting one player go down, right? They always stick together so well. They always manage to keep each other up in the game for pretty much the majority until they physically can. And these 2 games, they're just proving why individually both of these 2 players are just so talented.
Yeah, but you don't really want to let it get to that point, right? Like, if you're going out as a solo, then you've made obvious mistakes. We saw that in game number 2 as well. One of them went down early, and, you know, that space he hit.
Absolutely. Look at the standings. The leaderboard is now popping up. I think it's to no surprise. Antlegs and XWeez in first. 117 points. Now, in 2 of the FNCSs in Chapter 2, I think it was Season 4 and Season 6, I wrote it down, but I've lost it. They won qualifiers, right, so far. So these guys, like I mentioned, Top Show, do really well in the qualifiers, and so far they are setting themselves up for success. I also wrote down that in the other 2 seasons, Chapter 2, Season 5 and 7, have also won qualifiers, just not the final round of it. So, you know, maybe a little bit cheat. So you can technically say they won a qualifier in Season 4, 5, 6, and 7, and it looks like they're trying to add Chapter 2 or Chapter 3, Season 2 to that list. Numbers.
I'm getting a little bit of PTSD there, Reese, from what you said about Tayson and Chapix. If you're, you know, hyping them up a little bit too much here, but so just for reference, last qualifiers, so on Friday, in order to get that top 5 was 172 points. So Alex and Xcrease, they are almost there. And I want to mention real quick, Rifty and Flodax, you know, those are, you know, as I am a Dutch boy, those are Dutch boys having a really, really good game this time. They used to land Daily Bugle back in the previous season, you know, really relying on that standard movement that you used to have in the game. No longer have that and now are able to adapt. Really, really impressive stuff.
Yeah, and you can see Aqua and Vino after that victory royale have gone up 33 points. Wow. So, I mean, they were last. They were in 50th place. Now, with the victory royale, have flown themselves up to 17th place. 3 games remaining for them to kind of try and do that again. Maybe a 3rd time as well if they're trying to hit the top 5. Top 5 is a narrow gap to try and hit, so good luck.
It's all about the bus path. It's all about the bus path. You know, we'll see. We've got 3 games. Anything can happen. Anything will happen, as Fortnite shows us. Now, everyone watching, we only have 3 games left. Remember, we're trying to make it in that top 5 to auto-qualify straight through to finals. Everyone else is playing for series points. Let's get ready to jump on that battle bus once again. 11-2K Shire Wager, over to you.
Thank you, Zeke. I'm just talking to the bus driver right now. He's asking us, Levin, where we want the bus to go. Is it the slurp side or is it the cave side for Command Cavern? What are you feeling?
I think I want to go back to the slurp side. I want to give Thomas and Trippin a chance to redeem themselves, or are we going to see a repeat of what we saw in that game? I think it's going to be a very interesting one. I hope you got your message through to your bus path guy just quickly enough, right? Because we're heading in quite soon, aren't we?
I think service actually just died down, so I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get that message. We'll have to wait and see exactly what the path actually looks like. So far, it's been a very interesting day of Fortnite in the first 3 games. This one, Levin, though, you talked about how Game 3 has changes. Game 4 is where the top of the board usually disappears, and we go to like a wild ride. There's like a weird filter on the game, and it's not like any of the others that we really watch.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a couple teams start rising up in the standings for sure. We're already starting to see some of the themes we discussed early on play out in terms of certain teams being able to do well under certain conditions. Will they be able to get those repeated conditions again? You ain't got to wait much longer. We're hopping into Game 4 right now.
Game number 4 for a bunch of these teams on the top side of the board. They just want to maintain control, don't want to go down. We don't want that shupening effect where the bottom of the board really rises up. And those are just kind of the thoughts of the big players up top. I want to see anything. It's all good. And we're going to be on that Cavern side. You're talking about giving Thomas HD another chance. Vino and Aqua dodged it completely. They're going slurping. This is what I expected. Maybe even take a little bit of a balance of both sides. Look at this. Vino is ready. Tripper had his drop. Thomas had his too. But they're just too fast. They both do kind of the same amount of damage, but that's the advantage of landing towards the slurp side, Levin. You got that full shield.
Yeah, that's really, really interesting. They both landed at different sides, but clearly one side is superior at the moment. Thomas, I've seen you do crazy things, but to win here would be rough. The best option for him probably would be just to get out. But yeah, she has a different team to deal with here. So that's Stinner and Raid below him. What's going on at Command Cavern right now? It is Stinner and Raid. I think he wanted to go for the scan, but they have control of it. He just really needs to just get out of here. He's not going to be able to get tripping up. Get out, come back for the reboot card a bit later, and go and look to try play a game that way. But coming into Game 4, nothing definitive coming out of Command Cavern just yet.
And one thing we do know about that POI is that it has like many, many teams worth of loot even just left behind. So now the game kind of turns into this weird cat and mouse situation. Thomas HD obviously can't see exactly what's going on inside. Aqua and Vino can't see what's going on out. I just talked about it, and yeah, he goes down. No chance for him to really even escape. I was going to say You know, will they camp the card? Will they kind of move? But that question is just way out the window.
Yeah, Thomas HD and Trippin will go down for the second game in a row early on. And another opportunity for Aqua and Vino to rise, maybe.
2-2. That's what it is right now.
Maybe not. Aqua's just gone down. Vino has to solo clutch now. But even he's down to such low HP.
We gotta go back. We have to be able to see exactly what's happening to Vino right now. It is Vadil and Noah Riley that have the drop downs, and then Rayed are around as well. Close map. We are working against Snazy, but we're back over at this POI. Son of Rayed now getting into the conversation. Where is Vino?
Where is Vino? He was so low last time we saw him. And I wonder, even when O'Reilly and Vadil are now as well, this is all-out chaos towards command.
Oh no.
See Vino now. He got taken out. Back to the lobby. Both teams go down early on. Aqua versus Vino. Aqua and Vino versus Thomas and Tayson.
You're not wrong with that, though. You're not wrong with that.
And we have no winners, you know? Nobody wins. Wow.
Who is, like, you know, usually teams can toss blame and things, but I'm not even sure what the comms even sound like. I think, you know, Thomas, I feel like with Tripper, instant depression into, okay, now it's not that bad. They're down 2, you know? We're chilling now. It's neutral.
The silver lining.
Yeah, Aqua and Vino, you know, let's go to, wait, please, hold up. No, listen, no, listen. It's like just, it's tough for them, man. How do you come back from that?
Honestly, I don't even think they were comms, man. I think they probably were just both deafened up, you know, just, you can't, I don't even want to speak to you, and I don't want to hear you or anything you have to say right now. Probably is how that one's gone. I'm sure both of them went straight to Twitter as well to share their thoughts to the world.
Meanwhile, this fight is a little bit more cerebral, patient from both teams. Yet still as vicious. Close and Mappy never really let down. And Stacey and Podesai, I just feel like as long as they're not the first ones going down, no matter how the fight goes, in the 2v1 advantage, they can always wrap up. On the other side, though, you know, it gets tough. And oh no, already first show crack is there. Flowis is basically 1v2ing. This is kind of crazy.
Ooh, that is filthy. Okay, well, scratch that. Matthew's down. See, now Mappy in this case would be referred to as the milker.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. So. Oh dear.
Actually makes a lot of sense. You do not want to be Mappy in that situation. I understand.
Yes, exactly. Ale Le Blue, put aside Snazy. Winning off spawn. This is one of them off spawn fights, Shia, where there's just not a winner. You know?
Yeah. Name me one off spawn fight where there is a winner.
Malibu Mustache.
Okay.
Yeah.
True.
The viewers.
Actually,
the audience. The thousands and thousands at home watching. We're all the winners, aren't we?
Actually makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Unless you're a fan of one of the teams, then, you know, then you're losing. There's multiple angles, you know. It's a, what is it, decahedron? I don't know my shapes.
The dodecahedron, I think that's like 11 sides.
11 or 11?
Coincidence? I think not.
We learn geometry every day. Very nice. Ryan Rifla. What's going on here? Not really finding the right angles.
Ooh, pause. That's crazy. That is, you know, you were clean with it, man. You were clean with it. If your favorite Fortnite commentator is Shyway, just type cringe in the chat right now.
Hey man, someone's got to do it, you know.
Someone's got to do it.
Someone's got to.
No, they all do it.
This is you know, sometimes you win a game and you go on to do crazy things, interviews, talk shows, and all that. Other times you win a game, you're just swimming with the fishes down in the water. I heard a launch pad put down, so this is legit desperation from backside on Darkest and Mr. Satan. Two guys ever Dandir, and up to 83 points. They're looking mighty fine right now, climbing towards that top 5.
That right there is what I call the 11 classic. People might not understand the greatness that just came down before their eyes there. They knew they were going down, so they just said, you are not getting a launch pad from this. We are going to place this launch pad, we are going to be eliminated, and you guys can just go away and profit nothing. Brilliant stuff. Right out of the 11 2K handbook right there. Phenomenal.
Very excited for that one. Maybe there was a way to, you know, deactivate pads a bit, get them back in your inventory. I think Jerky got halfway there with that one.
Ooh.
But we'll see we'll see how it rocks with a little bit. Headache queasy on their side. Once again, a north zone, right? We talk about the half and halves when it comes to, you know, if you pull half zone, it's up to you to just kind of roll in and make the most out of the game. This is their POV of pulling half zone. Last time didn't go towards them. I was kind of feeling bad for them. You know, it's not every day you get these many north zones, but another one kind of put into their favor. Who's leaving rockin' and move to the sky? I mean, we just were, you know, complimenting them in terms of dealing with 11 classic. This time, this is classic storm fight situation. That's the Shio classic. You get a really good fight, right? Let me explain this one. You feel confident, you feel good. You can peek anything, you can go for crazy edits and make plays. But then you get humbled. You realize you're just Shio wager, you know? That's all it is, yeah.
Yeah. I've experienced that one myself. I've been shy wages quite a few times. So.
Why did I set it up like that? Now this is what I'm stuck with. That's crazy. At least I've got my launch pad with me, right? When I go down.
Well, at least you got your launch pad. That's true.
Yeah.
These guys got a launch pad. They're doing quite well today. Would you say these guys are the goats right now?
No.
Oh.
Flat out. I feel like they're the best survivors right now. There's a lot of chaos going around the entire lobby. Somehow Analex X-Squeeze are just dodging it, which is a skill upright of its own, knowing the best path to kind of get in that has the least resistance. I think that's what they're the GOATs at right now, but at the same time, I haven't really seen them deal with complete direct conflict, a crazy one-off situation where they come off alive. Seen Thomas do that a little bit. Sakwa and Mino kind of stray away from that completely with maximum control. Instead, he also being that situation with the clutch, but they are definitely in the lead. For context as well, yesterday, top 5 was 172 points. They're at 117 right now, so have way more than just even half of the job done. With 3 more games left to Analex and Squeeze the way they're playing today, I feel like they should be top 5 if all things go well.
Yeah, it would be really tragic to see them fall out of that one. We have seen mightier falls though, and so they'll have to keep up on the pace, but they have done a brilliant job up to this point. Definitely would have surprised some people. It's not necessarily been the smoothest of seasons for Andalex and its Sweeze, especially in the past couple. But this might be the rejuvenation they needed to get themselves backfiring on top form in their primes, as Resub I'm sure would love to say and point out.
The amount of primes that Resub has pointed out, it's making me question the term of the word.
Maybe
you can only have one prime, no?
Well, well, yeah, you can only have one prime, right? More times than not. But I think Resub's just like stuck in the past, you know. He's just reminiscing about all these players when they're at their best and whatnot, you know. Start living in the present, Reese boy.
The present, his name is now Peace Hub, actually. For both the control and just trying to, you know, have good relations with all the mans.
Peace
across the Fortnite scene. Yeah. 100%.
Shout out to Reese's mum if she's watching. Feel bad just hearing it, you know. Feel a bit bad, but back to Fortnite. We're over here at Rocky Rails.
So weird, man.
I don't know where we took that, man. We took that off the rails there for a second. Let's get back on track. A reboot here coming out from Peach, trying to get Blade back in the game. We talked about the struggles they'd face earlier on, and it seems to have just continued along that pattern. The reboot isn't even going to be easy for him to get off. He's getting pushed even in the storm here at Rocky. And actually will be taken out by Finian and Rabid. who are probably just taking out their frustrations from last game, right? Got contested over at Chonkers and had a tough time. Are now able to say that they have elimination for this game. And the loadout's not looking too bad either. Plenty of heals to use once they get back in zone and deeper into the game as well to make some zone plays if necessary.
This is where damage really has to come out though for some of these teams. They've been chilling a little bit too much, maybe just waiting to see what can happen. A Cavern team actually going down in the feed. Fury rocking in, taking out Rayet completely. Stella should still hopefully be alive somewhere, but for Fury as well specifically, I mean, this is also, correct me if I'm disgustingly wrong, his second appearance this season. I'm trying to find his name on last week's chart. Maybe I'm just overreading it completely, but him and Bubak rocking in. They definitely were in Qual 1 as well. Those are legendary names, no pun intended, in the right of their own. They should also be rocking and doing really well now.
Well, according to my resub meter, they're not in their primes, and so it's looking unlikely. They'll have to try regain some sort of form. But I think the big thing, right, with a lot of these... Ooh, what? Deary me!
Almost comboed.
Me.
Felix is sweating now. He is sweating.
I'm
Both
sweating
these
forward.
players, they had this strat. They've done this, what, 3 times now in Search? And I think they're pretty content with it so far. They've survived a little bit to get towards endgame at least. This is the scariest they've looked so far, though. And I think one of the issues is selecting the place where they're basing up for this position. You may as well move in beforehand as soon as you see the zone. Try to get active and maybe even have some people shoot at you so you have something to shoot back at. But they're playing so passive. They're just staying inside this box and everyone can kind of see the shield keg from far away as well. They understand that this team's low on surge. They'll go for desperate lurches for picks, and it's just, I mean, so lonely for them right now.
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to be able to find much from where they are. As you mentioned, the lines of sight aren't optimal, and so they'll have their struggles there. I mean, you've got to be careful. I know you're feeling confident right now, but got to make sure you keep building, sorry. He's trying to go towards the south along that Daily Bugle side, and there's not going to be many teams sort of behind them, and so they should just be able to run their way in nicely. Nice and easy.
Well, there's nice for Seti and Cammy right now. They're trying to build a home inside this top 5. I think this is one of the games that can really solidify that. 95 points. They kind of went out or have a really good performance in this one. We get all the way towards the 130s, the 140s, and then they're kind of one game away from locking in qualification. So very important game for them. Basically the last one that Analex and Xsqueeze also have to play over here. 120 points. Looking really good. There's about 30 or 40 more so up for grabs if they make that top 3.
Yeah, and can we just, again, give Seti his flowers for absolutely inhaling all of mid-ground last game as a solo?
Both nostrils.
Yeah, crazy stuff from him. We've got a replay on our hands. What's Mr. Andalex doing? Damage. That's what he's doing.
Maybe I'm just not like being, I think, kind enough to this duo here. I just feel like I've seen Andalex. I'm in resub mode, you know, at super prime beforehand, and I kind of expect this from him. But what they are doing is truly great. I mean, every situation, the best possible outcome, the best possible result is forced by this duo's hands.
Yeah, I think they've done a really good job of actually being able to do damage, right? And that might sound like, well, they're Fortnite players. Obviously, they can do damage, Levin. What you on about? But, you know, I've seen a lot of teams in that sort of southeast of the map, especially when zone is sort of just pulling up north, just not being able to get enough damage, right? Not finding the right positions, the right fights, the right tags, and they've done a great job of that. So that alone has just allowed them to sort of keep themselves in these games. And then what they've been able to do on mid-ground, very much doing their best Malibuka and Mustache impression at times in these games. Just absolutely having full control and eliminating anybody that stands in their way.
So Seti, Cammy, and Alexa Squeeze both have goals to hit. I feel like on the other side of things, we just saw Hen and Queasy. We saw O'Reilly and Vadil on your screen right now. they have tests for themselves this game. It still feels like they're kind of rocky coming into this qualifier in terms of what their identity's like, whether they do have that control that you mentioned, Levin. Henning Queasley obviously tagged up on a rotation before, nor really of a deal. Surge issues all the way until that half and half. Can this be the game where they kind of find that solidification and then have good performances on the last three?
We've seen them have pop-off games, and all it does take for them, right, is a bit of luck here and there. And it's a shame, because I feel like they're so skilled, they shouldn't have to rely on that. But if they do pull a couple zones here and there and get into the right positions, they are going to hit the shots, they're going to get the eliminations, and they're going to rack up on points. And once that momentum starts going, oh, it gets very scary for everyone else in the lobby. It gets very, very scary. Once you start looking at the feeder, you see O'Reilly hit a couple one pumps back to back. Things get very, very silent all around.
And Queens will have to deal with their own fears first. Right now, the aim of the game, it's not about the VR currently, it's not about the positions either, it's just about the damage. Look at the right side of the screen. And Queasy beforehand, we just switched off the POV. We're only about 85 above. Our skill T-chips for the moment right now, 164 damage below. Fury also going down to the feed. Some of the most totemic type duos, the ones that are non-moving, just look so good in terms of defensive capability as well. They're going down. A lot of our hard hitters for damage have not done enough so far and are falling under the pressure. Artskill and T-chips forced to go for this fight. What an edit. What a few shots dealt to Artskill. T-chips now will get struck down by either of the enemy players or that lightning shortly. Has to find some way to do more damage. 10 above is not enough.
Yeah, he's going to keep reopening that edit, but he literally could be tickled and he'd go down right now. So he should just hold on a minute. He'll get some time to use some shields, get his HP up. It's a shame for a duo who we have seen be so consistent in getting into the end game. Very much struggling in third place. Will it hold? And that all relies on T-chips and his ability to stay in this one. On the right side of your screen, you can see Jurdy having some struggles of his own. The pad will come through and that hopefully will be able to take him.
This one works, let's go.
Zone. But he's got to be careful as he comes in, using the tree as cover. And needs to stay out the line of fire. Oh dear, almost just walking into some shots. Kira actually goes down. They weren't able to stay tight together. You see he has his eyes set on Andrea, and that's a huge shot from Jurdy. He had the edit there. And then Jurdy didn't expect it. It's a shame he couldn't hit a bigger shot. That very much could have been a nice little knock for him. And even as a solo with such low HP, he's operating fully confident, unwavering directness right now. But we'll see how long and how far that can take him, because it only goes so long without the actual HP to back it up.
Yeah, I'm wondering what he sees on his screen, if like someone's taped sticky notes of a launchpad icon and shields in his inventory with full mats as well. If you're a solo in that situation, you do that much damage to someone's shield crack in there and they're getting focused. I feel like a dive in is absolutely necessary. Unfortunately, yeah, the confidence just rolls in and he doesn't actually dive in for it. Looking at Marine right now as well. Solo on Surge, and one of the disadvantages of the ADS is how you can't really see what's happening possibly right in front of you. Dived by Vico and taken out.
Yeah, those guys didn't even have a clue about what was going on. How is Andalexa solo? That is the question everybody will be asking, but we ain't got time to answer it. We just have to get to zone. He's gliding up in the sky, plenty of players around him as well, but he just has to be the one that doesn't get hit, because he can't afford to take much damage right now. And he knows that he just wants to get right in, and you can see he hits that player for white HP. That might be the trigger to continue, but no, he takes a moment to slow down and use the mini he has available to him. But Shayo, this is now so difficult for Andalex. We've seen him have solo clutches before though, and that mode might have to be activated right about now.
So difficult for all those three teams in those POVs. A bunch of them just forced down to the ground, and that entire place is so rocky. Water randomly filled in certain places. Andalex decides to stay a little bit higher and drier, and Dreda's back in this game too, taking out Noah Riley inside the feed. A trade though from Vidil, and that duo starts to trade blows, have a conversation that does not go polite whatsoever. We switch over to Cammy, a little bit away from that solo clutch for some duo dynamics. Him and Seti also switching up layers, moving side by side and driving on this layer at least, and have one pit stop to make to maybe change the tires underneath their fast vehicle. and start to make a few more laps around the lobby. It'll be a mini bill bounce back and stretch towards a different side. Cammy sees the pad as well, then actually hits it, gets a breath of fresh air up top. It's Wise who has high grounds. They might be looking to challenge it in just a second. Nope, Sunny and Cammy are just gliding by. Question is, where's Julian? I don't really see him active or alive. Maybe I missed him there. It might just be solo hype for now. Now it's getting crazy all around it. There's many people who are reaching for the skies.
You can see Anderlecht, so he just needs to stay to ground, keep his feet connected, rooted. You can see him in the back of the zone. And yeah, you are right. Julian is in there. Waze as a solo is holding it.
He's
and I think
panicking. Look ahead.
As a solo is trying to take it. He comes over the cone. He hits the shots as well. And as a solo, he has high ground now. And he hits some beautiful shots to pair with it. But can he stay alive?
Oh, no.
He's in the zone. He's got the chance splashes to stay alive, but they're not going to stop that pressure. It's relentless. You can hear that combat SMG firing, and eventually he will be cleared. Anderlecht though still up as a solo. Is this duo Feliz or is it solos? Every perspective seems to be a solo, and Anderlecht takes out another solo in this game. 4 eliminations now. The floppers are huge. The harpoon as well could come in clutch. But he just needs to stay up and keep hitting shots. Seti and Cammy now forced out of the game in the back of the zone. They get caught out. Anderlecht still going though, still pushing, still fighting.
Every single duo basically just getting filtered out towards now that last zone. In 18 seconds, we see who gets to really rock in for that placement up to a top 10 position. Vortex and Fork are all the way up top. Look for their chance to just kind of dominate and reign control. Meanwhile, down below, Anderlecht unleashed. He has even more. He's cleaning up every single toe he can find down below, and he's getting even more materials, more HP and loot to kind of work with. What is the option now? How long can we stay inside that zone's radiation? How much damage can you really take? Anderlecht now down to such low HP. Flopper's able to put him back up, but now he has a few more duos to deal with. Look at the material count. It's so high. He's got the tools to work with. The hammer that just nails in every single person into their individual coffin. Anderlecht is too strong. Another solo in his way. The first missed shot out of 10 that he's taken so far, but he doesn't panic. Stays composed. Plays the right side. Looks for his next shot to take 2. Lets the duels kind of milk it out between them. Shady actually battling on the bottom side too. Fork is just forcing so much damage down, and now Anderlecht is going to be free to take a few more shots. Another one onto Shady. This man is just too much. Now has a chance, 330 builds, to maybe even go for this height fight. Another big shot taken, the classic Anderlecht shot that we usually see. Doesn't really connect. Up to 10 now, trapped in this box. He has to find a different type of vantage point. He's getting tracked right now. His movement predicted on all sides. Protection is there too. He's looking good for now. Another big one. He's just not even getting hit at all. 99 from Anderlecht. He's just making this look like he has 4 arms, 2 keyboards, and 6 mice to work with. Armored wall to block the way. He's gonna go all the way up and around. 100 builds. He has high ground. Out of juice. Just 2 builds. How has he got to this position? Anderlecht 2v1, and he's taken down. Fork and Vortex take out the raid boss. What a way to make it done. That is a huge victory for that team.
What a win for them. They almost messed it up at the end, but they stood firm and they closed things out. Anderlecht's MDO, max damage only for the Frenchman in that game. What a way to solo clutch. We've seen so many of these Shire Wager today. Honestly, so many great solo clutches, but Fork Vortexers will win game 4 and finally get themselves up on them standings, pushing themselves higher and higher as we head into these final games. Everybody trying to get a piece of the FNCS finals. What a way to do it. What a game. Desk, break it all down for us as we head into the last couple.
Guys, I wasn't aware that Anderlecht was just the new Tayson. Okay, apparently Tayson has just somehow just ceased to exist. Anderlecht has then taken all of his power and said, "It is I, new Tayson 2.0. My goodness, what is going on in these games, Reese?
Honestly, I wouldn't make this comparison if Levin and Shao didn't laugh at it so much, but is this prime Anderlecht? That's all I'm gonna say right here. He is absolutely fragging. This was a game of solos from first to second, because obviously it was Anderlecht was a solo, we saw Hen as a solo, Waze was on high ground as a solo at some point, but clearly the best out of them in this match was Anderlecht. Like, this was just an unparalleled performance.
Yeah, so he was basically going into this first moving zone as a solo. We saw him get an early elimination to third zone, max mats, everything. Unfortunately, X3s went down early on, and from there on out, it was just the Andalex show, just jumping into boxes. You would think there was 2 Andalexes running around on the map because he was just absolutely lethal, but I mean, getting second place as a solo, I don't know anyone's performance as good as that. Maybe Hen as a solo last game of FNCS was maybe akin to that, but fair play to Andalex.
He just did that though, Reese. Hen just did that. He just did another solo performance this last game.
I think, let me double check, make sure I get the number right. Yeah, he placed 14th there as a solo. So tons of placement points additional for him, but this was the moment that really almost solidified the game for him. You see the sneaking up on high ground. Waze also a solo at this point. The easy elimination to him up on the high ground. And if he had managed to kind of keep that going, if one other team wasn't so smart to hear that, to look up, to notice that high ground was weak, Hen could have taken that similarly to Andalex up into a top 3 situation.
Yeah, and that's basically the scope of this lobby, right? We don't see anyone really looking at high ground because the majority of these teams, they just think, okay, if I'm not on high ground, who's going to be in high ground? Thomas HD, Veno, Aqua, those are not the teams I really want to be fighting against height, so nobody really looks at it. So we had Wazer as a solo just, you know, climbing on height, just dilly-dallying for free, and finally someone noticed.
Yeah, and we also saw that kind of mess off spawn in Command Cabin. You kind of said Aqua and Vino. We saw them this game win the fight.
Yeah.
Spawn. You know, we've talked about this every game, and we're going to continue to talk about this every game as well. I know, Zeke, you love this play with the zip line just to get him to the front side. Easily then managing to pick up Trippern. Will we say Trippern was milking? Potentially, but there we get Aqua then managing to finish off the fight onto Thomas HD2. And we also, obviously, one of the most important notes, finally we see the third party coming in from Noah Rayleigh and Vidil, then eliminating Aqua at this moment, and then again finishing Vino. So for once we saw this fight going back across the 2 teams head to head, and no one won in this game, making no one on height.
Ridiculous. There's so much happening, and that's what I appreciate so much about Fortnite at times like this, right? With only 2 games left to qualify, it's gonna come down to that last game, right? Someone is gonna get knocked out of that top 5. You'll love to see it. I can't wait. Let's take a look at the standings. Okay, so check this out. Up 14 places. Fork and Vortexers suddenly emerge in top 5. Like, whoa, whoa, whoa. We just got ourselves a victory out, friends. What's up, top 5? We're now here to play.
I was looking for them there. I couldn't even see them. I thought they'd be 5th, but no, they're 2nd. You're right. We've obviously talked about Andalex and X-Squeeze being up in 1st and 166. They're miles ahead. Couple more points for them, and they should solidify that. Queasy and Hen still in 3rd right now. But I'm interested, Boot, right? Who do you think next 2 games is going to manage to sneak into this top 5 here? Because it's still so close between 2nd to 10th.
Yeah, so I think, you know, we're seeing a lot more aggression over at the Command Cabin side. I feel like Vidila and Noah Rayleigh, they're going to start ramping it up. Only 11 eliminations going into this final so far. And from that point onwards, you know, these guys, they know aggression. And I feel like they're just going to try to wipe out Command Cabin. And like you said, 3 points per elimination. And those points are just going to stack up. And we'll probably see them in the top 5.
Yeah, I think if they have a game kind of similar to some of the other ones they've been having, they can fly up easily. But, you know, they've not even really been fragging that much, which is unlike them right now. Some of the teams I'm looking at right here, 18th, Trippern and Thomas HD, the team that we saw go down off spawn. I obviously want to keep an eye on that battle when it comes to the game, but we also saw in 20th there, Aqua and Vino, so they're only ahead of them by 2 placements on the leaderboard so far. So, you know, both teams going head to head right now. Neither looking like they're going to get into the top 5 unless these next 2 games go both one way.
You know, Boop, maybe we just make an agreement. You know, we join sides and we just say, let's not fight. Let's just everybody don't touch me. I'm gonna loot this right here and I'm leaving. Okay, I'll see you in endgame. Okay, goodbye. Let's agree.
Let's see what the
this is me and Boop agreeing. That's me and Boop agreeing. Get out of here, Reese. Anyway,
we are,
we are, Boop. We are.
We are. Just make that clear.
Okay. Oh my God. All right, guys, we're getting ready for the last 2 games of the FNCS qualifier number 2. Shy Wager 11-2K. Over to you.
2 more chances for these off-spawn shenanigans to keep going on, Levin, and then 2 more possible solo clutches that we have never seen the likes of before. Hopefully even from Andalex again.
Yeah, honestly, we're being spoiled today. We're just getting a solo clutch. You get a solo clutch. You get a solo clutch. Game 4, solo clutch. Game 3, solo clutch. Solo clutches all around the park. Look, this is the type of stuff you don't see anywhere else, right? This is the high quality gameplay you get when you watch EU, the best of the best players in the world, and a lot of them still having a fighting chance to make it to the FNTS finals. Of course, there's qualifier 3, but you don't want to have to play that. You want to be able to sit back, relax, watch the rest of the competition, sweat it out for their places as you just enjoy the luxuries, right? So honestly, I think we're going to see a lot go down. Osborne's been very intense, like you said, Shayo, but again, you can't allow things to go out of your favor. You need to stay in control, and we'll see just who's in control in this game 5. Let's go.
Game number 5 on board, and we're basically watching one team qualify this game. Analytics Squeeze, all they have to do is make it off spawn and get a few placements. They should be good to go. Meanwhile, for everyone else, the other 49, it is still possible, you know, 2 100-point games, 220 bombs for some of these guys. It could be the wave. 4 Texers are there in second place overall, Queasy in third, and as we wrap up the placements real quick, we're looking at exactly how the Osman fight goes too. This is chaos. No gun spawns all the way off the rip. Tripper has to desperately go and find a sniper. Oh no, Thomas down already. And this is all he really has to work with. No sprays available. It is a 1v1 though. Thomas has done a good enough job to get Aqua down. Him versus Vino. He's got versatility on maximum ranges, but nothing else really in that medium range fight.
Yeah, they just can't handle their drops. Vino was so far ahead, but at the same time, right, there was a trade that went on. Thomas was able to sort of put in some work before he went down, and so Tripper now needed to do his best to stop the revive coming through, just wasn't quite able to, and so with Aqua and Vino both being up, this seems like a story we've seen before.
Kind of breaks down that slip truck as well to make sure that they don't have that advantage. Aqua did go down first, Tripper all the way on the backside. Watching it all break down, there's not much you can really do in that spot. Maybe if he has a burst AR, anything, an SMG.
Yeah, at the same time though, like I would have liked to see him sort of get back out there and fight. Of course, he went for the henchman chest, and so that sort of delayed him there, but he could have swung around, peeked around the corner, maybe tried to use that shotgun. Obviously, he had the sniper rifle there. That would have been the spectacular, right? But
if the roles were reversed, if Thomas has that sniper, I feel like he's taking the shot.
If the roles are reversed, they are looting the vault right now, and they've got 2 eliminations to their name. So
if the aliens have a laser pointed at, you know, the cavern, need one person to take that sniper shot. Honestly, I'm picking Tripper in that duo. I'm picking Tripper.
You are bugging, my friend. You are bugging. This is
scary, isn't it?
It's very scary.
Up against Deox, okay, so that man's also like relentless. Gets into a fight. I think as soon as they get a knock, that duo, they only kind of see red.
Remember that week when Deox was just the best player in the world?
Wasn't it like 2 games of the week? Or was it the whole week?
It might have been the whole week, but probably more accurate to like you said, 2 games.
Yeah, I can half recall it, yeah.
Where's that guy? I miss his prime.
Is that where you're going with this?
Yeah,
I was going to ask a mad specific question about it, but...
Maybe that's the version of Diox us fighting against Anderlecht right now. That's why, you know, it's sweet.
Is that prime Diox?
That was, yeah, that has to be prime Diox. 100%. Yeah. He was on one. Couldn't miss.
Is this prime Podeside?
So I guess we'll find out.
Mappy using a little bit of pyrotechnics to get the building destruction job done. Hello! Might not be a door. Sometimes you can pop straight out of the attic window. That's going to be a nice surprise. Be able to shield up there real quick and make sure you're ready to take the rest of this fight. It'll be Flois actually going for the first point of engagement. Would wall down, but that's an expectation that Snazy can see coming. He gets kind of taken down. Putin says that have the trade. Now it's one wall that Mappy kind of owns. He rolls in and vacuums up the entire squad.
Yeah, Mappy doing brilliantly there just to clean things up. Flois did everything he could in the moment, but eventually fell. Mappy right there to clean up after him. And this is a really nice change for them. The big problem, though, that we've highlighted on multiple occasions, this has been a fight where just nobody wins. Regardless of who wins off spawn, neither team seems to be able to string any sort of meaningful games together. Maybe this will be the game where that all changes and turns hands. Trippin, though, unlike Thomas a couple games ago, has been able to get himself out of covert. But will he actually be able to get Thomas back up is the real big question here.
What is the plan? Does he have the card? I assume he does. I don't see an X on Thomas's name so far, but I can honestly never tell whether that means card or no card. I'm being brutally honest with you. I should know, but I've honestly tried my best to even see patterns. Sometimes they switch. Maybe he's just looking for a reboot. Sees a fight going on right now. Definitely not a possibility. Marco Clinberry, 2v1, and Marco's taking a lot of damage, having a tough time getting into this box and really finishing up this fight. Okay, another big one. Does Jackson have 2 HP pools? I feel like he's taking so much damage, but he finally goes down.
Yeah, you know, he stole overshields from no build. That's why he was able to last so long there. Not actually, but...
All right, so Hen and Queasy in this spot right now is kind of the same point total that Analyx was at last game.
Yeah, but the big thing is we obviously know that certain things need to go their way for them to have huge games. And of course, I wouldn't say things are slipping out of their hands, but they're definitely not comfortable by any means, I'd say. They still do need to do something significant if they want to be sure. They can't afford for any stinkers. This might be a stinker. If Aqua can't get out of dodge. Vino's now here, and so that will cool things down. But if you look in the bottom right, look how many
What's happening?
Why is there so many people at Command Cavern?
I hear a vehicle, but usually you hear it going away. It seems like it's coming towards the cavern.
Did I miss the memo here? There's like 8 teams here. What's going on?
When we said there's 15 teams dropping here, I didn't literally mean it, guys, please. But who are the others? That's the real question, because Thomas and Vino are down. Versace and Malbuka are qualified. Can't be them.
Thomas. This is the power of Thomas. Called upon the lobby. Sort them out.
There's a mob boss sitting there with like his one leg over the other.
These aren't actually players. These are actual just like henchmen just coming in to avenge Thomas HD.
Oh, Vino and Aqua will then just completely... Man, that was the weirdest threat of a POI invasion I've ever seen.
Wait, what's actually just happened here? Like,
I was half squat, getting ready to go. Like, okay, about to cast like a 6-team mid-game fight, and then yeah, show's canceled.
Everyone just decided, nah, we're good. We're fine.
Did Vidil go down? Maybe that was it. Someone saw Vidil get knocked, understood exactly who's here, and they're like, no. There's, yeah, our bad. My sorry.
Yeah, this is not great for them. Noah's got 2 pads, which would have been really nice for these guys. Obviously sitting in 9th. Actually not doing too bad. I feel like every time we see them, they're not, like looking good. Maybe like this is the plot of production to deceive us into thinking they're having a bad day, then they just have their pop off and like they appear in 2nd place. But they are doing too bad. We'll see if Fadil can get back in the game. If Sweeze was actually able to be brought back into the game, which was nice, so.
Saw that reboot action, resulting in a few wins for the first time in EU. That was fun. In that qual one day. Over here, we'll just take a tune in and see exactly what's been going down. What? Ah, I see what it is. You know when you have those like, those people you set up for clips in creative? You know, he was slightly out of position there, my man, against Vinos. That's really savage there. Vino just has a really good positioning off the land. You'd assume he go in that box. He threatens it, backs up, nice piece. I'll be a little bit polite. I'm feeling savage today. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, man, I don't know. You're on one, bro. Like, no, but that was intense, bro. That wasn't even like a full box. That was like a full cage. You just didn't even let him out. Just
dealt
with him appropriately, I'd say, because
Pop the kit.
Okay, so again, more storm action.
You know, like when we're in movies and like it's Mexico usually. There's like a sepia filter on it. It's just yellow every time they go there. Or like Egypt, like they just put a filter on it. Or a lot of filmmakers. I'm not sure what it is about these game 5s, but I feel like every game 5 there's just like a blue filter. It's like I'm watching Chapter 1 NA West.
Nobody watches the NA West. Stop kidding yourself. Ah,
come on, man.
Essa vai ser a minha melhor vigarice.
Nossa, velho. Os caras tranquilão, velho, matando todo mundo, que loucura.
Ah, né? Esse C4 aí, ô desgraçado! Filha da puta! Fugiu de novo! Ah, mano, vai tomar no cu.
Meu Deus do céu. Tá louco. Chega batendo aí.
Ah, minha assim, Siga.
Ah, minhas costas. Meu Deus do céu, cara. Caiu, filho da puta.
Nossa.
Maluco.
É duas.
Ah, não, cara. Mano, vai tomar no cu, cara. Alguém quita esse moleque do Discord, por favor. Antes que eu meta a porrada nele. Ô, Dudu, vou... Ah, não posso escutar essa música. Eu comecei a dançar na live do nada, cara. Nem queria. Vai. Boa, macaco. Nem fudendo. Nem fudendo. Eu vou fogo no meu carro.
Você parece burro! Ei, mas é burro!
Vai, esse brotão aí. Estão em cima. Abriram, entraram. Aí veio um. Chama, fi! Tu me matou, seu doente mental!
Com certeza.
Cara, você acertou em cheio. Bitcoin e Ethereum. Esses são os únicos dois que eu compro todo mês. Tem mesmo.
Carson, isso aqui é um Chewbacca preto.
É, exatamente.
Tá falando comigo?
€20, €30 deve dar uns R$4.000.
Tá, eu vi a dancinha, mas... O que eu queria dizer?
Engraçado, dancinha, tô quase comprando.
Eu vi, só que eu não tocou áudio, né? Que eu tô com bagulho de copyright aqui. Tu jogou com a gente ontem de noite? Não, de madrugada não, né? Tu jogou com a gente de madrugada hoje?
Não, pera aí. É o quê?
Tu jogou com a gente hoje de madrugada? Não lembro.
E tipo, começar a comprar agora. Padrão, de pra cá, período de maio, junho, sempre tá em baixo. Dezembro, vai lá em cima, vai lá pro ano.
vai depender do seu objetivo. Porque se você quiser fazer trade, tipo comprar agora para vender caro, então pode comprar agora que já é um bom momento. Já tá muito, caiu demais já e vai ser raro esse momento. Então você já poderia comprar. Dois cada um. Uhum. Então.
Caralho, o
não
Douglas
faço-
tava na stage,
não,
velho.
não faço trade, não faço compra e venda. Só compro, 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 compro. Aí é todo mês, toda semana, sempre que dá. Sempre que dá, não. No mínimo uma vez por semana, mas é difícil. Mas no mínimo, mínimo também uma vez por mês. E eu vou comprando acumulando. Então, é cerca de 500. Sim, sim, eu investo cerca de 500
Cê é
a 1.000 reais
louco.
por mês. Cara, eu acredito no Bitcoin. Em 2014, meu TCC foi sobre o Bitcoin. Simplesmente, hoje eu seria milionário. O que eu penso hoje, o que eu sei hoje, se eu soubesse lá, eu seria milionário já. É porque eu não sabia investir, cara. Eu não sabia o que era investir. Hum.
Podemos jogar agora?
Segura um pouquinho.
Puta merda, velho.
Cara, é isso. Não, 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 não. Nunca custou 32 mil euros. 32 mil euros? Caramba. Caraca. Mas é isso. Aí em dólares chega a uns 35, eu acho. Não, mas como assim? É difícil. Ah, entendi. Tradeando, né? Bom, viver disso é extremamente difícil. Vai, sinceramente. Então, é muito, muito, muito difícil de viver disso. Tem que ter um volume muito grande de dinheiro para colocar em risco, digamos assim. O meu foco é investimento para o longo prazo, porque eu acredito no Bitcoin como um ativo digital que. Exatamente. Por exemplo, aqui em Barcelona mesmo já tem restaurante que aceita Bitcoin. Aham. Pois é, cara, já fiz aqui em Barcelona, Serra. E pra você ter uma ideia, 62 mil dólares mais ou menos. Exatamente. Pra você ter uma noção, a máxima histórica foi mais ou menos uns 62 mil, 63 mil dólares. E agora está 35 mil ou 32 mil euros, né? E isso é considerado baixo, tá? Tá,
O churrasqueiro não tá feliz não, mano.
tá triste. Mas só que isso aí é considerável. Depois vai subir de novo, vamos voltar para 40 mil dólares, 42. Sim, é fato, é fato. Vai subir com certeza. Uhum. Sim. Os do Bitcoin e Ethereum, os dois são assim.
Quando quiser, Coyote.
Então, eu vou ter que desligar aqui.
Nem fudeu.
Não, pô, eu vou jogar, peraí.
Ah, se tu tivesse me feito esperar esse tempo pra desligar, nossa, mano.
Beleza, beleza. Pronto, voltei. É que eu tava no telefone. Nossa, que demora. Foi mal.
Nem percebi. Toma mais um. Uhum. Já que você tá milionário, então manda um subzão pra mim na Twitch aí.
Não, eu queria ser milionário. Se por uma decisão eu poderia ser milionário hoje, mas não sou.
Mas sabe pra que eu não preciso ser milionário? Pra me mandar um sub na Twitch, são só R$8. É o preço de um refrigerante, salva a tua vida.
Não é 8 milhões, né?
Não, é R$8 só. Bora aí, falta 3 subs pra a meta, bater a meta do mês e sortear o BF5. Lembrando que quem não tiver o BF5 ganhará outro jogo aleatório. É, do mesmo preço, no caso. O BF5 tá saindo por R$55 por aí. Terá outro jogo AAA da mesma faixa de preço. AAA. Tô aceitando teu sub de presente, viu? Tem caimento essa desgraça. Muito pouco. Muito pouco. Nossa. Que estourada foi essa aí? Tá abrindo minha live? O quê?
Alto-falante, agora eu voltei pro fone.
Ah, entendi.
Cadê você? Olha aqui. Ah, não deu tempo.
Não
Deixa
deu
pra lá.
não.
Depois eu mostro. Tá muito trânsito aí na sala?
Uhum. Dia das Mães, né? Casa cheia. Meu Deus. Passou um otário estourando o som aqui. Eu vou cair lá porque eu tenho que pegar os omnichips. Eu ainda não achei. Falta só um na caverna do comando ali, eu não achei ainda.
O que você falou?
Falta só um chip na caverna do comando e eu ainda não achei ele.
É difícil mesmo. Você pegou lá de dentro?
Um que fica embaixo, no cantinho? Cara, na real acho que eu peguei, mano.
Ele fica mais... Ah, cara, não dá pra explicar. Fica lá dentro, lá embaixo, do lado do servidor. Só isso.
Tá, depois a gente cai lá e tu me explica onde é que é, aí eu vejo se eu peguei ou não.
Tá bom. Tá bom. Desliga. Você conhece o angolano?
Uhum.
Do Cacongo?
Não sei exatamente. Nossa, mano, tem 4 sabres de luz um do lado do outro aqui, velho. Isso aqui é uma fortaleza Jedi ou o quê? Tem um em cada ponta do bagulho aqui, velho.
É.
Uhum.
Agora tem o laser. Blaster, né?
É o rifle aquele.
Peguei.
Eu não. É você até mim.
Então não chega.
Chega tu aqui. Ah, obrigado, Coyote. Muito obrigado.
Eu te catei essa arma.
É, eu dropei pra tomar os shieldinhos e tu levou embora minha arma.
Ali, ó, tá ali. Aí.
Vem aqui, fera. Tá fugindo por quê? Não quer tomar banho?
Não quer tomar banho.
Ué. Agora eu vou ali na outra ilha e catar os Omniships. Omniships.
Ah, eu lembro dessa aí.
Omniships.
Omniships.
Tiris.
Já pensou se depois de esperar todo esse tempo eu tivesse que sair?
Ah, tu vai ter que sair.
Eu ia levar a banda.
Não sei.
Não,
Véio.
pô, não vou ter que sair não.
Foi exatamente o que eu falei antes ali. Quer tocar essa bodega pra gente completar o restinho que falta?
Tô com um portal. Vem cá, vem cá, vem cá, vem cá, vem cá.
Meu Deus, em vez de levar isso aí pra gente usar na treta. Não, pra quê?
Instantaneamente.
Exatamente. Na treta é rapidinho. Tem um tanque dentro da... Ah não, é um canhão que tem ali.
Nossa, tô com... Não dá pra pegar mais. Tem um portalzinho portátil aqui, se quiser.
Veja.
Não tô vendo.
Sei que aqui tem bot. Muito bom ter vindo pra cá. Tem cara tretando aqui na minha frente aqui.
Opa. Você curte BTS?
Nunca escutei nada deles. Por quê?
Tô com a música na cabeça.
Tem um chudão aqui. Porra, marca o chudão, caralho! Jogo do caralho.
E resultado, não vou nem pegar o shieldão.
Sim, tu tá rushando sozinho.
Rushando sozinho.
Que novidade. Toda pessoa que
Tem
joga
um player
comigo
ali.
faz isso, cara. Só mudou o posto. Antes era o Lucas, agora é tu que faz essa porra. Subi por aqui, ó. Não dá pra deslizar. Dá pra deslizar pra cima.
Dá pra deslizar pra cima. Matei o cara do trem, do tanque.
Ah, é o bot que tá chegando em mim.
Botão.
Embaixo de mim tem outro. Simplesmente sumiu.
Tem em cima de você aí?
É o bot que eu matei, pô.
Um cabana nessa direção ali, ó.
Tá bom.
Olha lá, tá bem no prédio destruído.
Eu vou bater essa porra que eu tô com.
Bate aí. Teve um hit só, 27. Quer correr lá?
Vai lá, ele tá vindo pra cima de mim.
Não tá vindo não, porque eu tô aqui em cima olhando, não tem nada. Vou lá, tô indo.
Vai lá, já tô indo já.
Não tô vendo.
Ele subiu.
Subiu. E agora, hein? Tá pegando as teias.
Virou Rainbow Six. Ele tá pegando as teias?
É.
Tá aqui embaixo de mim. Aqui.
Nossa, tá muito perto, não dá nem pra tirar. Ouvi passos nessa direção.
Vamos ver o que o Doutor Estranho me vende. Fenda. Ah, nada de bom.
Eu vou falar com o Doutor Estranho também.
Tomar no seu cu, Doutor Estranho. Antes que eu me esqueça.
Pega o barril. A cidade é nossa. A gente tem que ir embora, hein?
Uhum. O Doutor Estranho vem de fenda. Vou falar com ele.
Eu tenho fenda também.
A gente usa depois, vamos usar essa aqui.
Uhum.
Gastei um pouquinho dos meus ouro.
Tô com o máximo de ouro, 5k.
Eu também. Por isso que eu gastei.
Cara, eu tô com 15 Glombo Fruit.
Tá cheio de maluco aqui. Vou cair em cima do prédio e vou atacar eles.
Ixi, tô longe demais.
Eu caí em cima do prédio, filho. Só atacar ela.
Tô correndo. Estou correndo. Tô correndo. Nossa.
Comigo. Meu Deus, que doce do capeta! Eu não acerto um tiro com essa bosta, os caras me matam. Tendo dos dois lados, Coyote. Pera aí. Mata esse cara só. Pelo amor de Deus, né, Coyote? Mata esse cara. Ah, eu queria que ele desse pra me auto-reviver. Igual tem no Warzone. Beleza, beleza. Filho de uma puta! Ah, Coyote é foda, hein, Coyote. Aí é foda. Aí é foda.
Aí é dofa.
Ah, meu Deus do céu. Cadê esta porra? Esta porrinha.
Ah. Caramba, que demora.
Demora
Pior
pra
que eu.
caralho pra achar a partida, cê é louco.
Aqui, chega mais.
Diga. Estou puto ainda pela última partida.
E onde?
Vamos tentar pegar esse último aqui.
Ah, tá.
Aí tu mostra lá onde é que é.
Então, vamos cair lá atrás da montanha. Não exatamente atrás, na esquerda. Eu vou marcar. Opa, pra cá, mais embaixo.
Já caiu o cara ali, tu viu, né?
Não vi,
Eu vou
não.
cair aqui, ó.
Tá, cai aí e vem. Ah, o cara ali, tô vendo. Ah, eu vou embora.
Meu Deus. Os caras me rilaram. Eles quebraram o caminhãozão lá e me rilaram. Mas eu tô morto.
Eu tô atirando neles.
Tive que usar o canhão e vazar pro lado aqui. Eu já tô descendo de novo, de volta.
Eu tô
Peguei a arma e tô descendo.
Aqui. Morri.
Puta que pariu. Vou tentar te salvar. Calma aí. Só pegar um shieldzinho rapidão.
Is dead.
Já vou, relaxa. Eu tava muito morto, cara, você é louco.
Esse cara te rilaram ainda.
Uhum. Me rilaram, mas depois me acertaram umas pauladas de novo.
Rilaram.
Essa van é lá dentro, né?
Então, vai lá pra dentro, esquece. Vou me revive.
É tu que sabe onde tá o bagulho?
Eu ia te guiar, ué.
Cara, tu já caiu na treta já, Coiote. Meu Deus.
Fazer o quê?
Qual é o teu problema? Eu acabei de reviver, vou ter que reviver de novo já. Ah não, Coiote, aí tu me
Você não
fode.
vai vir não, é?
Caralho, tu foi longe pra caralho. Por que que tu fez isso, cara? Meu Deus. Não, Coiote,
Ué, achei que você
tu não
tava
tá
vindo pra cá
bem.
voltando.
Cara, eu tava... dropei arma pra ti ainda, velho, ali. E tu moscando, tu só rushou. Que isso, Coiote? Meu Deus.
Eu achei que você tava vindo.
Não, olha o mapa, porra. Você é louco.
Olhei nada.
Eu tava do lado da van, dropando, peguei escudo e dropei pra ti, ia dropar pra ti, mas aí eu fui ver onde tu tava lá na casa do caralho já.
Escudo usei também.
Louco.
Quem me matou foi o Paulinho, louco, 215.
Fica junto daí agora na próxima, pô. Caímos em cima de arma e ficamos juntos. É isso.
Isso.
Tô indo no mesmo lugar de antes, hein. Vou cair lá de novo também porque tem arma ali. Era pra ter na real, né.
Tem saúde.
Onde que é essa bodega aí?
Follow me. Aí mesmo onde você tá. Vamos pra cima.
Aí em cima que ele tá?
Pra cima.
Tá, calma aí. Onde? Onde, fera?
Eu tô procurando também.
Mas tu
Tem
já
um
não
cara aqui.
pegou essa desgraça.
procurando. Tá aqui comigo, achei. É aqui que fica, não sei se você já pegou.
Acho que ele aparece no mapa. Calma aí.
Engajei, Adriano.
Aqui?
Pegou não? Não tem não?
Não.
Então você já pegou.
Falta um ainda aqui. Só que não é profundo aqui, na saída. Às vezes eles aparecem no mapa, às vezes não.
Você tem que estar perto.
Que várzea. Ai, coiote. Me travando aí, rapaz.
Vai lá, acaba lá.
Donde?
Em algum lugar.
Ah,
que tá
faz
lá.
todo sentido do mundo.
Só sei que tá lá.
Baita cal. Essa foi do balacobaco.
Do balacobaco.
Cara, normalmente ele aparece quando eu tô lá pra cima, lá. Eu vou pegar um jump e vamos ver se aparece. Meu Deus, quase que eu me matei. Tem cara de mochila jato aqui.
Ah. Mochila já tá aqui. Roubei. Eira.
Tá um cara na minha frente aqui. Tá descendo.
Tem dois.
Bora ficar estrategicamente posicionados. Não, pra que fazer barulho? Beleza. Eu caí lá embaixo, mano. Caí na água, pelo menos.
Nossa.
Eu que eu ia morrer, velho. Eu acertei uns aí, hein. Acertei alguns tirinhos.
Morri. Todo morto.
Meu Deus, caiu um na minha frente. Meu Deus, cara, que partida lixo! Meu Deus do céu, cara. Tá louco, só tá vindo partida lixo nessa merda, cara. Começou a vir tryhard nessa porra também agora. Cara, a partir do momento que tu botou um modo sem construção, tu não pode botar uma arma que dá tanto dano assim, velho.
Eu tomei um tiro e eu fiquei com 25 de vida. E eu tava full.
Como é que é o nome daquela porra que a gente caiu ali?
Comando. Caverna do Comando.
Tô pesquisando
Eu vou ter
aqui.
que sair.
Ah, sério?
Sim, senhor.
Puta que pariu, velho. Tá, vai lá.
3, temporada 2, bloquear a picareta no passe de batalha. Esses omni-chips, beleza? Eu recomendo esse local que eu... Porque vai ser um caso. Você vai entrar aqui, ó. Vai usar já a tirolesa. À sua esquerda vai ter uma porta. E você já vai encontrar aqui, ó. De novo à esquerda. Já vai encontrar um omni-chip.
Eu acho que é ali mesmo. Tá, tu não ia sair?
Vou.
Então.
Eu tô apreciando a dancinha uma última vez.
Ah, tá. Tá. Vou jogar solo então, que é o jeito.
Falou.
Valeu, valeu.
Por isso que tava dando lag, eu tô com o navegador aberto aqui no YouTube e no WhatsApp.
Muito bem. Vamos ver se eu sei mais ou menos onde é. Onde é que eu tenho que cair. Ah, mano, tô com dor nas costas, velho. Isso é louco. Não cai muito cedo, velho. Me fudi, me fudi. Acho que eu sou o único retardado que já fez isso alguma vez. Não era pra cá que tava essa porrinha do caralho? Era aqui, mano, que eu tinha visto. Tem que olhar de novo. Pega. Mano, tá me tirando, cara. Doença, velho.
Sai. Nós entramos e vamos em direção ali ao cofre, sentido o cofre, nesse prédio que é o prédio principal, igual eu tô mostrando. No corredor você já vai ver aqui, ó, essa é a porta do cofre, né, a próxima porta ali.
Ah, do cofre eu já peguei.
Desse local, vamos passar por trás aqui, ó, dessa furadeira. E vamos lá pro outro lado, lá onde tá ali, ó. passa por baixo aqui ou por cima, que é como eu tô fazendo. E no fundo, você vai...
Caralho, lá no caso do caralho. Meu, o cara me matou, mas que filha de uma puta! Eu tava quieto, o cara veio me matar, mano. Eu tava baixado, escondido. O cara veio me matar, velho. Não, mas isso é muito loser. É muito loser, meu Deus do céu. Tá que pariu, velho. Se fudeu, mano. O melhor jeito de entrar é por aqui. Eu vou já cair. Se eu cair aqui, eu vou demorar muito pra chegar até lá. Nossa, o armando metralha tá aqui. É exatamente aqui essa bosta. Já veio botar ele do caralho pra cima de mim. Maluco de helicóptero. Deixa feder. Adiantou do que fazer isso aí, ô fera. Não vai socorrer teu discípulo aí, né? O bot sobe. Manter contínuo no joelho, foda-se. Meu Deus, vai tomar no cu esse jogo. Vai tomar no cu esse jogo do caralho.
Place Kiko and in red. The team.
Nintendo não tenho. Tenho aqui, tá tudo certinho.
Yeah. The classic Moyer, I'm in. Fucking nice. Ooh, we got Dickums on our team. Nice. Gonna have to.
Beleza. Tá que pariu, cara. Tô com o Facebook essa porra, vai.
Nossa, velho. Os caras tranquilão, velho, matando todo mundo, que loucura.
Ah, né? Esse C4 aí, ô desgraçado! Filha da puta!
Explodiu de novo.
Ah, mano, vai tomar no cu.
Meu Deus do céu. Tá louco. Chega batendo aí.
Ah, minha assim, a Siga.
Ah, minhas costas. Meu Deus do céu, cara. Caiu, filho da puta.
Nossa.
Maluco.
É duas.
Ah, não, cara. Mano, vai tomar no cu, cara. Alguém quita esse moleque do Discord, por favor. Antes que eu meta a porrada nele. Ô, Dudu, vou... Ah, não posso escutar essa música. Eu comecei a dançar na live do nada, cara. Nem queria. Vai. Boa, macaco. Nem fudendo. Nem fudendo. Eu vou fogo no meu carro.
Você parece burro! Ei, mas é burro!
Vai, vê se brota alguém. Estão aqui, estão em cima. Abriram, entraram. Aí veio um. Chama, fi! Tu me matou, seu doente mental!
Meu Deus, eu tava tirando sacanagem, tu apareceu, mano.
Me dá um drop aí agora também, corno. Tu me matou?
Eu achava bravo, os caras é muito louco, né?
Última volta, vambora.
Ih, alguém escapou.
Só pra dar emoção, só pra dar emoção.
Ah, não, filho. Você é louco. Ah, tu me fechou, mano. Aí é sacanagem, cara.
Mano, eu tô com 12 conto, viado. Eu compro um Corsa ou uma Alfa?
Pode rushar, eu vou fazer uma banho lá pra você.
Ah, não, mano. Ah, não, eu vou ter que limpar.
Cara, viu que na hora que ela direito fez esse som, saiu exatamente sincronizado.
Clipa. Clipa na live, clipa na live.
Porra, velho.
Ah, tu é uma punição de 5 segundos, velho. Foi meio sujo agora. Olha, manito. Ah, mentira. Tu pegou mesmo o carro. Mano, não. Que timing foi esse, cara? Meu Deus, que timing foi esse, mano? Com essa.
Que isso?
Valeu.
Calma aí, não acabou não, irmão, calma aí.
Como que não acabou, parça?
Ah, agora acabou.
Aprenda com a perda. Fracasso é a melhor professor.
Pá, foda-se. Pá. Acabou.
Até eu vou clipar, moleque.
Eu virei um tubarão martelo também.
Eu virei um peixe, mano.
Cadê qual foi?
Eu virei um peixe também, o Leandro virou uma orca.
Porra,
eu encontro, galera, bora organizar. Ah, mano, manda tomar no cu, na real, que eu já tô puto com essa porra.
É, o Ali, ele não consegue colocar o nick dele no coisa, ele conseguiu dessa vez?
Que da hora, velho.
Qual que é o lugar aí, velho?
Ó, o cara virou uma orca.
Caralho, mano, não é pra mandar os caras tomar no cu.
Caralho,
literalmente, tá ligado?
A Demi mandou tomar no cu.
Cadê? Aqui embaixo o bagulho, velho?
Exatamente, valeu, Couch. Muito obrigado, Couch.
Onde tá o coiote, velho?
Caralho, cara.
Aqui, Pau, aqui, Pau, aqui, ó.
Cara, eu ia...
Ó, polícia, zero.
Vai passando todo mundo.
Ah!
O que ele falou?
Os caras me
botaram.
Eu vou entrar dentro da viatura?
Certo. Mataram um policial. Os bandidos mataram um policial.
Vamos por cima pegar essa HS. Os caras aqui estão aqui?
Vamos por baixo, velho. Não. Ou pode ser um fake. Pode ser um fake, não. Foi mal!
Porra, não! Caco de cor, hein, Adro? Tá?
Puta que pariu!
Tá aí? Eu passo.
Não ouvi nada.
Vi mal coisinha.
Agora eu ouvi.
Nossa, travei, mano.
Eu quase acertei um HS de novo.
Eu vi, eu me agachei.
Passou na orelha.
Tem um ali, ó.
Eu tô de um já, velho. Ah, não. Não, mentira. Gente, Hamilton.
Ô, Adra, você não acha que você tá descansando um pouco, não, cara?
Eu tô tentando buscar os outros moleques ali, velho. Cadê os outros moleques?
Mano, eu tô aqui atrás ainda, velho. Eu capotei.
Caralho, eu caí numa vala.
Esse cara comigo até caiu na vala.
Mano, tava conversando, do nada eu caí na vala, velho. Eu fazia curva.
Caraca.
Onde caiu?
Tem um cara lá no painel solar do John Wick lá.
Caralho.
Porra, foi essa? Você acabou de colocar.
Eu te garanto que a gente vai chegar vivo lá de carro. Foi eu dirigindo, mano.
Quer trocar? Não! Puta que pariu! Não!
Não me leva sair do carro, não, cara!
O carro caiu em cima de mim, velho. Eu vou ter que. Nossa, mano, que azar. Você mata de uma vez?
Devia ter avisado.
Mano, ninguém viu que tinha armadilha ali, velho. Aqui eu vi, eu destruí. O cara. O cara tomou o bagulho e não deu um segundo. Eu botei meta na Twitch de 1000, velho. Ah, sim. Uma véia rica, velho.
Tem uns 30 aí contigo, tá?
Tá, merda, peguei impulso e voei. Mata esse cara no ar, mata esse cara no ar, mata esse cara no ar.
Nossa, não, mano. Não, meu Deus!
28 de vida!
Caralho, que negada é essa toda, velho? Eu chamei só 3 pessoas.
É os vingadores.
situação tá preta com esse coronavírus.
Saco, cara, porra, mano. Vai tomar no cu também. Ah, mano, tomar no cu, perdemos no começo de novo, cara. E foi os pu... Ah, mano, vai se fuder, cara. Foi os caras do nosso time que mataram a gente, velho. Vai tomar no... Não, cara, vai tomar no cu. Eu vou mandar no grupo. Eu vou mandar no grupo. Ah, vai se fuder, mano. É os caras do nosso time. É a line 1. É a line 2, na real. Eu acho. Eu tenho quase certeza.
Deixei um caminhado. Matei.
Derrubei um. Levei um. Era line 2, era line 2, eu matei o Nerfados. Não creio que carregou. Meu Deus do céu. Ai, cara. Fiquei grudado na cadeira.
Mano, eu vi um cara de... Aí o Feliz. Mano, eu esqueci, velho. Mano, o bagulho da...
Mano, tá muito rápido. Como é que tu
É o Adro?
acertar essa?
Eu morro, mas tu morre também, filho da puta.
Tu vai junto, tá?
Eu morro, mas tu morre também, ô pau do cara.
Ele roubou. O outro robô fugiu pra lá. Deitei um robô. Deu um miado e matei. Deitou dois.
Meu Deus. O cara deitado no chão e eu errando os tiros. O cara deitado no chão e eu errando os tiros. Aê, caralho, foi um... Porra! Eu sou muito mito, matei o cara na trap! Vem, porra!
Meu Deus, para de fazer inútil.
Pô, me deu vontade de cagar no meio da partida, cara.
Vai se fuder, mano. Eu falou isso.
Tá, gurizada, vou ficar um tempinho aqui. Valeu. Daqui uns 20 minutos eu tô de volta aí. Pô, deu uma lagada aqui no jogo. Não, que porra é essa?
Que?
Tu não viu isso, Wellington? Meu Deus! Clipa isso, Eduardo. Clipa isso, Eduardo. Puta merda. Não acredito que isso aconteceu, cara. Eu dei uma machadada assim, ó. Só se liga.
Não, ruim, né?
Eu dei uma machadada assim e meu bicho saiu voando pra cima, cara. Ai, filho da puta. Pula. Ah, já morri.
Pedro, não desiste.
Consegui correr, dei uma de Usain Bolt aqui. Bom, fiz um triatlo aqui, mano. Pulei, corri na.
Tô com um 8x que sobrando, se quiser, Adro.
Não tem nem arma, cara.
Também não, mãe, tem sobrando.
Eu correndo pela vida ali, eu tenho uma otis. Ah, foda-se que eu vou morrer, eu tenho uma otis.
Tem uma 8x sobrando ainda, tem duas, Adro, tem duas. Mas tá no chão aqui, não tem como
tomou
pegar.
uma bala de 12 na bunda, ele tava pulando o telhado da casa ali.
Eu fui pro hub. Não.
Vai trocar de carro de novo. Explodiu o carro! Bom demais.
Mano, como assim, cara? Que... Falei o resto nada disso daí. Não bote nada na minha boca, cara.
Chega aí, Wellington. Bora virar macaco. Nada a ver. Eu esqueci a palavra, eu falei qualquer coisa, tá ligado?
Bora virar um macaco.
Ainda bem que eu tô gravando isso, cara. Ainda bem que eu tô gravando. Vou botar no videozinho de coisa lá de...
Várias relíquias no vídeo só.
Olha. Vral.
O se ele tá fazendo já parado.
Achei um fuzil de assalto.
Calma aí que eu já pego.
Descarga aqui, ó.
Achei um fuzil de assalto.
Um cara aqui em cima, o Wellington de camper na torre.
Cadê tu?
Eu tô bem em cima aqui na torre. Nossa, subiu, o cara nem me viu, velho. Ó, o cara tá de camper. Vamos virar a noite.
Realmente.
Vai virar também, Wellington?
Eu, mano, viro todo dia. Depende de quem tá falando também, né?
Virar a noite, tô falando.
Pô, calma aí, eu baixei o
Conhecer.
Modern Warfare.
É esse aí?
É esse?
Sim. Meu Deus, Modern Warface. É o COD com Warface. Somente ela daqui de cima.
Ó o pau quebrando, pai! Eita porra! Briga na base, rapaz! Eita porra! Pega! Pega! Pega, porra! Pega! 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 Pega!
Velho. Os caras tranquilão, velho, matando todo mundo, que loucura.
Ah, né? Esse C4 aí, ô desgraçado! Filha da puta!
Explodiu de novo. Oh, mano, vai tomar no cu. Meu Deus do céu. Tá louco. Chega batendo aí.
Ah, minha assim, as filhas.
Ah, minhas costas. Meu Deus do céu, cara. Ai, filho da puta.
Nossa.
Maluco.
É duas.
Ah, não, cara. Mano, vai tomar no cu, cara. Alguém quita esse moleque do Discord, por favor. Antes que eu meta a porrada nele. Ô, Dudu, vou... Ah, não posso escutar essa música. Eu comecei a dançar na live do nada, cara. Nem queria. Vai. Boa, macaco. Nem fudendo. Nem fudendo. Eu vou fogo no meu carro.
Você parece burro! Ei, mas é burro!
Aí, esse pelotão aí. Estão em cima. Abriram, entraram. Aí veio um. Chama, fi! Tu me matou, seu doente mental!
Meu Deus, eu tava tirando sacanagem, tu apareceu, mano.
Me dá um drop aí agora também, corno. Tu me matou.
Eu achava bravo, velho. Os caras é muito louco, né?
Última volta, vambora.
Ih, alguém escapou.
Só pra dar emoção, só pra dar emoção.
Ah não, filho, você é louco. Ah, tu me fechou, mano. Aí é sacanagem, cara.
Mano, eu tô com 12 conto, viado. Eu compro um Corsa ou uma Alfa?
Pode rushar, vou fazer uma banho pra você.
Ah, não, mano.
Ah não, eu vou ter que clipar.
Cara, pior que na hora que fala direito, veio esse som, saiu exatamente sincronizado.
Clipa. Clipa na live, clipa na live.
Corre, velho.
Ah, tu é a punição de 5 segundos, velho. É, foi meio sujo agora. Olha, manito.
NA.
Ah, mentira. Tu pegou mesmo o carro. Mano, não. Que timing foi esse, cara? Meu Deus, que timing foi esse, mano? Com essa.
Que isso?
Valeu,
Calma aí, não acabou não, irmão, calma aí.
Como que não acabou, parceiro?
Ah, agora acabou.
Aprenda com a perda. Fracasso é o melhor professor.
Clipar, foda-se. Eu vou clipar. Acabou.
Até eu vou clipar, moleque.
Eu virei um tubarão martelo também.
Eu virei um peixe, mano.
Cadê qual foi?
Eu virei um peixe também, o Leandro virou uma orca.
Porra.
Eu encontro, galera, bora organizar. Ah, mano, manda tomar no cu na real que eu já tô puto com essa porra.
É, o Ali, ele não consegue colocar o nick dele no coisa, ele conseguiu dessa vez?
Que da hora, velho.
Qual que é o lugar aí, velho?
Ó, o cara virou uma orca.
Caralho, mano, não é pra mandar os caras tomar no cu.
Caralho,
se fuder,
realmente, tá ligado?
Eu falei isso nos caras.
A Demi mandou tomar no cu.
Cadê? Aqui embaixo o bagulho, velho?
Exatamente, valeu, Couch. Muito obrigado, Couch.
Onde tá o coiote, velho?
Caralho, cara.
Aqui, Fal, aqui, Fal, aqui, ó.
Cara,
prisão 0, 0.
Vai passando todo mundo. O que ele falou?
Cara,
Quer ver entrar dentro da viatura?
Certo. Mataram um policial. Os bandidos mataram um policial.
Vamos por cima pegar só HS. Os caras aqui estão aqui?
Vamos por baixo, velho. Então. Ou pode ser um fake. Pode ser um fakezão. Foi mal!
Porra, não! Caco de cor, hein, Adro? Tá?
Puta que pariu!
Tá aí? Eu passo.
Não ouvi nada.
Eu ouvi mão com esse.
Agora eu ouvi.
Nossa, travei, mano.
Eu quase te acertei um HS de novo.
Eu vi, eu tenho minha HG.
Passou na orelha.
Tem um, perdeu.
Eu tô de um já, velho. Ah, não. Não, mentira. Hamilton.
Ô, Adria, você não acha que você tá descansando um pouco, não, cara?
Eu tô tentando buscar os outros moleques ali, velho. Cadê os outros moleques?
Mano, eu tô aqui atrás ainda, velho. Eu capotei.
Caralho, eu caí numa vala.
Esse cara comigo até caiu na vala.
Mano, tava conversando, do nada eu caí na vala, velho. Eu fazia curva.
Caraca.
Onde caiu?
Tem um cara lá no painel solar do John Wick lá.
Caralho.
Porra, foi essa? Você acabou de colocar.
Eu te garanto que a gente vai chegar vivo lá de carro. Eu dirigindo não.
Quer trocar? Não, puta que pariu. Não,
cara! Não, não vai sair do carro não, cara!
O carro caiu em cima de mim, velho. Eu vou ter que... Nossa, mano, que azar. Você mata de uma vez?
Devia ter avisado.
Mano, ninguém viu que tinha armadilha ali, velho. Aqui eu vi, eu destruí. O cara... O cara tomou o bagulho e não deu um segundo. Eu botei meta na Twitch de 1000, velho. Ah, sim. Vou arrumar uma véia rica, velho.
Tem uns 30 aí contigo, tá?
Tá, merda, peguei impulso e voei. Mata esse cara no ar, mata esse cara no ar, mata esse cara no ar.
Nossa, não, mano. Não, meu Deus!
De vida!
Caralho, que negada é essa toda, velho? Eu chamei só 3 pessoas.
É os vingados. A situação tá preta com esse coronavírus.
Saco, cara! Porra, mano! Vai tomar no cu também. Ah, mano, tomar no cu, perdemos no começo de novo, cara. E foi os pu... Ah, mano, vai se fuder, cara. Foi os caras do nosso time que mataram a gente, velho. Vai tomar no... Não, cara, vai tomar no cu. Eu vou mandar no grupo. Eu vou mandar no grupo. Ah, vai se fuder, mano. É os caras do nosso time. É a line 1. É a line 2, na real. Eu acho. Eu tenho quase certeza.
Deixei um caminhado. Matei.
Derrubei um. Levei um. Era a line 2, era a line 2, eu matei o Nerfados. Não creio que carregou. Meu Deus do céu. Ai, cara. Fiquei grudado na cadeira.
Mano, algum cara vi. Aí o Feliz. Puta, eu esqueci, velho. Mano, o bagulho dá pra
tá muito rápido. Como é que tu
É o Adrian?
acertar essa?
Obrigado.
Eu morro, mas tu morre também, filho da puta.
Tu vai junto, tá?
Eu morro, mas tu morre também, ô
Cara,
pau.
não tô vendo ninguém. Me roubou. O outro robô fugiu pra lá. Deitei um robô. Deu um miado e me matei. Deitou dois.
Meu Deus. O cara deitado no chão e eu errando os tiros. O cara deitado no chão e eu errando os tiros. Deixa louco. Aê, caralho, foi um... Porra! Eu sou muito mito, matei o cara na trap! Vem, porra!
Meu Deus, para de fazer inútil.
Pô, me deu vontade de cagar no meio da partida, cara.
Vai se fuder, mano. Falou isso.
Ah, gurizada, eu vou ficar um tempinho aqui. Valeu. Daqui uns 20 minutos eu tô de volta aí. Pô, deu uma lagada aqui no jogo. Não, que porra é essa?
Que?
Tu não viu isso, Wellington? Meu Deus! Clipa isso, Eduardo. Clipa isso, Eduardo. Puta merda. Não acredito que isso aconteceu, cara. Eu dei uma machadada assim, ó. Só se liga.
Não, ruim, né?
Eu dei uma machadada assim e meu bicho saiu voando pra cima, cara. Ai, filho da puta. Pula. Ah, já morri.
Pedra, não desiste.
Consegui correr, dei uma de Usain Bolt aqui. Bom, fiz um triatlo aqui, mano. Pulei, corri na...
Tô com 8x que sobrando, se quiser, Adri.
Não tem nem arma, cara.
Também não, mãe, tem sobrando.
Eu correndo pela vida ali, eu tenho uma otis. Ah, foda-se que eu vou morrer, eu tenho uma otis.
Tem uma 8x sobrando ainda, tem duas, Adri, tem duas. Uma tá no chão aqui, não tem como pegar.
Uma bala de 12 na bunda ali, tava pulando o telhado da casa ali.
Eu fui pro hub. Não.
Vai tocar esse carro de novo. Explodiu o carro! Bom demais.
Mano, como assim, cara? Falei o resto nada disso daí. Não bote nada na minha boca, cara.
Chega aí, Wellington. Bora virar macaco. Nada a ver. Eu esqueci a palavra, eu falei qualquer coisa, tá ligado?
Bora virar um macaco.
Ainda bem que eu tô gravando isso, cara. Ainda bem que eu tô gravando, vou botar no videozinho de coisa lá de...
Várias relíquias no vídeo só.
Olha, ó. Vral.
Oriol, se ele tá fazendo já parar.
Achei um fuzil de assalto.
Calma aí que eu já pego.
Achei um fuzil de assalto.
Um cara aqui em cima, Wellington, de camper na torre.
Cadê tu?
Eu tô bem em cima aqui na torre. Nossa, subiu, o cara nem me viu, velho. Ó, o cara tá de camper. Vamos virar a noite.
Realmente.
Vai virar também, Wellington?
Eu, mano, viro só do dia.
É.
Depende do que ele tá falando também, né?
Virar a noite, tô falando.
Pô, calma aí, eu baixei o
Conhecer.
Modern Warfare.
É esse aí?
É esse?
Sim. Meu Deus, Modern Warface. É o COD com Warface. Somente nada que te odeia.
Ó o pau quebrando, pai! Eita porra! Liga na baixa, pai! Eita porra! Pega! Pega! Pega, porra! Pega! 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 Pega!
Velho. Os caras tranquilão, velho, matando todo mundo, que loucura.
Ah, né? Esse C4 aí, ô desgraçado! Filha da puta!
Fugiu de novo. Ah, mano, vai tomar no cu.
Meu Deus do céu. Tá louco. Chega batendo aí.
Ah, minha assim, filha.
Ah, minhas costas. Meu Deus do céu, cara. Caiu, filho da puta.
Nossa.
Maluco.
É duas.
Ah, não, cara. Mano, vai tomar no cu, cara. Alguém quita esse moleque do Discord, por favor. Antes que eu meta a porrada nele. Ô, Dudu, vou. Ah, não posso escutar essa música. Eu comecei a dançar na live do nada, cara. Nem queria. Vamos. Boa, macaco. Nem fudendo. Nem fudendo. Eu vou pôr no meu carro.
Você parece burro! Ei, mas é burro!
Vai, vê se brota alguém. Estão aqui, estão em cima. Abriram, entraram. Aí veio um. Chama, fi! Tu me matou, seu doente mental!
Meu Deus, eu tava tirando sacanagem, tu apareceu, mano.
Me dá um drop aí agora também, corno. Tu me matou?
Eu achava bravo, os caras é muito louco, né?
Última volta, vambora.
Ih, alguém escapou.
Só pra dar emoção, só pra dar emoção.
Ah, não, filho. Você é louco. Ah, tu me fechou, mano. Aí é sacanagem, cara.
Mano, eu tô com 12 conto, viado. Eu compro um Corsa ou uma Alfa?
Pode rushar, eu vou fazer uma banho lá pra você.
Ah, não, meu.
Ah, não, eu vou ter que clipar. Ele é maluco. Lama toshida, lama.
Cara, viu que na hora que ela direito fez esse som, saiu exatamente sincronizado.
Clipa. Clipa na live.
Porra, velho.
Ah, tu é uma punição de 5 segundos, velho. Foi meio sujo agora. Olha, manito. Ah, mentira. Tu pegou mesmo o carro. Mano, não. Que timing foi esse, cara? Meu Deus, que timing foi esse, mano? Com essa.
Que isso?
Valeu,
Calma aí, não acabou não, irmão, calma aí.
Como que não acabou, parça?
Ah, agora acabou.
Aprenda com a perda. Fracasso é o melhor professor.
Pá, foda-se. Pá. Acabou.
Até eu vou clipar, moleque.
Eu virei um tubarão martelo também.
Eu virei um peixe, mano.
Cadê? Qual foi?
Eu virei um peixe também, o Leandro virou uma orca.
Porra,
Eu encontro, galera, bora organizar. Ah, mano, manda tomar no cu, na real, que eu já tô puto com essa porra.
É, o Ali, ele não consegue colocar o nick dele no coisa, ele conseguiu dessa vez?
Que da hora,
Cadê?
velho.
Qual que é o lugar aí, mano?
Ó, o cara virou uma orca.
Caralho, mano, não é pra mandar os caras tomar no cu.
Caralho,
Se fuder,
literalmente, tá ligado?
A Demi mandou tomar no cu.
Cadê? Aqui embaixo o bagulho, velho?
Exatamente, valeu, pai. Sabe, rapaziadinha, tô de volta. Vou tentar fazer um bagulho aqui. Quero ver se vai dar certo. Fonte do navegador. Vamos ver se eu consigo botar isso aqui. Será que vai aparecer? Apareceu. Pega no meu. Tá. Deixa eu ver outro bagulho. Isso tá meio errado aí. Deixa eu tentar copiar aqui. Tá certo. Deixa eu ver outro bagulho. Deixa eu tentar agora com um vídeo do YouTube. Ver que isso aqui vai funcionar. Olha, só não fica em tela cheia. Tá show. Sim. Depois eu vou mexer nos bagulho de reprise e vou botar isso aí. Vai ser desse jeito mesmo. Enfim. Agora eu vou puxar um Eurotruckzinho aqui pra ver qual é daquele mod lá. Na real, por enquanto ainda não. Deixa eu só testar um mod e ver se vai funcionar certinho. Aí, se funcionar certinho, eu puxo. Cá em cima? Nascimento, cara. Quer fazer amizade, quer fazer amizade. Merda. Caverna. Tu pode.
Tem 6 filhos, cara.
Oxe, onde é que é essa? Kit, tá? Vou pegar uma água, calma aí. É o Celtinha G1 dos. Ganhamos, porra. Nem fudendo. Vamos! Eu falando de Celta e ganhei a partida. Ah, mano, isso foi muito do nada. Caralho, fazia. Replayzinho da live de ontem, hein? É. Celtinha G1 dos. Ganhamos, porra. Nem fudendo. Vamos! Já que bugou o áudio.
Oi?
Acho que foi essa aqui que a gente ganhou também de novo. Deixa eu ver.
A minha é banana pra caralho.
Nossa, a banana me matou esse
Não, nem
desgraçado.
fudendo. Não, nem fudendo. Do meu chat.
Eu pinei demais assim. Isso aí a gente ganhou, será?
É,
chamou de...
deixa eu... A gente tava brincando de caminhão e ganhamos essa porra. Só mais esse maluco. Nossa, o bicho tá voando. Estoura o carro, senão não vai pegar.
Acordei.
Boa. Ah, eu quero essa sniper.
Vou pegar fio.
Só isso que eu
Lá no
peço.
posto lá.
Quem tem bala de sniper pra me apoiar aí?
Eu tenho.
É só mais esse maluco aí. Vamos matar na picareta? Nossa. O Emerson espancou, moleque.
Explodiu o Lucas, né?
Sim, não...
Eu tenho.
Mano... Cara, esse vai ser o fim de semana da live, velho. Nossa, semana eu vou gravar uns episódios das séries aí, então. Meu Deus, cara. Estão me vendo ainda? Nascimento, tá me ouvindo? Aí, bugou a live nesse momento. Nesse momento tinha dado um pequeno bug na live. Pequenino. Documentos. Vamos ver se vai bombar. Caralho, que porra é essa? Vamos tentar, né? Olha, parece que vai funcionar, hein? Vamos ver. Se não crashar agora, não crasha mais. Na real, crasha. Na real que crasha, né? Deixa eu ver se for. Olha, pelo visto funcionou. Marco Polo. Ah, tem aqui o chassi simples e o chassi... Tá, eu vou fazer no simples primeiro. Câmbio 8 marchas. Esse cara aí sim eu curto, hein. Ó, nível 7. Águia branca, o Boozer. Patrocina nós, Boozer. ETM, Eurotour, Embaixador, Marli. Falei, deixa eu mandar uma mensagem pro Emerson, faz tempo que ele não aparece. Levar isso aqui. Tem umas pinturas muito bonitas nessa empresa. Sentado assim porque é mais confortável, viu? Aí aqui tu pode editar e fazer tua própria skin. Eu não sei como é que faz isso, mas dá pra fazer. Eu vou com a skin da Boozer mesmo, se pá. Acho que é essa aqui. Cadê da Boozer? Era uma das primeiras. Aqui. Sensor, tá? Ô louco. LED sequencial, velho. Cara, esse mod é muito foda, mano. Isso aqui por dentro. Cara, isso aqui é por dentro, porra. Cortinas, não. Aqui tem o mod de rodas. Elemental. Colocarei Elemental e vou botar aqui. Esse bagulho gloss aqui, meu. Só um minuto, vou botar. Tocar um bagulho aqui. Tá show ficar tocando de fundo aí. Parará. O que tem aqui? Tem tanta opção. Rodoar. Cara, que foda. Pega em todos aí. Mano, muito foda esse mod, velho. Letreiro. Belo Horizonte. Brasília. Campo Grande. Cuiabá, Porto Alegre. Esse mesmo, Porto Alegre. É, Curitiba sim, filha da puta. Cuiabá não, Porto Alegre, caralho. Nem aparece esse curtindo, então acho que eu nem vou botar. Não faço nem ideia do que seja isso, paqueteira. Curtindo as 4 é da hora. Que é aquilo, que é isso? Nada. Não dá pra fazer nada ali, ok. Tá, entrar aqui, agora sim. Ô louco. Tentar botar a volante na Marco Polo. Ai, foi mal. Ah, eu moscando, tava mostrando só minha cara. Depois que eu botei a música. Deixa um volantezinho mais moderno mesmo. Painel black. ETS sem dúvidas. Dois? Tá, é louco. O que eu tô botando essa porra? Nada que preste. Como era de se imaginar. Câmera frontal. Vou botar a câmera porque meu fica passando alguma coisa, né? Ah não, esses não é os mesmos lá de cima, que é o 3, que é o azul. Aquela invertida básica. Creio que seja esta. Acho que não tem mais nada. Vambora. Confirmar. Comprar. Pelotas, São José do Norte. Vou botar em Pelotas mesmo. Puta merda, calma aí. Era muito estranho a posição de dirigir esses bagulho. Acho que assim tá menos estranho, velho. Aí eu tô no Rio de Janeiro, quer ver? É claro. Cara, jura que eu vou descer tudo isso aqui, velho. Pra chegar aqui. Que das horas tem uma luzinha piscando ali. Ah, gerente de garagens. Eu quero ver se vai ter passageiro pra Porto Alegre. Deixa eu dar uma olhada por aqui. Caralho. Boa. Joguei que sei. Dei de cara na porra do muro. Cara, é o pódio da Fórmula 1. Tá muito louco em Miami, hein, velho. Cê é loiro, velho. Pararam. Tem feijão nessa porra. Essa é ao vivo. Mercado de fretes. Tá, aqui tá mostrando no país inteiro. Eu quero aqui em Pelotas. Eu quero passageiros. Não tem passageiros pra mim em Pelotas. Really? Aqui. Aí, beleza. Vamos lá buscar, né? Chovendo muito aqui, vai ser louco. Nossa, como é que eu vou retornar, velho? Vou tentar retornar pelo posto. Daí na rodoviária isso aqui é um ponto de ônibus, pô. Ah, ali o GPS é refletido no vidro, velho. Por isso que tinha dois ali, mano. Cê é louco. Ah, tem que ser virado ainda. Mano, como assim, velho? Vou passar por dentro dos passageiros. Tá, opa, volta. Volta, que ali deu. Apertei R. Aí tá. Beleza. Deixa eu ver quem tá mandando coisa no. Tá mandando coisa no Discord, velho. Ah, mano, vai tomar no seu cu. Escamar o capeta, filho da puta. Meu Deus do céu. Ah, não passou. Gostei que a água interfere no holograma. Chuvarada. Eu nem vi pra onde vai esse bagulho, velho. Acho que é pra São José do Norte. Eu vou ter que descer a Porto Alegre sozinho, velho. Não é possível. Sem nada. Sem trampo. Meu Deus, matei todo mundo. Esse mod é bem feitinho, não dá pra ver por dentro. 4 dá, na câmera 4. Para de brincar com isso aqui, senão vai dar merda, hein. 5 horas, 300 km, meu Deus do céu. Vai demorar 5 horas aqui pra mim. Pedágio. Freia, diabo. Tem que entrar. Pra onde que é essa desgraça, né? São Francisco do Sul, puta merda. Ah, mano, eu vou passar por... Eu vou entrar em Porto Alegre. Que se foda. Muito bem. Esse caminhãozão, o caminhão da Coca-Cola. Uma Kombi. Mano, não sei se eu não tô fazendo alguma coisa errada, véio, porque as estradas estão tudo igual, mano. Tá, teve aquela serrinha lá e tal, mas tipo... Muito padrão, velho. Cara, que no Rio Grande do Sul é raro ter uma estrada assim, velho. Duplicada desse jeito, pá. Ah, esse posto aqui tá bem feito. Tá da hora, tá bem parecido com os postos BR mesmo. Acho que eu devo respeitar o limite de velocidade. Próximo lugar que eu tiver pra descansar que eu vou encerrar, eu vou fechar o game, eu vou... Sei lá se eu vou jogar um COD ou se eu vou encerrar a live, cara. Eu não tô muito legal hoje não. O pessoal também não apareceu pra jogar, a hora que eu for sair eles vão querer aparecer, quer ver? Não apareceu ninguém hoje o dia inteiro, velho. Desgraça, matei todo mundo de novo. Aqui é Porto Alegre então. Tem algumas similaridades mesmo. Translovato, caminhão da MAN. Meu Deus, não faz curva!